is a bad deal for Bermuda. Other revenue matters. Mr. Speaker, on other revenue matters, stamp duties were raised. Why would the government increase the stamp duties on mortgages when the government is also encouraging homeowners to transfer their mortgages to banks which offer government guaranteed mortgages? Applicants and mortgage holders benefit from the reduced interest rate on one hand, and then they take some of the same benefits to apply to increased stamp duties for the mortgage transfer on the other hand. On the matter of increasing fines, this is fines in our courts, what were the adequacy tests for the fine increases? And how were these figures arrived at? How do they compare with other jurisdictions? On the matter of immigration fee increases, the government must tread very lightly, as this will be added to the exorbitant cost of doing business in Bermuda. As previously stated, this is a major irritant to our ABIC and ABIR members. A 52% increase is unconscionable, especially if there's no improvement in value for money and no dramatic improvement in the application processing times. In fact, same comments apply to the increases in the Department of Planning fees. Mr. Speaker, housing required to support economic growth. Mr. Speaker, the opposition supports onward urban planning when it comes to ensuring that we have adequate housing for our proposed growing population. Considering this position, we have no problem with allowing approved residential schemes in the city of Hamilton. We take the view that it will bring vibrancy to the city, and also it will provide a great economic boost to restaurants and retailers of the city of Hamilton. Hopefully, it will form an environment which will foster all forms of after-dinner entertainment, which the country sorely lacks. As previously stated, we must ensure that we do not cannibalize other approved residential schemes located in Somerset, St. George's, and Northeast Hamilton. As a former Minister of Environment, I remember approving mixed-use buildings during my tenure, and I'm pleased that this continues. On the matter of housing, the issue is not the number of affordable houses on the island, but access to the number of houses in Bermuda because of Airbnbs. Education. Mr. Speaker, a lot is going on in education in Bermuda, and according to people that we've spoken to, there are varying views on the delivery and quality of education in Bermuda. Be that as it may, we agree with the duty-free exemption in all school uniforms for all school-aged children. This will come as a needed relief for those parents in question. While on education, we note that the budget book shows a 53% increase in professional services and an increase in rentals, which went from $6,000 to $356,000. In fact, the overall estimates for the ministry headquarters increased by 35%, or $1.895 million. It landed at a total of $7.236 million. Sports. Again, Mr. Speaker, there was very little mention of sports in the budget report, and very little on the further development of our young people. It was noted that the Ministry of Youth and Sports had an 11% increased allocation. This, I am sure, will be appreciated by the community. We all know that education and sports provide discipline, self-respect, responsibility, and growth to our young people. They are our futures, and more should have been included in the budget to address their development. Petty requests. Mr. Speaker, During the upcoming fiscal year, the government indicated that they will be introducing a nominal fee for petty requests which are not from private individuals. For requests which are about data that government holds about them, this fee will help to defray the cost to cover the extraordinary amount of research petty requests cost government. In principle, we understand the reasoning supporting this initiative. However, more information is needed to determine who is paying this or who may not apply to it. Will it apply to law firms and lawyers? Will it apply to media outlets like Bermuda or the Royal Gazette and others? What will the fee schedule look like? How will the fees operate? Will there be a minimum fee or a maximum fee? It's important that we know, as the Minister of Finance was with the details. Mr. Speaker, we also take the view that fees can be used as a deterrent to arrest the number of petty requests, which in our mind could be used as a true assault on transparency, which is a pillar of democracy. We'll be watching this space very carefully. Sugar taxes. Again, Mr. Speaker, we were pleasantly surprised to see the government's movement on this controversial sugar tax. It reaffirmed the OBA's view that this tax was nothing but a money grab. It was a last-minute scramble to raise revenue for the government during the difficult economic times. It was not used to educate the community on the negative effects of sugar in our diets and diabetes. In fact, during my team's research, we learned that none of these fees were realized by government was used to support the Bermuda Diabetes Association in any way. It was used as a sin tax only. It just did not help Bermudians from a health perspective. And these taxes did not influence our dietary choices. Again, this scale back is an admission of government's failure when it comes to fiscal policies. The arts. Mr. Speaker, given the significant contribution of the arts, culture, and creative sector to Bermuda's economy and to our social fabric, the government should take steps to protect this sector and look for ways to increase public and private investment in the arts in Bermuda. The 4% reduction in allocation to the Department of Culture is disheartening. Philanthropic sector. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of its importance, role in building and supporting Bermuda's social fabric, the One Bermuda Alliance believes that the government should take action to protect the capacity and financial sustainability of the third sector. We should examine the scope for long-term funding arrangements for social services which support our families, our seniors, and the development of young people. There should be new initiatives to incentivize private investments in this section. In addition, we should also ensure that immigration's economic investment certificates are adjusted so that contributions to the charitable sector can also be applied against individual investment certificate programs. In addition, somehow we should also work to ensure that such donations are tax deductible. Looking forward, Mr. Speaker, how would the One Bermuda Alliance turn this economy around? How would the One Bermuda Alliance turn this economy around? Mr. Speaker, the One Bermuda Alliance would implement the following. We would develop a glide path to balance the budget within 3 years and reduce the recurring current account deficit and ultimately our current national debt level. We would reduce the size of government through offering early retirement and through attrition, as human resource cost is approximately 40% plus of the current account expenditures, would apply more due diligence and provide better management to recover the millions of dollars owed to the government in its accounts receivables with the assistance previously offered by our IB sector. We would also expand the workforce by relaxing immigration policies so that it's easier for job creators, executives, entrepreneurs, and high net worth individuals to migrate to Bermuda and thereby create jobs. We would reintroduce the travel authorization fees, and I'm just saying fees, not the application forms, just fees, which can be embedded in ticket costs and collected on arrival in Bermuda. We would also examine the possibility of introducing a minimum VAT tax on Bermuda's healthcare services. During these challenging times and the high cost of living, we would also suspend Bermuda's foreign currency purchase tax. The problem with this tax is that it increases the cost of all the goods and services that Bermuda imports from abroad. It is excessively regressive, and it has a multiplier effect, which means that the relatively small revenue it produces for government might lead the average person to think that its impact is small. As an example, if we consider the cost of Belco's fuel and it's increased by the amount of the foreign currency purchase tax, and that means the cost of electricity will be increased, not just by the foreign currency tax, but by the multiple of Belco's profit margin. The same applies to our supermarkets and a reduction in our food costs. Mr. Speaker, we would reiterate and reinstate our Economic Development Committee or Council, made up by global C-suite CEOs from IB, the government, and other stakeholders. The mandate would be to develop a true economic recovery plan which will benefit Bermuda's economy and Bermuda's corporate citizens, be they local or international. We would provide additional resources to the Bermuda College and the Department of Workforce Development to train and retool our students and employ employees for new created jobs in the private and public sector. We would reassess sin taxes on cigarettes and spirits. We would provide resources to the agricultural and fishing industries to entice job creation and help food security. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the reports and recommendations produced by the Fiscal Responsibility Panel and the Tax Reform Commission, with the feedback from the public and the international business sector, the One Bermuda Alliance would also examine, define, and implement the most equitable, fair, efficient, and transparent tax system to serve the needs and people of Bermuda today and into the future, and not a structure which was crafted to serve the needs of Bermuda's past and its legacy. Mr. Speaker, we would also consider the G20 OECD Global Tax Initiative, which addresses domestic tax-based erosion and profit shifting to multinational enterprises to end tax avoidance and to end tax avoidance. We'd also make commercial and residential construction costs more affordable. Immediate attention would be given to updating Bermuda's 2014 residential code book, which is a couple of cycles overdue. In addition, the same would apply to Bermuda's commercial building code to ensure that it adheres to the international building code standards and protocols. These reviews should not only be reviewed by the Architectural Board, but also by a newly formed Electrical Engineering Board who represents the electrical engineering sector. Conclusion. The One Bermuda Alliance assessment of the 2023-24 budget is a reconfiguration that the Premier and his government are living in a Bermuda which is not in tune with the rest of Bermuda. He and his associates are living the high life, while most Bermudans are living from day to day and are trying to live a life with dignity, despite the unprecedented cost of living challenges, the continued inflationary pressures, unemployment and underemployment, and a diminishing sense of hope. Mr. Speaker, let's face it, the Progressive Labour Party has been the government for over 20 years, and the people of Bermuda are tired of having the One Bermuda Alliance blamed for the current government's inadequacies and woes. Mr. Speaker, I began this response by stating that the buffer the equity Bermudians gained over its 400 years of facing challenges and overcoming them through sheer grit, determination, and innovation is gone. It has been decimated. The time has come for the government to acknowledge that they've failed Bermudians and honestly accept they've played a significant role in fostering the challenges currently faced by our island and our people. It's time for them to show real leadership and create a better future for Bermuda and develop some real solutions. They must stop kicking the proverbial can down the road for difficult national issues. It is time to have a government where maintaining and consolidating power is not the national priority. We need a government that embraces community involvement, that includes getting input from local and international business, that's listening to the hardworking men and women of this country, that means taking into consideration the lives of seniors and students. We have a hard road ahead of us, but collectively, we can face those challenges and come out of the other side of it with success. We've done it before, we can do it again. But to do that, this government must steer the country in the right direction, where we can all be confident in our leadership, our economy, our safety, and our peace. We must link arms and all march in the same direction. We cannot afford one more minute of a government that continues to fail her people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Opposition Leader. Opposition Leader, before you I dismiss you off of this one. How's that? Before you take your seat. Opposition Leader, before you I dismiss you off of this one. How's that? Before you take your seat. Earlier in your presentation, I think we were on page 3, there was a concern raised by a comment that you made. You and I have spoken about it during the lunch period, and I'm going to ask you to withdraw the comment, and you can restate what you intended to say it in a better way, but I think the comment needs to be withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would withdraw my comments and restate it. Mr. Speaker, there was no ill intent in my comments. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, the Premier basically felt that Bermuda was on a good stead, and many people thought that the current perspective was through rose-colored glasses. Mr. Speaker, all I was saying, he may be doing well, but others aren't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And members, the reason I asked him to withdraw it and restate it, because we're all human. I had missed it when he made the comment, and I acknowledged that I missed it at the point, and I spoke with him during the break. He acknowledged the fact that the intent was not, it didn't come across the way he had hoped, and he would clean it up. I done that because we've got a long debate ahead of us this evening, today and into this evening. And I remind members that our turn should always be one that stays on a higher ground rather than lower ground. I didn't want that comment to be missed and left and set an example that maybe we had lowered our tone. So remind the members to please keep your tone at a respectful level as we continue through the debates for today. I understand that Minister Hayward is going to be the first speaker up for government in response. And we're going to take a 5-minute break as Minister Hayward sets himself, just so you can dismount to the camera. And yeah, you can shut it all down. Okay. Minister, you can start. And the clock will be on for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
I also want to say good afternoon to Madam President, who is in the chamber as well. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the last session, you encouraged us to be statesmen in our approach. You discouraged us from descending into levels that were beneath the standard that just been set in this house for decades. Mr. Speaker, the opposition's deliberate choice to flagrantly disregard your instructions is highly disrespectful and offensive. And while you may have spoken to the member during the lunch period, in his conclusion, he closed with equally disrespectful remarks that breach standard orders. And I would ask you.
I wouldn't say that it's the speaker's opinion to make that judgment. You can infer that you are uncomfortable with it, but it's the speaker's opinion to make it. And continue on.
Mr. Speaker, the public had to painfully listen to the opposition leader deliver an incoherent speech for the last 2 hours. They highlighted all the problems that they believe this country faced. And then they asked the question, Mr. Speaker, how would the One Bermuda Alliance turn this economy around? And in just about a dozen bullet points, they provided a solution. If the One Bermuda Alliance opposition believes that those 12 bullet points are what is required to turn this economy down, they are certainly not fit to lead. Mr. Speaker, I first would like to commend the government for the consultative approach that he took in terms of delivering this budget. I certainly would like to commend the Minister of Finance for those efforts. Mr. Speaker, you see a significant shift from a pre-budget report to a final budget report. Mr. Speaker, that indicates that consultation means something to this government, that we're able to listen and that we're able to be flexible. and take into considerations the views of all sectors within this economy. The budget that was delivered by the Progressive Labour Party government supports continued growth. It increases the purchasing power of workers. It lowers the employee overhead for businesses. It allocates funding to necessary infrastructure development. It's been called an election budget. But last year's budget was called an election budget as well. Mr. Speaker, there is no electioneering. The government is funding its priorities in a fiscally prudent manner. This government has demonstrated effective management of the public purse. And we have maintained a glide path to a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, there could be no doubt that Bermuda's economy continues to expand. And the data actually supports that. If we look at quarterly GDP, Mr. Speaker, the preliminary estimates for the first 3 quarters of 2022 indicate that in nominal terms, the economy has expanded by 4.2%, and in real terms, 1.4% over the first 3 quarters of 2022. Mr. Speaker, the government always puts out inflation-adjusted GDP, which is real GDP. I was concerned when the OBA put out an article to say that our GDP numbers were inflated because we didn't take into consideration inflation. It means that they clearly do not understand the term real GDP. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is estimating that Bermuda's GDP may have grown between 3.4 and 3.9% in 2022, driven by the growth in the international business sector and continuous recovery of our tourism industry. And despite heavy foreign inflationary pressure, the majority of Bermuda's economic indicators show positive growth. Mr. Speaker, last year, 14 out of 19 industrial sectors saw growth, while over the last 5 years, including the periods of economic reduction because of the pandemic, 9 out of the 19 sectors have had 5-year trend of positive growth. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, which is the latest annual GDP numbers, agriculture, forestry, and fishing grew 24.8%. Electricity, water supplies, and waste management grew 10.5%. Transportation and storage grew 5.1%. Accommodation and food services grew 86.1%. Information and communication grew 1.2%. Real estate activities grew 3.2%. Professional, scientific, and technical activities grew 14.5%. Administrative and support services grew 17.2%. Education grew 0.1%. Human, health, and social work grew by 6.4%. arts, recreation, and entertainment grew by 17.8%. Other service activities grew by 26.6%. Activities of households as employers grew by 15.8%, and international business grew by 8.4%. When we say our economy has been expanding, it is because the data supports it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the OBA's article that they put out this week, they said that only one sector of the economy has expanded. I just named 14, which has showed economic expansion. Mr. Speaker, international business figures. IB represents 28% of the Bermuda economy, and in 2021 experienced the largest growth in 15 years. The largest growth in 15 years. A testament to Bermuda's current business environment. A business environment that has been nurtured through ongoing collaboration and consultation with industry. Mr. Speaker, I meet with many international companies in my role as Minister responsible for economy and labor, and many businesses have shared with me their growth and expansion strategies. So much so that they are having trouble with finding suitable office space for the level of their planned expansion. During 2022, 812 new international companies and partnerships were registered in Bermuda. IB now provides 4,642 jobs in our economy, reflecting a growth of 5.2% year over year. Last year, that was an increase of 230 jobs. IB's employment income for the first 3 quarters of 2022 grew by $94.3 million, or 8.9%. Mr. Speaker, you do not get that level of growth. You do not get that level of expansion. You don't get that confidence in the Bermuda economy without the businesses feeling that Bermuda is a secure, safe, first-class, well-regulated business jurisdiction. The Progressive Labor Party has maintained Bermuda's reputation. I cannot agree with the notion that our reputation has been tarnished. The facts speak for themselves. Mr. Speaker, real estate activity is the second largest contributor to GDP in Bermuda. The sector accounted for $1 billion in output, or 15.9% of total GDP in 2021. The sector continues to progress. Over the last 5 years, it has grown by 2.5% on average per annum. It has not declined or abated during that period of time. It is wrong for anybody to try to connect the increase in housing prices or the shortage in housing causing or leading to the growth in that particular sector. Mr. Speaker, this has not just been a blip as it pertains to the growth in our real estate sector. In 2017, the sector grew by 5%. In 2018, it grew by 2%. In 2019, it grew by 1%. In 2020, it grew by 1.5%. And in 2021, it grew by 3.2%. Continued and steady growth, representing confidence in the Bermudian economy. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, the $1 million in real value added, that's inflation adjusted, was the first time another sector outside of international business exceeded $1 billion in value added. Multiple legs of the economy are growing, Mr. Speaker, not just one. Mr. Speaker, our housing inventory has increased by roughly 800 units in the last decade. The most conservative estimate would say we have 4,000 to 5,000 less individuals. If we have less individuals and more housing, the housing inventory shortage is somewhat of an anomaly because the numbers simply don't add up. And they're not contributed to vacation rentals. Mr. Speaker, we have a greater issue within our economy. Landlords are choosing to remove their inventory from the housing stock. Landlords are choosing not, and I'm hearing this from individuals in the sector, are choosing not to rent their houses to Bermudians. And that is also contributing to the problem. Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has a commitment to housing. We have committed to providing $15 million over the next 3 years to build more affordable housing units. The government has delivered 48 affordable housing units over the last 5 years. We, on this side of the aisle, will collectively agree that that is simply not enough. We will also transition Morgan's Point to a residential community and add additional 101 units. We have published guidelines for approved residential schemes to expand the housing stock in EEZs. And we will also expand those eligibility requirements so that we can encourage more housing inventory in the city of Hamilton. This government has a desire that the city of Hamilton becomes a hub where people want to live, work, and play. Mr. Speaker, as I move to the next sector, which is tourism. Tourism is not a leading sector as it pertains to its contribution to GDP, but it's significant in terms of employment and indirect and induce economic activity. The sector continues to expand Air visitors increased by 80%. Cruise visitors increased by over 2,000%. Total air visitor spending increased. Cruise visitor spending increased. Yacht calls increased by 84%. Hotel gross receipts for the first 3 quarters of 2022 were up 91% year over year. Mr. Speaker, I stated that our economy continues to expand and the data supports it. Further, tourism sector has experienced greater visitor spend compared to 2021 for both air and cruise visitors. The uptick in overall tourism activity has resulted in a rebound in jobs in the accommodations and food sector. Those jobs increased by 6.3% when compared to 2021. Mr. Speaker, tourism presents an excellent growth opportunity for the Bermudian economy. And when the number of hotel developments which are currently offline get online, our resilient economy will not be just growing, it will be booming. Mr. Speaker, the data stated is not made up data, it is actual data, and it supports that our economy is indeed growing. Mr. Speaker, employment income has increased by 6.6% or 180.6 million for the first 3 quarters of 2022 compared with the same period of 2021. It means we have more workers taking home more money. And that is reflected in our payroll tax receipts as well. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that the world has been grappling with global inflation. And our inflation rate in Bermuda is relatively lower than the rest of the world. However, remains alarmingly high for our economy. And that is putting pressure on the purchasing power of households within our community, Mr. Speaker. But this government has implemented policies that have directly supported households and the most vulnerable in our community. We understand the need for intervention, and we work diligently toward implementing the policies that were required to ease some of the pressure facing our households. We had extended the supplemental unemployment benefit, Mr. Speaker. We ensured that funding was made available for adequate social protections. We provided over $47 million in grant funding for social protections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we provided $150 per child to support public school parents. In July 2022, Mr. Speaker, the government announced the relief package for working families that introduced the payroll tax rebate of 75, so that 75% of the workforce can benefit. Those making less than $60,000 annually receive $250, while those between $60,000 and $96,000 received $100. Mr. Speaker, we put a mortgage guarantee program in place so that home ownership can become more achievable for our young people. A scheme that is now being criticized by the opposition. How are we being criticized for providing access to the housing ladder for young Bermudians in this country? It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll continue with the support that we've provided for households. In February, the government promised in the 2022-2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, may I please have some protection?
Members, your member would like to be able to hear himself as he speaks. All members, then everybody else start in. Thank you. Continue on, Minister.
I will do so, Mr. Speaker. In the February 2022-2023 budget, the government promised to provide relief now and more relief to come. We reduced taxes for those making less than $96,000. We reduced private vehicle licensing fees by 10%. And we did not increase any government fees. In March, the government provided further relief, Mr. Speaker, by freezing fuel prices, saving Bermudian families $23 and taxis and minibus operators $35 at the pump each month. Each time. I stand corrected. We extended relief for fuel imports. We extended payroll tax relief to hotels, restaurants, and the retail sector. We implemented legislation that dropped duty rates on 21 essential items to lower the cost of staple food items. Mr. Speaker, on top of the relief that has already been provided, this budget provides for even more relief. Any employee making less than $132,000 will pay less payroll tax than the year before. Mr. Speaker, this is the fourth time that the Progressive Labour Party government has reduced payroll tax since 2017, increasing the purchasing power of workers. And just so one can understand the cumulative impact of those tax cuts, since 2017, a worker making $36,000 has seen their taxes reduced by $5,220. Since 2017, Mr. Speaker, a worker making $48,000 has seen their taxes reduced by $6,960. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, a worker making $60,000 has seen their taxes reduced by $5,310. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, a worker making $72,000 has seen their taxes reduced by $3,660. Mr. Speaker, I'm not done yet. Since 2017, a worker making $84,000 has seen their taxes reduced by $2,010. Mr. Speaker, This demonstrates a level of commitment to the people of Bermuda. They may call it electioneering, but we call it ensuring that we put people first. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we will be eliminating duty for school uniforms. The opposition has said that they support it. Interesting about that, Mr. Speaker, not the opposition support, but as it pertains to the party that I represent, the Progressive Labor Party. I was provided documents since 1963, and we were supposed to reduce duty on all school uniforms since then, as it was in our election platform then. It may have taken us some time to fully achieve that goal, but Mr. Speaker, that goal has been achieved. And some would say, we've lost our way. I would say, you get that old document, you see what was asked for then and what's being accomplished now, and we're on a good line in length, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I'm proud to be a member of the Progressive Labor Party. We haven't changed and wavered in our ways. We have been consistent in supporting the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to employment. Preliminary data from the 2022 employment survey indicates that the total number of jobs in Bermuda increased by 402 posts from 31,316 in 2021 to 31,718 in 2022. Mr. Speaker, that is significant and that is progress. We now have 402 more people working in this country than a year ago. It is something we all should be proud about. But job growth only takes place in an expanding economy. And so when I say, Mr. Speaker, our economy has expanded and the data supports it, the job numbers reflect that. Mr. Speaker, international business jobs grew by 5.2%, and they accounted for 230 jobs. Accommodation and food services expanded by 193 jobs, and that grew by 63% when compared to 2021. But it's not just IB and tourism, Mr. Speaker. For the year 2022, 13 out of our 19 industrial sectors experienced an increase in the number of jobs filled. Let me repeat that. Job growth wasn't just registered in international business and tourism. 13 of our 19 industrial sectors experienced job growth. Collectively, there were 641 new jobs. However, that was offset because there were contractions in some sectors. Mr. Speaker, how do we have an honest conversation with the community regarding what is actually taking place in Bermuda? When they have to listen to a budget reply that is so clouded in mistruths, when they have to read opinion pieces which disregard the facts. Why is this purposely being done, Mr. Speaker? Why is stating the facts in terms of what is actually happening in our economy not something that we all collectively should be proud of? Is it done to undermine the government and the work that the government is actually doing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, Bermudian employment increased from 22,003 jobs in 2021 to 22,104 jobs in 2022. 101 jobs. There are 101 more Bermudians working today than a year ago, Mr. Speaker. 101 more individuals that can provide food for their families, contribute to the economic activity in this country by working dignified jobs. 101 persons that will not be reliant on the social protections that we provide for individuals in need. We have a ways to go, Mr. Speaker, but we are certainly trending in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, as I look forward in terms of the outlook for 2023, the Ministry of Finance is estimating that Bermuda's economy will expand by between 2.5 and 3.5% in 2023. This will hinge on continued growth in IB, continued growth in the retail sector, continual recovery of our tourism sector. As the Minister of Economy and Labor, I've been tasked with the responsibility of facilitating and supporting economic growth, development, and the expansion of jobs. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a measured approach to determine the needed increase in our working population. I heard the opposition throw out 10,000. I'm not sure what methodology that was based upon, but our numbers were certainly based off a methodology that looked at the old age dependency ratio and pegged our average with the OECD average so that we can have sustainable aging in Bermuda. And we've determined that we need over 8,000 workers. I was going to say we need 8,400 workers, Mr. Speaker, but 400 workers. That number was achieved in the last period. So we're making progress in the right direction. But in order to have an increase in our working population, we need an increase in jobs. In order to have an increase in jobs, we need growth in business activity. That is clearly understood by this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Economy and Labor will provide an economic development strategy that provides a framework that will guide Bermuda to sustainable economic growth and development. Industry and community consultation have begun. So I saw one of the recommendations from the opposition was we will put together a group that will look at determining how we move forward. And MP Richardson has a term in terms of, and I'll allow him to elaborate on that when he speaks. But what he basically says is equates the opposition's actions to flattery. Because what they say we should do, we've already been doing. The strategy will focus on 5 key areas: local and international business retention and expansion, business attraction and investment promotion, entrepreneurship and small business development, execution of the economic recovery plan, and focus on people, workforce expansion and development. Mr. Speaker, we've already let out of the blocks. We're stating that we want to use immigration as a lever to unlock greater levels of economic activity in this country. We've already let out of the blocks with that. But it has to be done in a measured way. And so we're engaged in the necessary consultation. You know, Mr. Speaker, what I find extremely interesting is, I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to send the opposition a letter and ask directly for their feedback as to what are some of these suggestions they have. Mr. Speaker, I am still waiting on the response.
Members, don't drown out the speaker. I need to hear what he's saying, members. Keep coming.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The situation is so critical as it pertains to us working collectively together. I reached out so that they're not left out of the equation, as they feel as though they're an important stakeholder in this economy. So I recognize them because of the way they feel. But Mr. Speaker, you can come and you can provide shallow suggestions in a budget reply. But when we are trying to actively do the work to progress initiatives in this country, they do not want to participate. I don't want to read the recommendations via the Royal Gazette. That's not how the consultative process works. But we will utilize immigration for increased economic activity and a sustainable workforce. We will seek, where necessary and practical, and where possible, to remove barriers that prohibit our expat population from fully participating in the Bermuda economy. Mr. Speaker, there are clear economic development impacts from immigration. And we need to create an environment that allows expatriates to flourish in the workforce, invest in the economy, and create jobs through entrepreneurship and business investment. It is the sensible thing for us to do. And we are committed to doing that as a government. We understand how their participation can boost jobs, boost the workforce, expand our tax base, better connect Bermuda with the global economy, and support infrastructure development. We will continue to support targeted business development opportunities in key industries aligned with Bermuda's value proposition. We are leaders in risk, Mr. Speaker, and we seek to maintain our reputation as the world risk capital. a reputation we've had for many years. And if I use MP Scott Perriman's mathematics, the Progressive Labour Party has been in power 24 of the last 25 years, which has seen that reputation remain intact. We will also pursue the expansion of high net worth services, trust, private client, and family offices, expand in areas such as asset management, expand in areas such as financial technology, persons like to pick one, the government's fintech initiatives. But as I travel, I am extremely proud of the work that the government has done in this particular space, Mr. Speaker. Our Digital Asset Business Act, which we passed in this Parliament, under your stewardship, Mr. Speaker, is one of the most highly regarded pieces of regulation worldwide. Other jurisdictions are now copying Bermuda's regulation. No, we don't have a high volume of companies here, because not everybody respects a well-regulated business environment. Our environment allows us to protect consumers. We also will not want to jeopardize Bermuda's reputation. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure we have in place as it pertains to the tiered system, which allows companies to test and get a test license, then a modified license, then a full license. It is what is actually attracting the interest of many companies worldwide. But we do take things for granted, Mr. Speaker, because when I travel, I assume that everybody knows Bermuda's value proposition, and that is not the case. And so we have to do a better job at marketing our value proposition and what Bermuda has to offer. And we will continue to be out on the road doing exactly that. As it pertains to my ministry's priorities over the next fiscal period, Mr. Speaker, we will create a Department of Labor to enhance the services available to employees and employers, promoting employee protections and fair workplace practices. We will continue to promote labor standards and the fundamental rights at work. We will continue to ensure we have a sound labor relations framework. We'll ensure that we have monitoring, compliance, and enforcement of our labor laws. And we will continue to advance labor policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work that we were able to achieve in the Labor Advisory Council with the independent contractor guidelines, which helps employees from engaging in precarious employment relationships. I'm proud of the working in Bermuda Guide that we were able to publish recently, Mr. Speaker, which breaks down the Employment Act into a easily read, digestible format, so persons are aware of their rights. Mr. Speaker, in this parliamentary term, I will bring a minimum wage order which would establish Bermuda's first national minimum wage at $16.40. Something that many workers are looking forward to. Mr. Speaker, we are both progressive and labor focused. That's what sets us apart from the others. Our commitment to the workers of this country, our commitment to the working class individuals of Bermuda, our commitment to ensuring there's high labor standards, our commitment to improving worker rights. Year over year, we demonstrate that we have a human-centered approach. Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to funding priorities, the Department of Statistics will launch the labor force survey. We have funding for the labor force survey. We also have funding for the much-needed household income and expenditure survey. That is to ensure that the government is utilizing timely and relevant data to inform our policy decisions so we can have accurate unemployment rates, and we can best adjust policy. And the household income and expenditure survey is used to rebase our major economic indicators, such as our consumer price index, our retail sales index, and our GDP publication, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to funding priorities, we will fund financial assistance reform, ensuring that we have the adequate social protections in place so persons are not slipping into poverty positions in our country, Mr. Speaker. This is something I'm extremely proud about. The way in which we've extended support to families in need. So we will change the rules so that families can hold gifts up to $2,500, so that the eligibility requirements increase and they can hold investments up to $5,000, so that child support and income payments are not factored in, a dollar in, a dollar out, so that work actually makes sense for recipients of financial assistance. So it's a dollar in and 50 cents out. Mr. Speaker, we have secured funding to expand child daycare allowance. We will expand the eligibility requirements as well as the amount of money provided for families. At this current time, families receive a maximum of $800. However, the average cost of childcare has been assessed by the Department of Financial Assistance is that it's roughly around, on average, $1,100 a month. So we will provide additional support. This is important because we want children to have the best start in life. Child daycare is a critical part of their social development, is a critical part of their knowledge enhancement journey. It's a bigger picture than just giving people handouts. It's about empowering families. See, the opposition in the reply said it's easy to just give out money. We are giving out money in a deliberate way for a specific reason. Putting people first, empowering families. We will also introduce a short-term benefit. Mr. Speaker, I am one that always has pushed for unemployment insurance. It will take some time to get that framework up in place. but it was a thought process. Can we use the current system that we have in place to provide short-term relief to individuals who might find themselves in the gap of employment for the short term? And the answer to that was yes. And so we will progress with a short-term benefit to support families in this country. We will also be revising the table of allowable expenses to ensure that the payouts and the grants that are being provided to cover the necessity expenses of households are met. And so the Department of Financial Assistance funding allocation has been increased. And I'm sure if that money is fully consumed, I would have no problem with entering this house and requesting a supplementary so that I can support the families of this country, because that is a high priority. We have additional funding in the Department of Workforce Development to support our jobs program, our youth employment strategy, our national reemployment strategy. As indicated, I will be making changes to the National Training Board Act so that the new National Certification and Apprenticeship Board is focused on skills, trades, certification, and apprenticeships. I was pleased to attend the ceremony this week, Mr. Speaker, where I was able to award 6 Bermuda welders with their certificates of national certification. They now possess a card that says, I am nationally certified as a welder. And we will continue to ensure that we expand the certification program. And I thank the staff at the Department of Workforce Development. I also thank the staff at the Department of Statistics. I also thank the staff at the Department of Immigration. I thank the staff of the EDD. I thank the staff at the Department of Statistics. I thank the Labor Relations section. I thank the staff at the ministry, because this ministry has been working extremely hard to support the people of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, the opposition said that they will put out a 3-year glide path to a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, there's a glide path already in place that's being adhered to. This government has demonstrated that we've been fiscally prudent. This government has demonstrated that we've had effective management of the public purse. We are on track to achieving a balanced budget.
Yes.
1111, Mr. Speaker. That's the $1,111 million that we were able to collect in revenue, which allowed us to reduce taxes for the working class people of this country, Mr. Speaker.
Not supported by them. They want to raise the AP.
Mr. Speaker, you don't get 1111 by a contracting economy. How do you raise 1111 if our economy is contracting? We achieved it while we cut taxes. Mr. Speaker, they may not want to accept it, but the evidence and everything else would indicate that this government has been fiscally prudent, and we've had an effective management of the public purse, and we are on a glide path to achieving a balanced budget. This is not electioneering. It's just a government that is laser focused on executing on behalf of the people of Bermuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other honorable member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any member? Then all race for it. Oh, MP Jackson,
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
good afternoon to you. You have your 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to not sit and fight against numbers, but to bring the voice of the people to the House of Assembly. I have received a number of calls, people stopping me on the street, and so I feel compelled to deliver the message that people in Bermuda, hardworking people who have supported the PLP for lifetimes, for generations, that are feeling that they have been failed by the PLP government. They're concerned and they'd like to have a voice in the House of Assembly. And so I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to be that voice. Mr. Speaker, a healthy, functioning government is supposed to reflect the will of the people. The PLP government has promised, has given assurance of hope, and people have bought into that. Mr. Speaker, as I listen to the speakers that have taken their seat previous to me sing a beautiful song, and it sounds absolutely wonderful. But the reality and what people are living on a day-to-day basis, Mr. Speaker, is very different from what I'm hearing in this House of Assembly. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, my priority today are the seniors. There's been very little spoken about it, yet the minister who just took his seat has actually created a national plan around it. Like he's actually collected the statistics. He's made the statement to say, this is a concerning situation for our population in Bermuda. We're aging, and there are a lot more of us to come. And Mr. Speaker, there needs to be something done to prepare our community to support this growing sector within our community. Mr. Speaker, seniors are living in damp, dark, cold, small, dilapidated dwellings. They're silent and they need a voice. They're not well. They're coughing continuously because of the dampness, because of the asthma that they've contracted from being in the conditions of which they live with very little ventilation in many situations. They don't have the ability to get the health care they need. It gets worse and it gets worse. And you know what? Genetically, Mr. Speaker, this is not reason for them to pass on any sooner. But they suffer with the longevity of the beautiful Bermuda genetic makeup that we have, but they suffer for years. And we've got to do something about it. We've got to pay attention. And although the PLP are very quick to say that the OBA doesn't have any answers, and I'm not here to give those answers, but Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that it's time to act. We can talk and talk and talk, but at some point we've really got to start to put some action behind our words. And Mr. Speaker, sticking with the senior population for a moment, we have an opportunity here with all of the conversations and promises that are put out there around affordable housing and the rest, is to build a sector that supports our seniors. And I know that there's a very comprehensive and strong aging at home strategy. There's seniors health strategies, all kinds of strategies out there, but it's time to hit the switch and get some of that aggressively started in our community. And I don't believe that it requires a lot of money. This isn't about the money. This is about the action, that we need to take a hard look at where our seniors are aging and how we can make that a more comfortable, affordable, and quality of life for our elderly as they go through their retirement years. We need to be able to come up with and provide support and structure and allow some of our seniors and those that are interested in getting into the caring sector so that they can become caregivers and provide the support that is needed. We have working class, single members of the family, mostly women, who are caring for their elderly parents, having to hold down a full-time job or two, have children who are in school, and it's too much for them. It's a lot, and it's breaking down our female, in particular, middle class, working person who is unable to manage all of that stress on their own. And Mr. Speaker, we've got to provide that support for them. Because the other side of what's happening, and the PLP may sit over there and breathe a sigh of relief, I'm not sure, but we're finding that even our seniors are having to leave the island. They're leaving the island to go to places like the United Kingdom, where they can get the health care under a national health system. They're going there because they can at least live in accommodation that provides for better quality of living than what they're receiving here in Bermuda. And so with these alarming rates of elderly that are not well, that are living in Bermuda in substandard quality of living, and also those that are leaving the island, we must do something to recognize and support that they are here, they have worked for generations, and they deserve to have the attention that we should provide. Mr. Speaker, the middle class is decreasing quickly. And they're the backbone. They're the people that are working every day, that are paying the taxes, that are carrying the financial burden of this country. And they're finding themselves in greater financial stress. The middle class has to deal with paying for the customs duties, the land tax, the bank loans, the interest rates, all of the costs that are out there. And let's not even get into the price of food and home goods. And they can't take it much longer. And they don't understand why the government is not seeing that with whatever dollars that they may give back in payroll incentives or savings from not having to pay payroll tax, all of the costs of everything to live in Bermuda has risen so far above that it's not making a realistic impression on the daily lives of the middle class. And of course, Mr. Speaker, when we look at things like the added costs of goods based on the sugar tax, people have forgotten about it. They've gotten used to paying $8 for a bag of candy or whatever it is. And they know that they can't keep it up, that it's not sustainable. But yet there's some expectation within family life and raising children and having a social life that they have to put up with and find the money to be able to afford these goods. And they can't take it too much longer, Mr. Speaker. The PLP government has given the sort of two-line relief of school uniform custom duty relief. And that's a lovely thing. I have to wonder sometimes who's selling the uniforms, because clearly some of that customs relief will be added to the price of the goods, but we're not going to go there right now. But Mr. Speaker, what I would like to raise is the observation of this. And if the government, I don't know how the government or the ministry or the Minister of Education might be able to look at this, but I take the bus on a regular basis. And oftentimes I'm taking the bus in the morning with the school children. And one of my observations is that the children who are going to school have an entire wardrobe of branded clothing that they're wearing on a daily basis to school. They've got branded sweaters. They've got tracksuits. They've got the blazers. They've got the traditional shorts or skirts and the tops now, instead of the sort of standard white, they're now branded golf shirts. And as I observe this, I'm realizing, Mr. Speaker, that it's not like there's this standard tie, shirt, and gray shorts or skirt that I grew up with that your family could use. It didn't matter. The gray skirt kind of translated across schools. It translated year to year. Now there's so much individualized branding on school uniforms that parents, I would imagine, are quite pressured to, one, obtain and spend and invest in all of that. But then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, look, so not only is my child going to change in their size of clothing every year, which means that I'm going to probably have to replace clothing simply because the child has outgrown them. But then we've got to look at the fact that many families have maybe 2 or 3 children, and they may be at different levels. So one might be in primary school, 2 might be in high school, and forbid if one is going to one high school and the other is going to another high school. That's thousands and thousands of dollars that families are having to invest in school uniforms every year. So I'm saying all that to say that as small an item as it was buried in the budget statement is a huge expense for our families. And to say that, oh, we're going to give a customs duty and yeah, all right, that sounds wonderful, some relief. But then we're not considering what actually is being paid in order to get those goods. And it's just astronomical, Mr. Speaker. And we've got to think about a way in which we might not only be able to give the maybe slight price decrease, but how did we get to the point where a family has to buy 12 and 16 items, different branded items, to fill a uniform kit every year? And now you clearly on the other side, and any noise that I'm hearing, are either people who just write the check and don't even think twice about it, or they don't have children. But I can stand here as a single mother who's had to dress their children, and this is getting astronomically expensive for the families who are trying to raise their children and keep up with the standards that the school is demanding when it comes to uniforms. And they may think on the other side of the floor that this is some simple task, but we're talking about a major, major investment, which don't get me started on the $150 relief that was given last year. Thank you very much. $150 will take anything we can get, but it is a drop in the bucket compared to what families have to pay in order to dress their children to go to school every year, Mr. Speaker. And of course, being able to pay for all of this and looking at the fact that we have wages that on one side seem pretty good. If we're making under 48,000, payroll tax, there's some relief there and all is well. But for the member of the family who is making a little bit more than the 48,000, maybe is even in a supervisory position, has to pay ever so slightly more in payroll taxes. And so in the final analysis, they're not bringing home a whole lot more than the person who's getting the payroll tax relief at 48,000. And Mr. Speaker, when I read that and I internalized it, it gave me a feeling that at some point, people might start to say, you know what, it's going to be easier for me to have 2 or 3 jobs at $48,000 than it's going to be for me to use my college certificate or my certification to have a job that is going to pay me $125,000.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
I think the members, I would say, unintentionally misleading everyone in terms of her explanation or intimation of payroll tax is incorrect. In terms of the budget book clearly shows that anyone that earns less than $132,000 will actually save. And so the idea of somebody having two jobs at 48 plus 48, it's entirely incorrect.
Member, be mindful of that as you continue.
Yes, I'll heed to the accountant in that. But it doesn't change the perception, and it doesn't change the fact that people are finding that no matter how much they have, it's not enough anymore. And it's not enough because the costs of everything are just so much higher than any relief that we're getting, that it just feels as though people and their families are pedaling backwards, and they feel it. And they're let down because they think when they hear all the messages, they feel like things are going to be better until they have to open up their pocketbook and they see that they cannot afford it any more today than they could yesterday. And one of the pieces that I'm going to interject at this point, Mr. Speaker, is that the rosy picture that gets painted that all is well and all is going to be just absolutely wonderful because we've seen such growth. And it just hit me today, and I want to say this publicly, that the statistics of the growth that we're hearing are based on COVID, when the economy globally closed down, shut. So when we're basing our figures on 2021 growth, we're basing it on we came to zero. And so if I'm hearing statistics that are based on growth from 2019, 2017, then yes, maybe I can see that there is some potential there. But I'm just saying that it doesn't feel convincing that we're talking
Point of order,
about
Mr.
growth
Speaker.
based on 2021.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the international business sector, which is our largest economy, did not abate during the pandemic. Abate means contract or get reduced. And as a result, the growth is actually real growth. And it does not mean that it's a reset growth from a lower period of time.
Thank you. Member.
May I ask a point of clarification? Did the minister just say the international business growth?
He said the international business sector did not rebate. That was the word he used. Abate, meaning it did not shrink during that period. So the growth that is indicating now has grown from where it has been without it decreasing at any time during that.
I'm going to have to say something. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go right here.
I'm talking about everybody who is on the ground level here.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know how we're going to translate that growth from international business to the grocery store and the school uniform and what's happening down here, over here on the street. Because I thought that the PLP was about what's happening with us right down here on the street. And if we're talking about growth in international business, I have to just ask the question, Mr. Speaker, who are we in bed with? Because if we're going to be hanging out with international business, then I think the PLP government may be losing touch, and it's starting to sound a whole lot like an old song that we used to sing around the United Bermuda Way. So I can see why it's really nice to talk about how international business has grown, but since when was the PLP friendly with international business? We'll move on.
Okay.
We'll move
Point to order,
on.
Mr. Speaker. Point to order, Mr. Speaker.
No,
No. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I think the speaker, Mr. Speaker, is, I want to say, misinformed or unintentionally misleading the House or misleading the everybody.
Make your
Because
point. Make your
clearly-
point. Make your point.
The point is that The local economy consists of international business and local businesses, and the PLP government at this stage are responsible for the entire economy. And so to try to say that we should not be dealing with the international business absolutely makes no sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It makes you taking a different approach, but go ahead and make your point, Madam MP.
My point, Mr. Speaker, is that it sounds to me like the Progressive Labor Party is touting a lot of their credit based on the growth of international business versus the growth or the welfare of the people of Bermuda. And I'm going to leave it right there, Mr. Speaker, because you know what? We've got local small business, not international, but local small business. And do you know the message that they're sending, at least they're sending directly to me, is that they feel as though they have become the government's tax collectors. They're the ones that have to sort out the customs duty. They're the ones that have to report and give all of the taxes back. And it's hurting their hearts that they have to chop up and mark up the price of their goods in order to pay the government's taxes. And they're getting tired of that.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
This honorable member certainly misleading this house and the people of this country to indicate that the small businesses are the only ones paying taxes in this country is a no-no. It's a nonsense. Yes, she did.
Continue. Just clarify your point so everybody follows what you said.
Yes, I will go back to the first time I said it. The people in Bermuda are carrying the burden of the taxes in Bermuda. International business is paying a whole lot less in percentage than what the man on the street is having to pay. And maybe that's the way it should be. I mean, I don't know. International business, they're here, they pay a price tag to be here, clap their hands, la la, head to the beach, off they go. But the people here in Bermuda are the ones who are responsible for paying taxes in order to support what our public services should be providing to the people of Bermuda. That seems fair to me, but it's an undue burden that is being placed on the people in Bermuda.
Point of order, Mr.
And we
Speaker.
cannot afford it.
Point of order.
You don't want to let that go.
Point of order. Make your
Point of
point.
order, Mr. Speaker. The member is misleading the House. That's the fact. Business taxes for the majority of small business in this country have been reduced in this year's budget. Annual payroll tax for businesses who have payroll less than $200,000 has decreased by 43%. Between 200,000 and 350,000, reduced by 29%. Between 350,000 and 500,000, reduced by 19%.
You don't read that.
Between 500,000 and 1 million, reduced by 17%. Annual payroll tax less than $1 million is increased by 2%. Mr. Speaker, small businesses are paying less taxes underneath this particular budget.
Bang.
Member, just be mindful of the
Mr.
statistics you
Speaker.
just pointed out.
Yes. So, yes, I'll leave it alone, but they also have the shipping duties. They also have the foreign currency, the FCPT taxes. They have plenty of other customs duties that the whole enchilada that they have to pay in addition to the taxes that the member just mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, keeping in mind all of that, people are just not earning enough to survive here in Bermuda. And some people are feeling completely left out. And I'm going to bring up one example because the minister who's just taken his seat had mentioned the minimum wage. And I would like confirmation that everybody who gets an hourly rate should be included in that minimum wage. And I'm about to raise what I believe is a slightly sensitive topic, but we have a taxi industry in Bermuda, and I'm sure that we will be debating in future sessions of the House the taxi industry and public service vehicles. But for today, under this budget statement, I would like to raise the point that our taxi drivers, and this is what they're calculating, are earning about $8.60 an hour. And all they're asking for is a minimum wage.
Seriously?
So I'm putting it out there. I want it on the Hansard. I'd also like to know, I want all the taxi drivers to hear all the chipper it's coming on the other side of the PLP government. Because those people who drive taxi have to put up with a lot. And they're not necessarily appreciated when it comes to the regulation around rates and fares. And I want to put it out there that if we're going to talk about minimum wage, that everybody should be considered, including the taxi industry.
And that's gonna be the
Yeah, then you turn on the meter, it's $5.50 or something like that, right?
That's like 5 hours a day. That make it like $100 an hour.
Speak to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen much stimulation. We haven't seen much action. Bermudians are leaving the island in droves. Droves. Mr. Speaker, they can't afford the health insurance. They can't afford the land taxes,
Did you read your everything?
and they can't bear the cost of everything else that has risen beyond their ability to pay. And we're talking about people who have been here, who have worked hard, who are driving buses, who are teaching our children, who are providing a valuable service and contribution to this country, and they cannot afford it anymore. And it's hurting their hearts, Mr. Speaker. I hear them. I listen to them. And they can't go. I said goodbye last night to someone who can't do it, has up and left, has to double bunk with their grandchildren in order to leave the island, but they cannot afford to stay here another day. And Mr. Speaker, until the PLP government is able to get something going, to get this government and this country back up and running with some substantial projects, brick and mortar, that's convincing, that's realistic, that is an integrated part of the lives of people in Bermuda, we're going to continue to suffer, and it's going to be bad, Mr. Speaker. And one of the big conversation pieces out there is Morgan's Point. And you know, the first thing that people say that comes out of their mouths, to the point where I had to go back into that budget statement and look at it one more time, that the PLP government, and clarify me if I'm wrong, has written on the paper that they would give a $130 million guarantee for the picture of what looks like Camana Bay to me,
You shouldn't bring that up at all.
that there's no way a Bermudian is going to be able to readily afford any part of that, and that they're going to do the exact same thing that they have touted and criticized.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier has already, in his as capacity as Minister of Finance, talked about the rates. And so the comment in terms of nobody being to afford to live at Morgan's Point is actually totally inaccurate.
The member's making her presentation of viewpoint. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to base it. And again, I'm not in construction industry, but I'm just saw on the front page of the newspaper just a few weeks ago, the fact that it is going to be exorbitant to find some of the supplies to build in Bermuda over the coming months and years. And yes, I understand that the Minister of Public Works is trying really hard to find some alternates to be able to provide an affordable solution for building materials. But Mr. Speaker, we all know that by the time any building that is going to be constructed in Bermuda, waterside and all, is not going to be an affordable situation for a lot of people in Bermuda who need the housing desperately. And the question then begs itself, and again, this is not coming from me, I'm channeling this from people who support the PLP government. Why isn't the Progressive Labor Party giving some giving some effort and giving some thought to how we can build up some existing communities within our island already. So places like Somerset, Flats, St. George's. Why aren't we putting any of the effort into establishing and building?
Point of order,
up-
Mr. Speaker.
No,
It's only got 13 minutes left. in
Bermuda
the
Housing
debate.
Corporation is building 77 units all around the island.
Thank you. The member's got,
thank you. And I'm also aware of 300 people waiting for housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
thank you, honorable member. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other member wish to make a contribution? MP Richardson? Anthony Richardson, you have the floor. You have your 30 minutes. Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stand as a proud person that grew up in St. George's. When the budget was actually proposed or stated, it caused me to go back in my mind and think about the fact that in St. George's, right, we have all these people that are not characters, but they are actually icons in the whole community. Some of those who would know, those who are from St. George's, right, would know that there is a people name, and it's interesting because you know my nicknames, not the actual names, right? So there was a people named Chop Chop, Tiller, for example, Dick Detroit, the great Alabama. Everybody knows him. There was, I won't go too far, but there was Ring Eye, just to name a few. I could also add some younger ones, Squalor, Apples, Chick. But, Mr. Speaker, my reference for today is a gentleman referred to as They Say. They Say. Sometimes he went by the name of Mr. Albari Asalam. His actual name, though, was Mr. Francis, the father of former MP. Yes, Albari. Miss Patrice Miners. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go through what I call They Say. So they say, Mr. Speaker, that a balanced budget should be easy to do. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? They are right. A balanced budget can be done quite easily, and in their parlance, fire half of the public service. It can happen very quickly, Mr. Speaker. The challenge, though, and I will draw some comparisons later on between the public service and the private sector in terms of, in the public sector, guess what? If you reduce the public service by half, what happens next? A significant portion will end up on financial assistance. And so from the government perspective, you don't actually get rid of them. You have to still deal with them on what I call the backhand. In the private sector, guess what? You can decide to reduce headcount very easily, because once that's done, they are no longer your responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, they say. I'll also refer briefly to what Minister Hayward talked about earlier, because, as I said in a different time, imitation is, in fact, the sincerest form of flattery. And some of the comments that have been made in the budget response actually reflect what the PLP has already done. One other diversion, Mr. Speaker, and I do beg your indulgence, is that on page 1 of the budget reply, toward the bottom, if I may, it says, how can the country raise $50 million to close a current account deficit? And I will say, Mr. Speaker, that for some reason, I don't know what it is, and the leader is not here to comment, I suppose, is that they continuously refer to a current account deficit. And from the work that I've done, and obviously it all is available publicly, is that that is actually not correct in terms of looking historically for the government budgets, if you will. The idea of a budget, a current account deficit, is actually not correct. And you can go back and look at 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and coming all the way through. And so I don't know what happens in terms of correcting the public record in these instances, Mr. Speaker. And I will tread lightly in this one because you, Mr. Speaker, spoke about it earlier. And just my real question is, what happens when you edit a document in terms of if there are inaccuracies, which are now going to form part of the Hansard and be part of the national record, what do we do? Because as you said on page 3, the leader said that what was written is not what was intended. And so I don't know how that gets corrected.
Right.
And also, Mr. Speaker, what I'll say with your indulgence again is that on page 33 of the budget reply, let me try to find it, please. The comment is that 33. The comment talks about the premier and his associates are living the high life while most Bermudians are living from day to day. And I don't know what's intended by that, but if it's in the context of us as PLP members, that refers to me. And somehow, Mr. Speaker, this needs to be corrected because I do not believe that I am living the high life in any way, shape, or form. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how those things can be corrected.
So you have the opportunity while you're on the floor to express your view.
Mr. Speaker.
That was an expression that he used to interpret his viewpoint.
Mr. Speaker.
Now present your viewpoint.
Mr.
That's how you
Speaker,
correct it, member.
one of my colleagues always says that we are entitled to our opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts. The fact must be the fact, and this document, in some respects, is factually incorrect. It's not my opinion, it's factually incorrect. And so I don't know how that would be
Well,
addressed.
you can speak from a personal perspective as to whether you sit in that category or not. He gave his opinion.
Mr. Speaker,
The other part that I had,
I'll move, Mr. Speaker.
just
Thank
one minute, because you did draw me into this. You drew me into this in the fact that I did have a correction done to the earlier statement. The earlier statement I had corrected because I thought it would cross the line of more than just an opinion. And I thought it needed to be cleaned up. So when I said he corrected it with what he intended to say, I meant what he actually done was he presented it in a more palatable manner. If that's a better word for you to appreciate.
I'm not point of order. Why don't tell me what
You know, when the speaker's talking, everybody stays in their seat, right? Okay. So I was clarifying that point for you. The second part, you had the ability to clean that up while you're on your feet and speak to the fact that you aren't in that high rural, high life. I'm using my word for the moment. So you can clean that up.
I'll continue on. They say, and they said, the speaker before me said that in a strange way that the PLP supporters have been speaking to an OBA MP. I'm not quite sure what that context was, but Mr. Speaker, I will say this. In terms of, and this is obviously to the general public now, in terms of what has the PLP done in the context of this budget, is that we keep repeating this now, right? But everybody who earns less than $132,000 will pay less payroll tax. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of what does that mean, it came home to me very clearly the other day. It means that almost every single educator in Bermuda will benefit. Police officers will benefit. Firemen will benefit. Customs officers will benefit. Corrections officers will benefit. Those persons work for the government under the various BIU contracts, they will benefit. The majority, Mr. Speaker, of those persons who are even under BPSU contracts will benefit. And so to say that the PLP is not in contact or in touch with the general public actually makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister Hayward spoke also earlier in terms of the fuel savings, Mr. Speaker. Unless you never buy fuel, you will save. And so that's a direct impact that recognizes the current situation for actually every Bermudian. And it doesn't matter, for example, Mr. Speaker, whether you earn $1 million or $500, for example, if you fuel your vehicle. And so certainly everybody will benefit. And the estimates do vary, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what the impact is. But if you drive a quote unquote average car, every time you fill up, whether it be 1 week or every other week, you're going to save an estimated $20. And so that does add up. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'll say this, because sometimes what they say is that it's minimal. It doesn't matter. But Mr. Speaker, who amongst us would walk down the road and see $5 on the ground and pass it by? None of us. We will pick it up and put it in our pocket and keep moving. Mr. Speaker, every penny counts. And if you see $5 once and then $5 the second time, it adds up. And so these benefits to the average person in Bermuda will add up, irrespective of what the former speaker said. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the other effort that the government has made is to introduce zero customs duty on many primary items. The next step, which we're starting to observe, is for the grocers and the other importers of either food and beverage, and I'll smile when I say that, will also start, they should start to show us how those items are being reduced. Because the goal from the Cost of Living Commission was to ensure that those persons demonstrate that the savings that arose from the customs duty reductions will accrue to the average consumer. Mr. Speaker, the former speaker, the person that spoke before me, sorry, I'm trying to be polite, but they try to minimize the impact of reductions in cost for school uniforms. Mr. Speaker, my children are now beyond that age, and so I don't have to worry about school uniforms. But again, Mr. Speaker, any reduction in any impact that everyone has to incur makes sense. It does add up. And so if my uniform costs $100 and it's reduced to $90, that's a $10 savings that I can otherwise use. And so I want us to make sure, us in this chamber, but also the general public, that we understand that all of these things, Mr. Speaker, do have an impact. It's the cumulative impact that we all need to experience. And I'll say this also, Mr. Speaker, from a point of view of canvassing. One of my, I want to say, an ardent supporter, he always asks that question, Anthony, what does this all mean to me? And that's why I'm trying to explain some of these things, Mr. Speaker, because there are many advantages that's been put through on the current budget, and it does impact every single person, even all of us in this room, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say that the public service in many respects is, I want to say, less than able, less than capable, or otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say on behalf of all public servants that there is a level of experience that is valued in the public sector. Just as if I work in private sector for 10 or 20 years, I do learn, and there's a level of experience that you get. The same thing does apply to the public service. And I say that because it is a different environment in terms of even how you manage people, even how you have the PS and whatever directing what you do. It's a whole different environment. And in many cases, for good or for bad, even working in a unionized environment is very, very different that many persons in the private sector do not have to worry about. And so I'm emphasizing the point today that we have to stop this thing whereby we act as if those persons in the public sector are less than competent. And we speak to this idea, the intention for the Premier in his capacity as Minister of Finance to do a review to ensure that those persons that work in the public sector are able to earn an appropriate salary. So, Mr. Speaker, I will say again from my own experience that under many circumstances, as a professional, when you first start working in the public sector, you probably earn more than you earn in the private sector. After about 5 years or so, you actually earn probably the same as the private sector. But certainly, if you are a professional and you go beyond 5 years, your compensation is a lot less in the public sector than it is in the private sector. And that has to be understood and appreciated. And we have to stop this thing whereby we continuously have this narrative, I want to say, whereby we act as if the public service are not competent in what they do. And they work very, very hard. Mr. Speaker, one of the interesting observances in terms of this whole private sector versus public sector, and sometimes the narrative is that we don't know, we in the PLP don't know what we're talking about. But Mr. Speaker, I frequently have the opportunity to speak to persons that are very, very senior in international business. And one of the interesting but consistent comments is reflected in what the Minister Hayward said earlier. They are right now so busy and making so much money that they're finding it difficult to keep up. And I was in the East recently, and it was interesting to see the amount of travel via private jet in this instance. The comment, though, well, no, it's in Georgia, so it wasn't. There's no financial interest, that's for sure. No, it's not. And this, listen to what I'm telling you. My point is, Mr. Speaker, is to see the lines of taxis, minibuses, and limousines that were involved in that process. And from that, of course, Mr. Speaker, what translates is they are all earning as a consequence of the businesses being busy. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, the PLP are creating the environment whereby the businesses themselves are able to flourish. And so this narrative whereby the PLP is anti-business is, and I hope this is parliamentary language, Mr. Speaker, absolute nonsense. And so, Mr. Speaker, will I declare my interest, because obviously I am not obvious, but I am at the airport, is we sometimes do forget this reality. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that some persons come to Bermuda for business reasons. They will have their family with them during the business process. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say, flabbergasted that one person said to me, I've been here for a business purpose. I like what I see. I am now going to follow what Minister Hayward talks about, the economic investment certificate. I'm going to purchase a house to allow me to come back. That would have been another, at minimum, 2.5 million. And so, Mr. Speaker, they say that we don't know. But the reality is the PLP know what they're doing in terms of managing the economy. Mr. Speaker, they say that the debt is out of control. Mr. Speaker, it is factually incorrect. And the reason why it is incorrect is because the debt itself was actually doubled by the OBA. Now, there can be all this conversation in terms of what happened and why and all the rest of it, Mr. Speaker. But again, Mr. Speaker, we can have our own opinions, but we must have accurate facts.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The debt was not doubled by the OBA when it was 1.5 billion. It's in the budget book. If anyone wants to look at it, I think it's page C29. Feel free. That's the facts. It was not 1.5 billion by the time the OBA came into government.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The honourable member is misleading. The honourable member, Scarpim, is misleading the House. When the OBA came in, it was 1.4 billion. When the OBA left, it was 2.515 billion.
Mr. Speaker, I do continue.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to put this to rest. It's C29 of the budget book. And the gross debt outstanding when the OBA came into office was 1.574 billion. End of story. It's your budget book.
Member, the other piece that's missing in that, there's a beginning date and an end date. And you only gave the beginning date. That's what people were asking, the beginning of the month and the end month. And they're only asking that for both months. That's all.
Yeah,
But-
Mr.
but
Speaker,
I'll go back-
Mr. Speaker, 1.5 and 1.5
Richardson?
is 3 when I went to school.
Mr. Richardson, continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we are able to get our time back, and so I will continue, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of the sinking fund also, what is interesting, and this is for the general public to understand, Mr. Speaker, in that the
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is misleading the House.
let's let it move on. I'm sure.
Any
we're gonna-
MP who
I'm-
says we doubled the debt is lying.
I'm sure, Mr. Perriman.
Oh, that needs to be missed on.
Mr. Perriman, Mr. Perriman, Mr. Perriman, Mr. Perriman, Mr. Perriman. I would suggest you watch the turn of your language here. We're still early in this day, and I'm sure when you get on your feet this afternoon or this evening, you are clever enough. You are clever enough to be able to present the argument that you want to present in a full presentation. So don't get yourself sidetracked in an offset exchange back and forth that may limit your ability to be able to present your presentation later on this evening. Thank you. Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Speaker, I guess it's politely, but if I chose to say that members are lying, I would imagine that's unparliamentary language and it should be withdrawn. And I would ask that you consider that, Mr. Speaker.
I did advise the member to not allow himself get hot-headed here. The point is, yes, that it is unparliamentary, and I would ask you to withdraw it. In my comments, yes, just now I overlooked that. I was trying to turn you down and calm you down. But part of it is to withdraw it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any MP who suggests that the OBA doubled the debt is clearly speaking nonsense and contrary to what is printed on page C29 of the budget book. I will withdraw the word liars.
Thank you. And whatever debate you want to create around your view, you can do it when you get on your feet. Allow others to create their debate while they have the floor. Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member who spoke before me is now returns. That's a good thing. Mr. Speaker, the other big point is that the government, as the minister said also, is in fact going to introduce or make it effective in June, the minimum wage. And Mr. Speaker, that is actually a major positive for many workers. You may be aware, Mr. Speaker, that there is an employer who doesn't need to be named at this stage, who actually pays the workers at $12.50 at this stage and will move to this higher rate. And what it means is that those workers will actually receive a 33% increase. And so that is significant. And I will also note, Mr. Speaker, as they say in his own words, that the opposition were not supportive of it when we had to debate in those chambers. So I'll carry on, Mr. Speaker.
Go right on.
I spoke about the debt, Mr. Speaker. They say, again, that the debt is never repaid or never reduced. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget spoke about the fact that this year there is a $50 million note that's due that will be repaid, which will represent a reduction in the actual debt of $50 million, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm on that, Mr. Speaker, again, for the knowledge of those, well, those in the chamber would be aware, but those in the public, the reality is that the short-term interest rates, as they change, do not have an impact on government debt. And the reason is that the government debt are actual bonds. And so once they're issued, the rates are set. And so it's only going to be if and when we have to go back to the markets, if the rates are changed, that there will be an impact on the government interest amounts. Mr. Speaker, also, there has been some narrative in terms of how we are going to finance the debt and all the rest of those things. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Finance, our colleague Curtis Dickinson, he would have explained some time ago that when the rates were favorable, we went to the market, Mr. Speaker, and we borrowed sufficient funds to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we're able to fund any deficits until we get back to where we need to be. And in that regard also, Mr. Speaker, this is where we go back to the idea of imitation and flattery. It is already online for the PLP to move to a balanced budget, as has been suggested or commented about in the OBA response. Mr. Speaker, they say that the BHB executive team are incompetent. They say because the audit is not completed, that the funds themselves are not accounted for, and by inference, they should not receive any additional funds. Mr. Speaker, I will leave it at that, but that is what they say, or they said. Mr. Speaker, I am mindful of my time, and I am going to, and those who know me know what I mean by this, I am going to smile. And I'm going to smile, Mr. Speaker, because they said He said that the travel authorization should have been ceased. It's a nonsense and we should not have it anymore. But today, Mr. Speaker, they say they will reintroduce it. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem is, Mr. Speaker, that we would know that based upon, and here again, Mr. Speaker, I will declare my interest because I do get involved in the amounts that are added on as passenger taxes, in that the government, Mr. Speaker, does not currently have the authority to impose what has been suggested in the OBA response. Because, Mr. Speaker, the airport contract now permits the airport operator, which is Skyport, to manage, increase, change, whatever the case may be, all of those ancillary taxes. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure what is intended or the level of knowledge that went into that recommendation. But again, Mr. Speaker, they say, Mr. Speaker, the other comment, Mr. Speaker, again, being mindful of my time, is that there is a comment in the OBA response that the opportunity for medical tourism is if I remember correctly, a pipe dream, and by inference, a non-starter. But Mr. Speaker, one person in the chamber right now, I think, exhaled, and I'm not quite sure, but Mr. Speaker, I was actually shocked when I was driving, I believe, listening to a news report when one honorable member said that he actually supports medical tourism because of the benefits it will bring and the fact that it will be a tremendous benefit to the Bermuda public. So, Mr. Speaker, they say, he said, and now they may not say, but it was already said that medical tourism is, but at the same time, is not a benefit to Bermuda. And so, Mr. Speaker, my comment there somewhat facetiously is you wonder, how do they do these things in terms of a senior member would take one position and ends up being contrary to what they say as part of their official response. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how those things can be reconciled. And Mr. Speaker, I guess the other comment I want to make very briefly, again, being mindful of my time,
3 minutes.
is that I fail sometimes to understand the coherence of the documents plural that sometimes are offered in this chamber. And I say that politely, Mr. Speaker, because as I said earlier, there are some factual errors in the document, and I don't know how they will be corrected. But what's in my mind's eye right now, Mr. Speaker, is that they say a lie often repeated sometimes is thought, assumed, or believed to be the truth. And so, Mr. Speaker, the factual inaccuracies in this document would hopefully be changed or somehow corrected, because it'll be obviously unfortunate for this to remain as the official record. And so again, I'm not sure how that's going to be addressed. In these last minute or so, I'll say this also, Mr. Speaker. We have this, I want to say, crazy statement that the PLP was the government for 21 of the past 25 years, and whatever they say it as if the PLP created the foundation, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, guess what? The PLP did not introduce the pension schemes. And the pension schemes themselves, Mr. Speaker, they were fundamentally flawed from inception.
And so therefore, for persons now to complain or to comment out of context in terms of the government full debt being 7 billion because so much of it is unfunded through pensions, that needs to be properly spoken about and explained because, Mr. Speaker, yes, they may be unfunded. But you cannot say that the unfunded if you were part of the process as a party that started the problem from the inception, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to start to clarify these inaccuracies. Mr. Speaker, they say, and they say. But right now, Mr. Speaker, you're going to say that my time is up. And so what I'm going to say is thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your time is now up, honorable member. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other member? MP Dunkley, you have the floor. You have your 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments of members who have spoken before me, Mr. Speaker. And while I don't always agree with everything you said, that I think it is important that we have a chamber where we are allowed to participate in robust debate and sometimes come out of our comfort zone to live and learn and to try to put Bermuda in a better position. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your interruptions here over the past couple of weeks in trying to keep the tone and the tenure of the
Not
debate.
interruptions, interjections.
Interjections, yes. Well, you had to interrupt some people who didn't want to be interrupted. That's where I was going. But, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your interjection in that. And, obviously, I think from time to time we all get worked up. And I believe that you've even had me called to order a few times for that, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate that. But,
Probably more than a couple of times.
no, Mr. Speaker, let's not exaggerate here, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to leave that alone because I don't think I have an hour tonight, which I could gradually use. But, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I raise that is because I've spoken to this point on a number of occasions that because we sit on different sides of the political divide and because many politicians just look towards the next election, and I'm not saying party, I'm saying politicians look towards the next election, we get worked up over things, and we need to make sure that we're measured when we say certain things, and we need to make sure we're measured when we put things in a certain tone that would offend people. And so while I don't agree with a lot of the PLP policies, I certainly have always tried to be more careful at the wording that I choose, especially when it could be taken personally, Mr. Speaker. And I say that tonight is because I can understand how some members on the other side took an exception with some of the language that was used. And I applaud you for making sure that we got back on a better course. And I hope we all live and learn from that, Mr. Speaker. What I would also say is that I thought the honorable member just spoke before me was very clever in his speech because he used somebody who had a deep desire for politics, ran in many elections all up and down the country, I think, well, maybe from the central to the east end, never got elected, but it was always involved in politics. He used what he would say, they say, without having to try to support it, Mr. Speaker. And I'll come back to that a little bit later. So, Mr. Speaker, as I get started in what I wish to contribute tonight is that I want to start by saying that the document by the Honorable Premier and the Honorable Opposition Leader were certainly very comprehensive. And to me, look like election documents because I haven't seen thrown speeches even half as long or in depth as this one is. And with the government budget today, we're talking about Morgan's Point, and there's really no specifics about it. When the Premier was asked, Honorable Premier was asked at a press conference, where the money's going to come from, it was pretty vague at the time, Mr. Speaker. But in budget debates, our goal, our desire has to be specific and not be vague, because the numbers in a year's time, in 2 years' time, are going to firm up, and they're going to be numbers we refer to, and I refer to all the time. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot in the PLP budget that we can support, and I certainly can support. I'm pleased to see there will be a review of the sugar tax because It didn't get off on the right foot, and now the government's going to review it. I'm pleased to see that. I'm pleased to see a recommitment to immigration. And I don't think any of us, even the honorable minister who works in immigration now, I think he will say privately probably that immigration reform has been slow. And we all need to make sure we can pick it up, because when you talk to certainly business leaders in the community, they say, let's get it on, Mr. Speaker. But we support that. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to hear the announcement by the Honorable Transport Minister earlier today about airlift. Airlift is critical to us in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. And while the Honorable Minister did touch on some positive improvements, we still have a long way to go, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think we should underestimate the challenges that we face in airlift for a number of reasons. One, we're an island. We're quite a remote island when you think about it. Even though we're 700, 800 miles from New York and Boston, the closest air links, it's still very remote. And Bermudians need to travel, whether it's for business, whether it's for pleasure, or unfortunately for medical at times. So Bermudians need to travel. We built our economy around travel, Mr. Speaker, with international business. I'll get to that a little bit more detail later on, Mr. Speaker. We built our economy around having good air links to various parts of the country. We built tourism around that in the late 70s and the early 80s. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, COVID dealt the whole world a bad blow, and we are taking, in my words and my colleagues' words, too long to recover in certain areas. But I'm pleased to see that the government is committed to doing something about it. And Minister Furbert has done a reasonable job up to now to show some improvement from the position we were in just a couple of months ago. But Mr. Speaker, having said that, if we do not do something about hotel development, the extra air lift that we have compared to when COVID shut us down will soon disappear. It will soon minimalize, Mr. Speaker, because the airlines are going to go where they can make money. They're going to go where people want to spend their money, and they're going to go to the jurisdictions of least resistance, Mr. Speaker. And so we need to make sure that while we're building that lift again, that we do everything to support it. And we can't support it with, so far, failed promises on hotel development, Mr. Speaker. It's taken too long to do that. Now, a number of people probably remarked in, I guess, 2020, when the Southern Princess closed down, that was the best time for it to happen because we could get our ducks in a row, we could start renovating, get the hotel opened up, and all that good stuff by the time we came out of COVID, Mr. Speaker. But that clearly hasn't happened. And the challenge that we have in the opposition is the premier is very good when he speaks. So he can convince people, what he's saying is actually going to happen. But if you just look in one instance in itself, in Fairmont, Southampton, everything to date, basically, Mr. Speaker, let me say, almost everything to date has been a failed promise. Because in my notes right here, Mr. Speaker, I can go back and look at some of the deadlines that the Honorable Premier put in there, talking about hotel development. With Fairmont, Southampton, he said that just last year, late in the first quarter, the second quarter, he said that the hotel would open up in 2023. And then he came back in November and he said that construction would start in the first quarter of 2023 and be open in 2024. And I remember in question by the Honorable Opposition Leader and colleagues as well, we were aghast that we could be standing here in I think it was November, December, asking questions, and the Premier was so sure that it would all happen. We would have construction now, and it's not happening, and it'd be open up in 2024. Well, clearly, Mr. Speaker, even with an SDO, and reading what was in the paper and hearing the conversations, they got a long road to hoe. And as the opposition leader said in his comments in the reply to the budget debate today, as the opposition leader quite rightly said, it's going to be 2 years. So, Mr. Speaker, bringing that back, and I don't want to beat up in Fairmont, Southampton, because let me say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, while I'm in the opposition, I want Bermuda to succeed. My colleagues are like that too. But sometimes the government gives us too much ammunition to fire back on, Mr. Speaker, so we have to take it. We can't let it go. There's only 6 of us. We have to do it, Mr. Speaker. And I say that somewhat in jest, Mr. Speaker, but that's the reality of politics. You got to take your opportunities. But Mr. Speaker, in the case of Fairmount Southampton, it's almost a comedy show because the Honorable Premier is so sure of himself, stands up and speaks over and over and over again, and the deadlines are missed. And if I'm missing something here, Mr. Speaker, I'll take a point of order. But everybody's quiet and they're listening, so I'm on good, solid wicket. I'm batting on a good, solid wicket here, Mr. Speaker. But with the Fairmount Southampton, if we cannot, Mr. Speaker, if we cannot pick up our game and get something to happen, the airlift will be very, very difficult for Minister Ferber to maintain. And, we're not at a positive position as far as airlift is concerned because we still have major gateway in Atlanta that doesn't have a daily flight guarantee for the summer. We've lost the Miami American flight. And, if you're struggling in the southern part, it would be nice to have Atlanta in the mid part of the southern area to at least give you some flights to go south, Mr. Speaker. So we have, and I hear honorable members on the other side say they agree with me, Mr. Speaker. Look, I want Bermuda to succeed, then our job in opposition is easier. We can come up here and sing Kumbaya, Mr. Speaker, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet, Mr. Speaker. So we need to work on getting this hotel development open. We can't keep making promises and have those promises failed because as the honorable, well, the member is not in this place, but I still call him honorable, the president of the BIU, Chris Ferber, as he said, there can be no economic recovery without the opening of the Fairmont Southampton. 700 jobs. 700 jobs, Mr. Speaker. Let me. Well, you need to work a little bit harder, Mr. Former Minister Zane De Silva. But let me just talk about jobs, Mr. Speaker. Well, and I'm proud of that time too, sir. Well, you can be proud of your time, but my record's drawn on that, so you'll still see. But Mr. Speaker, but look at, I'm not going to get engaged with that. But Mr. Speaker, the government, and I hate to take difference. I hate to take difference with the honorable minister. No, I'm talking about my brother over there, the honorable minister of immigration, because he works hard, he's available, and I know he's got a passion for Bermuda. We differ on some things, but that's cool. I didn't get that email. Wasn't sent to me, and he's shaking his head. But I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. But, I don't want to get into this debate back and forth about the economy. Because here's what I'll say, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm going to say something, but I'm not going to go back and forth for too long because I've only got about 38 minutes left, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hate to tell the honorable member that all is not well with the economy. All is not well with the economy, Mr. Speaker. And here's why. We've had this conversation a number of times, and I've spoken on this quite a number of times, is that we're blessed to have international business in Bermuda. It started in probably the very late 70s and really got good in the 80s and 90s going through there. We're blessed to have international business in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. But the challenge is, it's creating a false economy that most Bermudians don't appreciate and understand in their mind. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. I will do everything to support international business. I will do everything to support international business. But, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who loves to chirp a lot should just listen. The challenge is that the PLP before 2017 talked about two Bermudas. Those are the two Bermudas that they should have recognized then. International business and the local economy, Mr. Speaker. And until that day when we realize that we have actually created something there, and I'm not saying that that's bad, we just need to recognize it and fix that second part, Mr. Speaker, because if we don't fix that second part, Bermudians will continue to struggle. And you cannot say, Mr. Speaker, you can throw out all the economic numbers you want until the cows come home. You cannot say that Bermudians aren't struggling at this time, Mr. Speaker, because if they weren't struggling, Mr. Speaker, they wouldn't be emigrating. If they weren't struggling, they wouldn't be complaining about the cost of living in Bermuda. Everyone in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and I'm getting passionate because it hurts all of us, right? There are constituents. There are constituents. Everyone in this chamber gets stopped by people telling the story. And you know, when you say something, they come up to you and say, we appreciate that. We know, not one person is just the encyclopedia of stories. All of us get it, Mr. Speaker, so we need to stop. And when we want to talk about the economy growing, what are we growing from, Mr. Speaker? We're growing from 2020 when, boom, you couldn't hear a sign. I remember when we first got locked down, I took a walk down to the road and I sat there and I just reflected. Took a walk down to the road and I just sat there and I reflected. And you know what was so interesting about it? It was peace. It was peace and quiet, Mr. Speaker. But then I started to think, well, wait a second. At some point, we got to open up again. And then my wife started calling me and wondered where I'd gone. But she thought maybe I broke curfew. But I was down at the road. But no, Mr. Speaker, getting back to the serious part, Mr. Speaker, is that so when we were shut down, three main things happened with industry. First of all, international business, and we're blessed to have them because they figured out how to work from home. And man, that 8-cylinder didn't miss even a beat. That generator kicked in right away, and those guys work from home. They work from home so well right now, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not talking out of school because the government meets with them. They know that some of them still work from home. And Friday's a work day from home, but Friday's a day in the boat or go and play golf or whatever. But that's good if they can do that. That's a positive. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, if we treat them right, we can grow the industry because as the Honorable Opposition Leader said is, there's so many jobs outside of Bermuda in companies that they have started or affiliated with that if we manage to bring some of that back, that number that we need to get to here to get on the island, to make our economy more sustainable, to create opportunity, to give Bermudans a better paycheck and have some real peace amongst our country. It would happen, Mr. Speaker, quite quickly. The second thing is, and I thank the honorable member for keeping me on track because my time is running short, only 30 minutes left. The second thing is, Mr. Speaker, and I have to get to them quickly because I lose my train of thought quickly. I didn't write it down. The second thing is that there are some industries that were required to be open and they had to find out how to shift into a different gear to make it happen. And they did that, right? And I want to say at this time and thank them again, all the emergency workers for the time that they put in at that time, because we were sitting home and a lot of people enjoyed it for a while, but they were out there all the time and some of them were in harm's way. Accident right down by my house when I ran a roadblock. So the third thing, Mr. Speaker, is thinking about the industries that were shut down, had to open up, but had never been in that position before, Mr. Speaker. And so, look, I don't come here just to beat up on the government. That's not the intent of the day. The intent of the day is to try to bring some reality from the perspective that we have as the opposition, that, yeah, you guys can say the economy is going in the right direction, but when you're building from 2022, don't even worry with those stats. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've looked at them quickly in the time that I had here. My colleague was taking my budget book, so I had to make sure I got it back. But, you know, if we look at 2019, the jobs held in 2019 were 34,378. Well, currently, 2022, preliminary data shows 31,718. So we're still down 2,660 jobs. From 2020, Mr. Speaker, 32,427 against 31,718. So we're still down 709 jobs. Now, I'm not saying we're not making progress, but please, government, tell us about the progress we're making compared about where we were before COVID, because everybody knows it was shut down. International business kept us there. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a little bit about GDP, because the Honorable Minister said, you know, in the first quarter of 2022, it was 4.2%, you know, growth and you know, going on and waxing eloquently about it. And I listen. Then I look at the budget book. I look in the budget book, Mr. Speaker, and GDP growth in 2021, because that's the latest number that's in the budget book, is still lower. It's still lower than 2019. So all we've done is come back from COVID. And that's good. At least we're coming back. Because some countries, Mr. Speaker, some countries aren't coming back at the present time, Mr. Speaker. So I make these points because, you know, yes, we're not going downhill anymore, Mr. Speaker. because we were stopped in 2020. The country was stopped. We didn't even have airline service coming in at that time, Mr. Speaker. We were in a very poor and precarious position. And so now we're coming back for it, but we still have major challenges that we have to face. And the government can't look at it through their rose-colored glasses, as the opposition leader said, and as I said previously, last week when I spoke about it, Mr. Speaker. So we still have a long way to go. The government, I think they understand, but they won't say it, Mr. Speaker, that they understand that there are countless Bermudians that are struggling at the present time. And, you know, people don't immigrate. They don't immigrate just because they want to go somewhere else and watch football, Mr. Speaker. Emigrate. Emigrate. That's what I said, sorry. Or should I say immigration? No, this one's emigrate. People don't leave the island because they just want to go play football. They certainly don't go to the UK for better weather, Mr. Speaker. They're going because they believe the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. And Mr. Speaker, if people believe that the grass is greener on the other side of the fence, it is always very difficult to bring them back. So, you know, the PLP, to a great degree, has enabled the two Bermudas that they talked about in discouraging terms about the One Bermuda Alliance at the time, Mr. Speaker. And we need to do all we can to pick up our Bermudian brothers and sisters to put them in a better position. Because, look, there's many things I support about this. The payroll tax was something that the former finance minister, Bob Richards, started. We didn't go far enough because we didn't have the time. But generally, we support that payroll tax change, Mr. Speaker. The fuel, you know, savings, allowing the savings on fuel, that was a positive move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the honorable members, he's not going to let me change my tune. Sound like I'm PLP. No, I'm a realist. I'm for a better Bermuda. I'm for a better Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, when I talk about the fuel savings, yeah, that's something that all Bermudians can come into. But where are we with the big fuel savings such as Belco? Belco bills have continued to go up through the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And to make it worse, there are challenges within the vicinity of the new power plant that we've seen government ministers come out and make damning statements about, Mr. Speaker. Maybe a little bit late, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. But we see Belco, who want to be a good neighbor, polluting the country, and no one can deny it, Mr. Speaker. And so we talk about, yeah, you can get $20 fuel savings to fill up your taxi, but what are those people over just northwest of me, Mr. Speaker? What are they feeling? They can't open their windows. They got to clean the roofs all the time, Mr. Speaker, and they still got to pay an expensive electricity bill. So, you know, while there's a lot that I see that's important in this Rose speech and we can support, there's still some that we have reservations on, Mr. Speaker, such as gaming. Gaming has been talked about for a long time, Mr. Speaker. And I will reserve my position on the future of gaming until we see the legislation come to the House. Because I've talked to people within the industry, and it's a mixed bag of comments about it. But the challenge that I have, Mr. Speaker, is we've made commitments to at least 2 establishments. I think they've even paid license fees and everything. And now the models can be changed. So I asked the honorable government members, will that money be returned to them while there's a rethink of what's happening with the legislation? That's only fair and proper, Mr. Speaker. If you want those partners to stay at the table and work for it to make it happen, because there's some people say just scrap it. I don't agree with that, Mr. Speaker. I think it's an important amenity that we can make work if we get it right, if we let political interference get out of the way and we all work together to get a model that works for Bermuda and get the right people involved. I think it can help Bermuda. We put too much into it, Mr. Speaker. We put too much into it, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've never heard the government members be on the edge of their seats to listen to me speak like this, Mr. Speaker. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'm so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm flattered. I'm flattered. I'm flattered so much that Yeah, this white boy's turning red because I'm blushing. But Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of things I want to speak to. Well, it might be three then. Mr. Speaker, I would like to see us make a commitment to stop trying to blame each other for the debt. The debt. Yeah. Yeah. Because we also take some ownership. We all take some ownership for it, Mr. Speaker. But you got, the Honorable Minister William Herbert, you got to give factual information. That's what I'm going to do. Since you asked me for it, that's what I'm going to do. But for the PLP to say that the OBA doubled the debt is not correct. No, it's not. Because the debt when the OBA came into power was 1.57 billion. If you double that, what is the debt? 3.12 billion. When the OBA left, it was 2.483 million. If you want to go another year to 2017, 2018, it was 2.568 million. So you can talk all you want. But Mr. Speaker, here's another thing that, Mr. Speaker, here's two other things I want to say. The first thing is, we can blame each other, but it's not going to disappear. Hear, hear. And we can't keep kicking the can down the road, Mr. Speaker. Right? And so while the Premier says next year we're going to start to deal with it, we've heard that before from a finance minister who was well respected. Now he's gone. I would hope the PLP could heal some differences and bring the brother back. He has a lot to offer. He has a lot to offer, Mr. Speaker. But so let's stop trying to talk about the debt to make it a hinge. You won't vote for OBA. You won't vote for PLP. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. When the OBA got elected in 2012, right at the end before Christmas, yeah, right before Christmas, I hadn't even thought about getting a Christmas present for my wife yet. Then we got elected. I almost forgot that Christmas present because we were elected. But Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is as soon as we got sworn into office and as soon as we got into the office and started to look at the information, Bob Richards came to cabinet, the former finance minister, and he goes, guys, we have a real problem. I said, geez, we haven't even had the New Year worn off on us yet, right? We have a real problem. What is it? We can't meet payroll. Mr. Speaker, the civil servants that we all talk about that we love so much couldn't be paid. We had to go out and borrow money. So you're going to blame the OBA because the PLP didn't know what was going to happen in January? No, I didn't think they thought they were going to lose the election. But anyway, so let's forget about the debt. We can argue about the debt, but at the end of the day, it's on my great-grandchildren. It's on my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and I don't know how they're going to deal with it. So we have to start being more prudent in what we deal with. The last thing I'll talk about, Mr. Speaker, in the last thing, and the honorable member says we found money for America's Cup. Yeah, you know what, Mr. Speaker? We found money for payroll before that. We found money for America's Cup, and it brought $360 million into this country, Mr. Speaker. I asked the PLP to show me anything they created to bring in $100 million to this country, Mr. Speaker. I will take a point of order, but none are coming.
I'll give you the point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Sit down.
I'll gladly,
got 3 minutes.
I'll gladly give him a point of order. The honorable members misleading the House.
You want me to speak about TA?
Dear, okay, I'll sit down. About TA. He's going to talk about TA.
Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about, there's been a lot of conversation about the travel authorization form, Mr. Speaker. And let me just give you my perspective on it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been a big proponent of eliminating it, supported by my colleagues. And it started in January of 2022. For the simple reason, as we were coming out of COVID, airport was open, countries are starting to open up. I was besieged with people saying it's a detriment to coming to Bermuda. Business people, travelers, all the way through. And I remember, I was actually traveling and I penned release for the Royal Gazette at that time. And it was poo-pooed. Sorry, it was shunned on by the PLP, right? Anyway, fast forward to a couple months later, Mr. Speaker, I was at a function and the Honorable Premier was at the function and we had a conversation about a number of things. And I raised to him at the time as Honorable Premier, please eliminate the TA. It is a real detriment to this country. Filling out that form is putting all people off. I heard sitting behind people on the plane. One lady, when I came back from summer, she said, honey, tell me why we're going here and not going to Bahamas. That's what I heard. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Premier, and I said to the Honorable Premier, I said, the Honorable Premier, if you wish the tax, roll it into a plane ticket fee. And the Honorable Premier said, we can't do that because we don't have the authority to do that. I said, well, look, I don't think we should be taxing anybody anymore. Eliminate the form. No, I said, you got to get rid of the form. And in politics, you know, the Honorable Member, that sometimes you want to go here, but sometimes you have to go halfway to get there the next step. So the Premier said, we can't do that. Well, eventually the form is eliminated. That's positive. My honorable colleague, the leader of the opposition, in meeting with international business, the discussion came up that said, hey, if they have to have the form, put it into a ticket price. That's where that came from, Mr. Speaker. And I just said that. The Honorable Member doesn't need to say anything to me. Watch his clock management too, like basketball. But and there's no forms involved with it, Mr. Speaker, that way. Now, I still don't believe we should bring the form back in any way. And we shouldn't bring the TA back in any way, Mr. Speaker. And in politics, we're not going to see 100% with everything in our members in our caucus, but we still forward together, try to get to the best route. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I will.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to make a? Minister Ferbert, you have your 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take my hat off to the Premier and the Minister of Finance. If anyone understands, particularly when it comes to finance or accounting or budgeting, normally individuals or finance people look at what transactions occurred in the previous budget. And what I mean by that is that if a budget, payroll tax, or whether it's land tax, ministers or civil servants will look at the numbers from the previous year and say, well, it should be increased here and there. Mr. Speaker, we will all know that the 2022 budget, 22 budget, we lost roughly $45 million. And we could not, when we come to this number here in 2023, figure out what do we do? I lost $45 million. And so how do we, first of all, we try to replace that. That's a challenge in itself, outside the other increases that takes place. And that $45 million was probably most of it was made up of travel authorization, $25 million. I'm doing approximate right now. That's your call. And then $17 to $20 million in the loss from the Soviet aircraft registry. So we lost a way of raising revenue through the travel authorization, and we've lost a means of getting funds from Bermuda civil aviation, which was roughly $17 to $20 million a year. So where do you start? And it'll be interesting to see whether if the OB was in that position, where would they have started? So we're starting from a backward part and trying to raise the revenue, knowing the expenses are not going to change much. So my head, like I said, goes off to the Minister of Finance, the Premier, on his skills to get us where we are today. Mr. Speaker, what was interesting in this budget, and I'm going to take my time to try to explain this, and there are a few accountants in the room. The leader, there's both, a few of them. The leader of the opposition, and I'll read what he said, Mr. Speaker, on page 23. The Minister of Finance confirmed that the government is currently owed more than $314 million in taxes and fees, only prepared to cover a paltry $7.5 million this year. This is a mere 2.3% of the outstanding balance. And he asked the question, what's going on? And his idea was that we have to try to collect $62.5 million, which is approximately 20%. If you understand, if you don't understand accounts receivable, then that sounds All right. But let me make you understand what accounts receivable is. And the honorable member, Michael Dunkley, and a few would understand at the end of the day. That we have a number that we get to at the end of March of this year based on cash basis, because a government is based on cash. So I'm gonna get to that. That was on your administration. I'm gonna touch that. I'm glad you said that. I found them, but it was your administration. But I'll get to that, Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes. So the $314 million is made of roughly payroll tax, land tax, foreign currency purchase tax, stamp duty, and financial service. Those are the large amounts, $314 million. Well, what the opposition leader failed to tell the public and us who doesn't understand is that $314 million consists of, when you go to the auditor general, the accountant general, they accrue for revenue. It's called a modified cash basis. Modified cash basis consists of cash and accruals. So what happens is that the government, for March 31st, had to accrue. So you got $314 million, as the honorable member Cole Simon says, which is right, but it includes cash basis and accrual. So his projection was that we should collect $664 million, $62 million. Does anybody know exactly how much we collected? I'm glad you asked. Yes, they did, Mr. Speaker, because they wouldn't have told. Because they told us a number, so they must now try to figure out what is the actual number we collected. In April, we collected. You ready for this, my accountant friends? $136 million, not $7.5 million. Cole suggested, the honorable member suggested that we should collect 62. We collected double what he has asked for this honorable member to collect. $136 million we collected for the month of April. Because what's happened is when you get to March, you got to accrue for the payroll tax, particularly coming from international business or wherever. Hence why the accounts receivable roughly at the end of April, and this is approximate amount, is, and I have the number here somewhere, 175 million. 175. So when he talks about $314 million, you're off base. You're off. This is incorrect. So the public.
Point of order,
public,
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The number 314 million comes from the Premier's budget speech.
I don't understand the members, the lawyer doesn't understand numbers. And so the question comes down to, it's right. That's right. He doesn't understand the numbers. I said the 314 million, it consists of cash basis and accrual. He don't understand that. Right, you understand it. And so, but in April, the government collected 136 million. So the real accounts receivable as of the end of February was roughly 175 million. Absolutely a lot of money. So what we're saying is, Mr. Speaker, is that all of that we're going to try to also collect additional, what's the number is? 7.5 million. Now, we could be over conservative. We could say we're going to collect 90. Because remember, this affects the revenue basis of how we determine current account of revenue and expenditure. So the government has taken a real conservative angle on how much we will collect. Now, the whole idea is to try to collect more. So we may end up collecting 10, may end up collecting 15, because there are procedures that the government will put in place to go after individuals who has not paid or doesn't have a payment plan. So you got to understand how the $314 million that the government put in place. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member said about the money that we found in the drawer. You all recall, Mr. Speaker, that when the PLP took stage in 2017, the premier appointed myself as chairman of an efficiency committee. And guess what we found, Mr. Speaker? They didn't have accounts receivable because the money was still sitting in drawers. Some money was still sitting in drawers. $354,000 was sitting in a particular office. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, $8 million of adjudicated stamps were sitting in a department. And we had to go out and collect $6 million. It was under your administration. That's what the point I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. It was under their administration that they did, because you're blaming us for the accounts receivable. So we got to take a basis of take a part of each one.
Speaker,
Point
point of order. I was trying to help the honorable member out. It's one thing to talk generally about accounts receivable, which is a good political debate. And the honorable minister was doing a reasonable job of trying to clarify his position and the government's position. But it's another thing to make an allegation that money was sitting in the drawer, so people listening would think, well, wonder whose drawer it is. So it's clear that in politics, no government minister or MP goes out and collects money that's due the government. So let's be clear on that. Because if they are, they're doing something that shouldn't be done. There are accountants in every department should do that. So just a clarification for the honorable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I take his point.
The point that was trying
I take his point.
The point that was trying to stress that it wasn't a politician's draw.
Absolutely right. I accept that. But the government has a responsibility to try to put some type of controls in place. Talking with the accountant general, talking to the auditor general, talking to the tax commissioner of how you can put controls in place to make sure things run efficiently. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
So when we got there, Mr. Speaker, we made those things happen. It's not total. No, it's not. It's not. Is it perfect right now, Mr. Speaker? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Whoops, Mr. Sergeant. Sergeant. Yeah, Sergeant. Okay, continue. Continue
So,
on,
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make it clear, particularly when it comes to the accounts receivable part. Now let's talk about the honorable member, Mr. Pearman, was jumping up and talking about debt. And I'm going there. Because Honorable Pearman and accountants or financial people look at the year end. Well, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
the debt as of March 2012 was $1,200,000. As of March, research your own research, $1.2 billion. If you go look at the consolidated fund, as on the Bermuda government consolidated fund for 2012, you will see March 2012. I'll give you time to look for it. Look, it's $1.2 billion. 2012.
Speak to the chair.
When you took over, I'm talking about.
Speak to the chair.
When you took over the financials as of March 31st, 2012, that's point 12. I said, you look at the financial year, it was 1.2 billion. You know how much it was when you left office? 2.4.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The honorable member is not only misleading the House, but I fear he's seeking to bamboozle the general public. Now, I'm not an accountant, but I am a lawyer. The person who borrows the money is the person responsible for accruing the debt. We don't just say, oh, well, we look at the year end and, hey, you know what? Not every government changes on the 31st of December year end. The debt by the PLP was 1.574 billion. It's C29 of your budget book.
I think what the member was trying to do was trying to present the case of numbers that he saw as the numbers at the time, because I think you presented those numbers earlier, and you'll be able to present your numbers when you rise to your feet. So present your case, and we'll see where the difference lies.
Mr. Speaker, when the Progressive Labor Party had their audited statements as of March 31st, 2012, the value of the debt was 1.2 billion. Factual. They can search for it, or they can ask the accountant general to give them information. When they left office and taken out in 2017, as of March 31st, it was 2.4. Over saying, Mr. Speaker, it was double when they took it over and when they left. Now, that was 100%. When we, and still are, the government, the debt is 3.3. Now, there was an increase, $859,000. Billion. No, 859 million increase. 34% increase over that period. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we had to go out and borrow money for Morgan's Point.
We had to borrow money for payroll.
We had to borrow money for Morgan's Point for a decision they made, which is still costing us money today, which ended up to be $212 million. We had to borrow money for that. And we had to borrow money for some other things that the OB head did. So, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying to you, and I accept that we both have a fault as far as debt. We accept that. But I want to make sure that the honorable member who kept on standing up talking about my colleagues are wrong is to be corrected. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member Cole Simons, good friend of mine. Honorable member, my friend who rides his horses in Hampton Parish.
Talk to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, said that election, it does, Mr. Speaker, you and I have been around for a while. But you have an election budget, but you're not taking care of the people. It doesn't add up. You have an election budget which takes care of the people. You can't have an election budget that doesn't take care of the people. It doesn't work that way. You have to have something at the end of the day, when a message that's being given, you got a great election budget, that's the honorable member who said the same thing last election. Sorry, last budget. And Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee the honorable member, as we get close to whatever the day may be or year may be, he will say next year is an election budget. Matter of fact, the premier said we're not increasing any revenue and expenditures next year, and it will be a balanced budget. That's an election budget, isn't it? Taking care of the people, probably some other restaurant adjustments and employee tax. Mr. Speaker, you can't. It doesn't make sense. And I thought that Cole, when he said under my tutelage, he had learned something.
I don't remember.
Opposition leader. When he said on my, that's a joke there. He would have learned something, particularly under the honorable member Michael Dunkley. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't add up that way. So I'm trying to make it clear to the honorable member and to the public that some things that they're saying just doesn't make sense. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, Minister of Economy and Labor, pointed out to us all. If you're talking about us not caring, you're not talking about the Progressive Labor Party. You're not. He mentioned about the licensing fees for private cars being decreased. He talked about the government. He talked about payroll tax being reduced. He talked about extension of the supplementary unemployment benefit program. He talked about relief in hotels, or he talked about government removal. That was last year. But this year, since you all thought it was election budget and said we don't care about the people, we come back and say, any employee earning less than 132, I should have raised it to all fees. 32,000 will pay less payroll tax. Employers, and there are several employees in this room, and even the honorable member, my good friend Michael Dunkley. I think you got a tax break too, don't you? No, I think you got a tax break also. There are everyone will get a tax break, particularly local company, and the local economy. But when it comes to international business, Mr. Speaker, there was no increase. There was no increase. The decision to take on employees' cost is up to the employer. The government said there will be no increases for the international business. Now, I understand as the process of how they've been doing business for over the years. But I know some reinsurance that have actually passed on some of these expenses to their employee. That's up to the management of that particular company. But everybody, by far, whether those individuals from the 48 or 36,000 up to $132,000 will get a tax break, and those employers, and you ask yourself the question, well, how do you do that? How you give all these breaks when we have also, like I said, we lost revenue basis that the government methodically looked at what we can do, and now has come up with a deficit of roughly $70 million that we'll suffer or we'll have this year. But projecting for next year, now I can tell you right now, my view is that the projection that the Premier has for, Minister of Finance has for surplus, I think it'd be higher. I'm not telling you why, but I think it'll be higher. So the public will be quite pleased. And now we do it in 1 year, and the OBA just wants to do it in 3 years. Mr. Speaker, these things do not add up. So we have a commitment, Mr. Speaker, for economic growth. And the Minister of Economy and Labor is doing a tremendous job. Who would have thought that we would have had hundreds of people coming to this country for digital nomad? Hundreds of people. I believe the last numbers was over 1,000 people, and there's roughly 200 people still on the island buying clothes, buying milk, buying renting houses. I'm not, Mr. Speaker. I think it was important that we remind the honorable member that some policies that the government has put in place, the policy the government has put in place has affected a wide range of individuals. Whether you're renting a house, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, studio, it has impacted, and that increases the economic benefit to us all. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite proud of where the government is and where the government plans to take this country. I don't understand when the OBA government talks about there's no growth in business. When the PLP hasn't done anything for business. We doubled the support for small business by increasing the guarantee capacity of the Bermuda Economic Development Corporation. We eliminated taxes for new startups to support entrepreneurs. Reduced payroll tax, which I've just mentioned, and the honorable member, Minister Jason Hayward mentioned that by the percentages. That's a huge, Mr. Speaker, 43% payroll tax deduction. That is huge for small businesses. Mr. Speaker, the new hire introduced by the PLP supported jobs expansion. The list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the Progressive Party and the direction it's heading. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is trying to draw me into something which I will not say.
Talk to the chair. Just talk to the
I
chair.
will not say it.
Talk to the chair.
Yes, Lord. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud, and I'm sure that the country, yes, and we understand there are difficult times for individuals. Some people around here have difficult times. I have difficult times. We all have difficult times. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, what this saying goes? No, there's another scripture says, yes, that one too. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud, and I'll sit down my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other member? Going once, going twice? MP Pearman, you have your 30 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I got a little hot under the collar earlier, so let me dial it down and mark
Yes, please do.
your guidance that we should behave in a more space and light fashion. So I'm going to try not to get myself thrown out. I've only been here 4 years. I've never been thrown out, you know. So
It's always the first time.
there's always a first time. Dinner served soon, yeah? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try and stick to the facts. And I'm going to also, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, try to quote quite liberally from things that have been said with direct quotes and tie them together. I'd like to start by talking about the difference between reality and lack of reality. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is this. This PLP government has told us, rightly and correctly, that the world is seeing the highest rate of inflation in 40 years. That's in the Premier's budget speech. What does that mean? What does inflation mean? It means that costs are going up and things are getting more expensive. That's reality. Against that reality, our Premier, David Burt, talks about hope. Now, hope is a wonderful thing, Mr. Speaker, but what's dangerous is false hope, empty promises, telling someone you'll do something, but then never actually doing it, or failing to tell someone the reality on the ground because you don't want to think people are doing a bad job or that the storm ahead may be tougher than it is. Mr. Speaker, we need to be real. We need to talk about the reality on the ground and around us. We need to be honest with Bermudians.
I'm just going to pause you for a minute. Deputy? Deputy? Continue on, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And good evening, Mr. Acting Speaker. Times are tough. He'll throw me out. Times are tough. And, you know, don't take my words for it, Mr. Acting Speaker. Let me quote, if I may, with your leave, the words of Premier David Burt. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you prefer. I'll go with whatever you want.
Whatever.
Page 9, with your leave. These are the words of the Premier. This economic recovery isn't touching all of our residents, and many feel they are going backwards. Those are his words, and they are right. And Bermudians who feel that they are going backwards are right to feel that, because times are tough. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I pose this question, not just to you, but to all Bermudians who might be listening. Ask yourself this: are you better off than you were 5 years ago? I think the reality, sticking with reality rather than lack of reality, is that most people would answer that question, no. No, I am not better off than I was 5 years ago. No, my neighbor is not better off than he or she was 5 years ago. No, most of us in Bermuda, sadly, are not better off than we were 5 years ago. And if I'm wrong about what I think the answer is, no doubt people who speak after me can correct me with their views, but I think most Bermudians would agree, and it's their question to answer, not mine. Turning then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to what I would describe as a lack of reality And naturally, I'm in the opposition. So I would describe the lack of reality as coming from this government, or more specifically, this Byrd administration. And what I'd like to do, again, with your leave, Mr. Acting Speaker, is look at this government's own words in the budget statement. Now, let me take 5 examples. I'll start firstly at page 4. And at page 4, the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance says this, and I quote, page 4, 4th paragraph down, quote, inflation is downward trending and tourism is on a trajectory to reach pre-pandemic levels. Now, those are the Premier's words. But again, I ask, do you believe that statement? If you look around today, is inflation downward trending, given that we both agree, and he's already said, that we're looking at some of the highest inflation globally in 40 years? Things are costing more. Costs are going up. Inflation is downward trending, he says, and tourism is on a trajectory to reach pre-pandemic levels. I'm not so sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So that's one example. Page 16, if I may, again with your leave, and I'll quote directly from the budget statement from the Premier. And he says this, page 16, for those listening, from MP De Silva.
What
Paragraph 4, and I quote, American Airlines service from Charlotte and British Airways London Heathrow Gateway were bright spots in 2022. Well, that may well be true, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but again, there's an air of unreality there. We can talk about the only 2 airlines and say they're bright spots, but the reality is that gateway cities have stopped servicing us. And I'm very pleased, and I commended the Honorable Minister of Tourism, of Transport, for his announcement today that we're going to get a Boston flight back. We can all agree that's a very good thing. But to sort of say that the London route and the Charlotte route are bright spots in a sea of darkness, there's an air of unreality there. Turning now, there's an air of unreality there because the other planes aren't flying. That's reality. Third quote, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is page 41 of the Premier's budget speech. And this one is right at the bottom. And this was something that the Honorable Minister for Transport was speaking about earlier in his speech. And it's where he says, right in the last paragraph, Mr. Speaker, the government has set a target of recovering 7.5 million of past due taxes. Now, Mr. Acting Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we can argue about whether the taxes that are owed by the Bermudian public to the government are 314 million, or if they dropped by 40 million because some came in or more bills got out. Boy, again, reality is when you have that level of unpaid debt due, you need to do a little bit better than setting a target of recovering 7.5 million. That's reality. And another quote, again, from the PLP budget statement, page 7. And this is at the top in the first paragraph. Again, quote, we are proud of what we have, it's first paragraph, 4 lines down. We are proud of what we have accomplished thus far. Again, I'm not sure that that sort of expression of pride is going to ring very well in the ears of the Bermudian public at a time where I don't think they're very proud of their lowercase g government. And I don't just mean the PLP government. I don't think the Bermudian public feels they've been served well. And I don't think they're going to welcome hearing how proud this particular government is of what they've done. So there's a lack of reality there. Now we've heard, and I hear some chirping in the background for the Minister of Economy and Labor. So let me turn to his speech. We heard a lot from the Ministry of Economy and Labor. Lowercase g means government as opposed to a particular political party government. So We heard a lot of numbers earlier from the Minister of Economy and Labor. We heard that this was going up and that was going up and this was going up and that was going up. But again, there's a lack of reality there. It's not too hard to go up from the ground zero of COVID. One would hope that after the ground zero of COVID, numbers, all numbers, most numbers would be up. You can go from zero to hero if you start at zero. But there's a lack of reality there.
Point of order, Mr.
What's your
Speaker.
point of order, honorable member?
The two largest sectors within our economy, international business and real estate activities, did not decline during the pandemic. As a result, the growth in our two largest sectors are real growth when year-over-year growth.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you. And I'll come to international business, and his point on international business is a valid one.
Mhm.
But my point is about him crowing on this number being up and that number being up as if these are great achievements. Zero to hero is not a great achievement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning now to the 4 points of the PLP's economic recovery plan. This is the old economic recovery plan. We're now told that there is a new one, and we've heard 5 new points elaborated by the Minister of Economy and Labor today. But the old one, and let's just look at the one that has been in place, the one about which David Burt, as Premier, is proud. The old one had 4 fundamental aspects to it. It had Tynes Bay. Well, I think we can agree that it's good to fix that, and I'll come to infrastructure in a moment. It had vertical farming. I'll leave that one. It had gaming. I'll come to that in a moment. And it had the redevelop of North Hamilton, something which I think both sides of the aisle would love to see, but something which may prove to be more difficult than mere words make it. And again, there's a lack of reality here. There's a credibility gap. And I'm pleased. I may differ from some of my colleagues who, criticize the government for changing its economic recovery plan. But if you have a bad plan and you're not delivering, I don't fault them for changing their plan. And I hope the new plan is better. And I hope the new plan is delivered, because fundamentally we all want a better Bermuda. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to now turn to certain things, lest it be said that I'm being critical or I'm being false or not helping. I'd like to turn to a few things in this budget that I agree with. My colleague, Michael Dunkley, spoke earlier about how we all want Bermuda to succeed. And we do. And there are things in here that we fundamentally agree with and would work with the government on if it was possible to work in a bipartisan fashion to try to succeed and achieve. So, for example, page 29, the paragraph right from the end, lack of infrastructure investment poses real challenge to our successful future. And hoping things will not break is not a sound strategy for governance. Hoping things will not break is not a sound strategy for governance. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree. And that is why when we heard that improvements were being made to Tynes Bay, we were supportive on that. I believe my honorable member, Craig Kenneneer, was supportive of that, and none too soon, given how important it is to us. Likewise, at page 22, we hear the quote from the Premier, and this is 3 paragraphs down, where he says this: Bermuda is in a difficult place now to live and thrive. Our costs are high, our labor market is tight, and people are nervous about their futures. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree. That was David Burt, the Premier. I entirely agree, and I would respectfully say to the other side that sounds awfully like what some of us on this side have been saying. And yet when we say it, we're doomsters and gloomsters, or we're trying to talk down the PLP success, or we're trying to undermine the government. Well, I'm going to be a bigger man. When the Premier says Bermuda is a difficult place now to live and thrive, when he says our costs are high, when he says our labor market is tight, and when he says people are nervous about their futures, I agree with him. And I welcome that sort of honesty and that sort of reality, rather than speaking about being proud. Mr. Deputy Speaker, still on this page, I'd like to go one now paragraph further down. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go slightly off script because the Premier went slightly off script, and he added a few words that aren't on the printed page when he spoke. When he spoke, just where we see taxes in the future will increase, What he actually said was, unless we get more people, taxes in the future will increase. That's what he actually said. And I agree with that. And that is why we have been pushing for immigration reform, comprehensive immigration reform. We need more people. And if the debate that this party has with that party is whether that's 10,000 or 8,000, great. Great, let's have that argument about whether it should be 10,000 or 8,000. But it has to be 8,000 at least, and it has to be now. Now.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order,
I
member?
just, the colleagues misleading the House in terms of their willingness to work together. When I took over the portfolio of Labour, I sent them a letter to the opposition leader, inviting the opposition to sit as part of a comprehensive immigration reform committee. They declined that particular offer. As Minister of Economy and Labour, I sent a letter to the opposition, asking them for solutions as to how we can increase our working population and how we can improve, suggestions to improve the economy. They failed to respond to the letter. I will not be sending a third letter, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, Speaker, you
Point
acknowledge.
of information, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we didn't respond because the government says if you go one way, the government will go another. In other words, any recommendations made by the opposition will be rejected by the government.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, honorable member?
That
Famous?
quote was when they were trying to influence who's going to be our leader. But they tell us go this way, we're going the other way. So let's put it in context.
You've heard the reply from the minister. Will you acknowledge what the minister said?
I'm grateful.
Thank you.
I don't know if the minister has my phone number, but if he would like to talk to me, if he would like to meet and discuss immigration reform,
No.
I would be delighted.
But
And,
he-
and let me also say, because of course people can only hear my voice, they can't see us here live on screen.
I see you.
So they're not aware, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the Honorable MP Wayne Keynes is not in the chamber at this very moment in time. Because of course he had a
Point of order,
bipartisan
Mr.
committee.
Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Point of
honorable
order, Mr. Speaker. It was announced that Mr. Wayne Keynes would not be available today. So leave it
I'm
alone.
not criticizing him, I'm about to
No,
praise him.
member?
I'm about to praise him. He had a
Conti-
bipartisan committee for
continue.
immigration reform, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Continue.
And he did it well, and he chaired it well. And we had members of the previous OVA members on it. We had Leah Scott was on it. We had Ben Smith, and there was a great plan.
Yeah, but
And
honorable member, you heard the present minister giving you the invite to continue. Let's move on.
Well, I'm grateful, but let me just, where we got off on this tangent
Mhm.
was me agreeing with the Premier's remarks that unless we get more people here, we are going to pay more taxes. And why is that? Again, forgive me for stating the obvious, but we need to broaden our tax base. We need more people on the island paying taxes into the government coffers to support the government and to support the island. And if we continue to shrink and those who are left pay more taxes and more taxes, or they leave, so they don't pay taxes at all, we will fail. And that is why it is important to recognize the importance of the growth of Bermuda population through comprehensive immigration reform. And as to MP Keynes's, and I appreciate he's not here, but I don't think there's anything I'm about to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that he would disagree with, and he could correct me if I do. I was commending him because he put together, when he was minister, he put together a bipartisan committee of MPs and perhaps senators, I don't know. I know MP Renee Ming was on it. I believe
Point of
MP
order,
Keynes
Mr.
was on it.
Speaker.
What's your point of order?
It was not
honorable
MP
member?
Keynes, it was the late Honorable Walton Brown who put that together.
I stand corrected. I know that Keynes took it over when MP Smith and
But
MP Leah Scott
it
were
did
involved.
come from the government.
And
the
you know,
progressive Labour Party government.
God rest his soul. And I'm grateful for the correction from MP Famous. The clarification rather, because it's not a correction. I don't think we disagree. So there was a committee. It was bipartisan. MP Famous, I believe, was on it. It sat for over a year. I stand to be corrected, but over a year. It came up with policy proposals. Because you've already got a plan, let's deliver. Let's deploy. Let's not have another committee to sit around and talk. Let's just get it done. All that happened in relation to that committee's proposal was that one small aspect, and I'm properly, one small, proper and important aspect was passed in legislation. The rest of it is gathering dust on the shelf.
I don't remember. If you got an invite and didn't go, you didn't know what.
I got no invite. I'm sorry.
The party, the opposition got an invite. And if they didn't go, you can't speculate what would have happened. He gave you
I'm not going to debate with the chair.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. So I will move on.
Thank you.
I'll wait for the speaker. Let him throw me out. Still on things that I supported of,
You're my friend.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Page 35.
Page
At
35.
page 35, we hear that there will be exemptions on school uniforms imported.
Yeah.
We agree. I was actually very surprised to hear that that had been a PLP platform policy for 40 years.
Yes.
I'm glad to see it's being implemented, and we agree. And I personally, speaking just for me, Scott Pearman, I would go further. Well, let's exempt all children's clothing. You know, why not? Why stop at uniforms? Let's give working mothers and working fathers and families a break. Again, trying to agree here. Page 32. Try and succeeding in certain cases. I entirely agree with the statement by Premier David Burt that one of the hallmarks of a good system of taxation is that it is simple to understand. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I hope that if and when there is a consideration of comprehensive tax reform on this island, which there must be, and I think both the Premier and the opposition leader have called for that consideration, that we do approach it on the basis that we must be simplistic in its approach. It has to be simple. Otherwise, people won't understand it, or they won't follow it, or they won't pay, and it will just get worse. We do not want to have a massive, burgeoning ministry of tax collection. That is a bad idea. We want to keep the system simple so that people understand it, because when people understand the law and understand why the law is there, they are more likely to follow it. I'm going to get a little bit more into the weeds here on financial matters, and it's a little dry, but some of these points are important, and this is the budget debate after all.
Yes.
So page 41, yet another thing that I can respectfully agree with, and that is at the very top of the page, in the first paragraph, where the government, it says this government will make a more concerted effort towards tax collection through enhanced enforcement of policies and processes. I agree. I have already made the point that I do not think that $7.5 million is a sufficient target, or anywhere close to a sufficient target of what we should be trying to achieve if we have debts owed, taxes owed by Bermudians to the government in the region of plus or minus $300 million. 7.5 is just not even close. It's a joke, respectfully. Again, on a slightly dry issue, this time at page 21. At 21, we see, this is the third paragraph from the bottom, where the Premier says this. And he's talking about the global minimum tax here. And that is a big, big problem on the horizon for Bermuda. And anyone who thinks that the global minimum tax is some great solution that's going to solve everything for Bermuda, please do your homework, do some analysis. It is not necessarily going to be good for us. Now, why do I say that? Because the number one taxable thing that we have on this island, other than just people generally, is international business. And international business is predominantly, not exclusively, but predominantly on the insurance and reinsurance sector. And their balance sheets are not straight. They are not always cash positive. And so you might, in year on year, be getting 15% of nothing. I know, and I'm agreeing with you. I am agreeing with you. And I'm actually was on page 21. I was just prefacing my remark before when the Premier says this. So whereas payroll taxes and customs duties are always paid and represent a certain stream of tax revenue to the government, the same cannot be said for revenue that may come from the global minimum tax. Again, I agree. The point I'm being asked by the Minister for Economy and Labor, the point of what I am doing is I am identifying statements made by the PLP government with which we agree, because Bermudians are getting sick and tired of partisan politics, and they want us to come together and work together and find solutions and deliver them. That's the point I'm making. So what I'm trying to do is demonstrate that there are many things that have been said here, and I've gone through 5 or 6 or 8 of them now, where we can agree, and we should agree, and we should solve them, because government is about effectively 2 things. It's about ideas, and it's about delivery. And if you differ, you've got to look at the ideas. Do I differ with you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about a particular idea? Can we work together? Can we find common ground somewhere between your idea and my idea, right? Can we agree the problem? Can we agree the solution? That's part of it. That's the idea part. But you can have an idea. You can say the right thing is this. If you don't deliver, well, what have you done? And in order to deliver and deliver effectively, we all need to start working together. All Bermudians, both sides. And anyway, that's why I'm making the point I am, Minister. And on the subject of ideas, we don't always agree, because sometimes you think the solution is A, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and sometimes I think the solution is B. But that doesn't mean that we can't be respectful to each other in understanding your position and my position. That doesn't mean we can't discuss it. That doesn't mean I can't say you're wrong about A. If I say you're wrong about A, it doesn't mean I hate you. Doesn't mean I don't want to work with you. If you say, hey, Mr. Pyramid, you're wrong about B, I've got to listen to why you think that is. And you might be right. I might be wrong. I don't know everything. The minister certainly doesn't know everything. If he thinks he does. So that was the bit about global minimum tax. And I hear someone chirping about whether I was listening earlier when I was unparliamentary in my language, where I suggested that some people were making statements that were false. And they were making statements that were false, and they were demonstrably false. And anyone who wants to look in their budget books, it's page C29. But I'll move on. So there we are. I'm not going to listen to the chirping. So still now at page 21, there's another statement further up, and this is again about taxes. Again, it's dry stuff, but I think it's important to recognize where there's common ground. It's the second paragraph. However, it is my view as Minister of Finance that any fundamental shift in the nature and or level of tax receipts in Bermuda should be used to benefit Bermudian residents collectively, rather than representing a way to increase overall tax collections. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree with that sentiment, because taxes are just a means to an end. They are a way for government to raise money to provide services. And if the services aren't being provided, the taxes are a bit of a nonsense. And they have to do the best they can for the benefit of Bermuda and residents collectively. So I agree with that. Moving on. Let me just talk about what I think at a high level Bermuda needs. Let's look forward rather than back, because too often in this chamber, we look back and we blame each other. Looking to the future, what we need is principled leadership. We need politicians across the aisle, both sides, with not a hint of corruption, with not a whiff that we have done things wrong. We need to be held to a higher standard. And we need that on this island. We need the inward flow of foreign capital. And we need to find...
What's your point of order, remember?
When one says we need, it almost gives the inference that we're not. And that is a very negative characterization, and is improving improper motives on the leadership of this country.
That's his opinion. It's a gray area there, right? But be careful, cousin.
I'm looking forward. I'm not imputing the motive of the particular minister for the economy. One would think we would all agree about that statement. One would think he would say, I entirely agree with MP Pierman that we need to have not a whiff of corruption around our political class. We need the inward flow of foreign capital. We need to find inward investment. And very regrettably, if I have to identify one fundamental flaw of this budget, the biggest flaw of this budget is it doesn't identify where that inward foreign capital is coming from. We need to find it. We need to reduce the cost of government. The cost of government. We need to eliminate waste. We need to be firmer. I know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you made some comments in the House, and some people disagreed, but we have a responsibility to Bermudians as a whole to make sure their government, lowercase g, government, works for them and does what it's supposed to do, delivering on the ideas, not just pontificating on the ideas. We need to reduce cost and ease the cost of doing business here. Too many times, and I don't know if he's still in the, he is still in the chamber, MP Richardson. You know, they say, well, they do say, and they do exist. They're not just unicorns. And they say that we need to get the cost of doing business here in Bermuda down. I don't have much time left, so I'll speed up, but
You got
we
23
need,
seconds.
we need responsible spending, which requires us all to look at the cost of government. And lastly, with the 10 seconds remaining, let me say what we need. We need immigration. We need immigration. We need immigration. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Pearman. Are there any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member, Mr. Adams. How you do this, man? Start over. What did this one? You can start, Mr. Adams. Yeah. You have the floor. Thank you, cousin. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Mhm.
I will start by saying that has to be the longest half an hour of my life. But still I press on. I'm a little disappointed by my colleagues. First by the Honorable Minister Furbert, because I had spent some time trying to prove to MP Pearman how the former government has doubled the debt, and he has quite accurately described how we got to that figure. The second is I'm a little disappointed in all of my colleagues before me because I believe they've been a bit too nice. You see, Mr. Speaker, after listening to the opposition's reply today, the first thing that came to my mind is this has to be the last days of the opposition leader's time in that position. I cannot believe the honorable member from constituency 22 will stand aside much longer and allow his party to release such subpar and poorly written material into the public. Mr. Speaker, before I even get into today's reply, I'll refer to a recent statement in which the opposition leader says, and I quote, "A clearly articulated glide path to balance the budget must be developed within 3 years to reduce the reoccurring current account deficit." Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the OBA is used to fuzzying the numbers. But the reason this is baffling to me is because we do not have a current account deficit. In fact, the last time we had a reoccurring current account deficit was during the entire time they were in government. Mr. Speaker, the last time we had a reoccurring current account deficit was in 13-14, 14-15, 15-16, and 16-17. Now I will pause and invite any member of the opposition to back their leader with and double down on this claim of reoccurring current account deficits. Exactly. So what we have is a shadow finance minister that is either unaware of what a current account deficit is or is deliberately misleading the people. Mr. Speaker, I then refer to the predictable press conference the OBA had shortly after the budget speech. The opposition leader said, "Let us grow the economy first and clearly identify alternatives." In fact, quite often I hear members of the OBA talk about the need to grow the economy. It is a well-rehearsed talking point, but there is a difference between a talking point and the facts. Mr. Speaker, according to the Apolitical National Economic Report, in 2022, GDP is expected to have grown between 3.4 and 3.9%. 812 new companies registered in Bermuda. Total number of jobs increased by over 400. The building materials sector recorded an average monthly sales growth of 7.6%. So when adjusted for inflation, that it surpassed pre-pandemic sales. Our air visitor arrivals improved by 80%. So let me speak to that for a minute because that seems to be a hot topic. In 2020, we had 26,000 leisure air arrivals enter Bermuda. The very next year, it was 55,000. And last year, it was 99,000. Mr. Speaker, I am not here to suggest that everything is great. None of my colleagues on this side of the aisle would say that. In fact, on multiple occasions on the budget speech, the Premier acknowledged that more can and should be done. But what we are proudly saying is that things are improving. The trajectory is moving in the right direction. The economy is absolutely growing and expanding. You see, GDP is expected to come in at almost pre-pandemic levels. That is a fact. Now, Mr. Speaker, another thing that I find interesting is the fact that if the Premier had announced in this House that we had a multi-year borrowing strategy and was going to therefore borrow an additional $50 million that would increase our annual interest cost by $2 million, there would have been an uproar. But instead, because of this government's fiscal prudence, because of this government outperforming its expectations, we are in turn repaying down $50 million of debt that will save our taxpayers $2 million a year. All of a sudden, the OBA stays quiet. Mr. Speaker, recognizing how important the debt is to the OBA, I know there is no way they would have supported a multi-year borrowing strategy. The country's debt level is so critical to the OBA, there is no way they would have supported a multi-year borrowing strategy. But isn't it interesting that in the 2014-15 budget statement, the former finance minister, Bob Richards, said after they borrowed $800 million, he said it was done to take advantage of the favorable rates and was part of the ministry's multi-year borrowing strategy. So, Mr. Speaker, pre-pandemic, pre-record global inflation, pre-Russia-Ukraine war, after borrowing $800 million, the OBA told us that it was part of their multi-year borrowing strategy, then have the audacity to stand here today and say they're concerned about the debt. Now, Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the BEDC, I'm privileged to witness the hard work the members of the team do day in and day out to support our local businesses and entrepreneurs. It is what gives them joy. It is what fulfills them. I could not thank Mrs. Erika Smith enough and her team enough for what they do on a regular basis. I bring this up because in the opposition leader's reply, he said the government should help businesses grow and innovate by creating incentives to hire workers and provide financing to scale up businesses. Mr. Speaker, the BEDC provides startup payroll tax relief, in which in of itself has created 139 jobs. The BEDC also does payroll tax relief for businesses within the EEZs, which in of itself has resulted in over 247 jobs. There's also, the BEDC does a customs duty deferment for businesses within the EEZs, which has them seeing over $164,000 of customs duty deferred for $497,000 of capital investments. We are assisting our entrepreneurs. We are helping our businesses. Mr. Speaker, regarding entrepreneurship financing, what I will say is from April of 2020 to today, which the BEDC provides in order to assist businesses, the BEDC has approved 343 funding applications, which accounts for over $6 million. Mr. Speaker, we are doing exactly what they say we should do. Now, Mr. Speaker, the current leader of the OBA said that they would introduce the travel authorization fees. Reintroduce, you're absolutely right, reintroduce. However, just 3 months ago, the former leader of the OBA said, and I quote, "The One Bermuda Alliance is pleased that the government is abolishing the travel authorization and associated fee." You see, he just got up here early and said, no, it's just the form that he had an issue with, right? And I quote, notice he didn't even say, I believe. He said, the One Bermuda Alliance is pleased that the government is abolishing the travel authorization and associated fee. He said it was a long time coming. Now, believe it or not, my only question actually is, when will the future leader of the OBA get his team together so that at the very least they're singing from the same hymn book? Conveniently. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader then asks in today's reply, why would the government increase the stamp duties on mortgages when the government is also encouraging homeowners to transfer their mortgages to banks, which offer government guaranteed mortgages? It is unbelievable to me that a member of the legislature, shadow minister of finance, does not see in the Stamp Duty Act where it says if you transfer your mortgage from one financial institution to another, you will not have to pay stamp duty on the mortgage if its total value is $750,000 or less. Willful ignorance. But Mr. Speaker, you know what bothers me the most about the remaining 6 members of the OBA? Is that they often ask to put away party lines for the betterment of the country. But when given the opportunity to work together, be constructive, and submit feedback during the pre-budget consultation phase, the OBA chose to do, say, and contribute nothing. Instead, they resorted to the only thing they know how to do, and that is to complain about the PLP. You see, they often refer to people on the street and what they say. Well, I'm here to tell you that the people on the street often say that this opposition is weak. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Member Cole Simons for his time as opposition leader. I'm sure many of his supporters would say that he has served his country well, but I'm reasonably confident that after listening to today's reply, even his staunchest supporters will agree that it is time to move on. Mr. Speaker, hey, anytime, mate. Anytime. Mr. Speaker, allow me to move on and say that I support the Premier and congratulate him, other ministers, technical officers, and others for their putting together this budget. Mr. Speaker, it is quite often my starting point when I'm discussing the economy. And that is the fact that for the last 20 years, the government under the PLP and OBA has been operating at a deficit. For the last 20 consecutive years, we have been spending more than we have been receiving. And to cover those deficits, the government has had to borrow the money. Now, depending on who you ask, there are many reasons and explanations as to why we are where we are. But complaining about it, pointing fingers, or simply saying it wasn't me will not fix the issue. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if there is one thing we can all agree on in this House is that we cannot afford to borrow anymore. Our current debt is at a level where the government is obligated to pay $130 million annually in interest. And as a reminder, every dollar that is spent to cover that interest is a dollar not spent addressing the cost of living, providing better care for our seniors and disabled, educating our children, curbing anti-social behavior, supporting our athletes and entrepreneurs, investing in infrastructure. It is money that leaves the island and serves no benefit to the people of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, recognizing we cannot afford to borrow anymore emphasizes the fact that from a fiscal perspective, the government's primary objective must be to get us to a balanced budget, a place where we are no longer spending more than we are receiving. I want those listening to understand that the current account balance in our sinking fund is what we have to cover future deficits. So in other words, what we have to get, in other words, we have to get to a balanced budget before the sinking fund runs out. That is the clock, Mr. Speaker. The clock, as you know, is ticking. But I mention all of this because this then puts us in a vicarious situation. Because after 20 consecutive years of overspending, we have to at times forego political expediency. We have to remain on task. We cannot afford to keep doing what we've always done. We cannot normalize a lifestyle of overspending. Difficult decisions, Mr. Speaker. But this is the job. It is the role we have accepted. And it is what this government is prepared to do. Now, Mr. Speaker, this upcoming fiscal year is expected to be the last and final deficit year before we reach a balanced budget in 24-25. And we have over 5 times that amount in our sinking fund. So all is not doom and gloom, like some would want the public to believe. Again, This upcoming fiscal year is projected to be our last year at a deficit, and we have over 5 times that amount in our sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, this entire week, I heard many people say how pleased they are with this budget. But on occasion, someone would express their disappointment. But it's almost as if individuals expected this one budget to be the answer to all the economic issues. It's as if they expected this one budget to remove all of our debt, to attract 8,000 workers, to fully fund our pension liabilities, to significantly reduce the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we did not get into this situation overnight, and we certainly won't get out of it either overnight. But our economy is growing. More people are working. We are paying down the debt. We will have a balanced budget next year. Significant construction projects are set to begin in the near future. This government has never been more confident in fintech before in history. We are expecting a record increase in cruise arrivals. There is no doubt in my mind that we are heading in the right direction. Now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to shift gears slightly, because I'd like to speak about fiscal performance and our ability to manage the fiscal purse. You see, forget the bells and whistles. Forget the politics for a second. I want to know, what does the number say? Mr. Speaker, government revenue in 2020-21, as you know, during the peak of the pandemic, came in at $998 million. The very next year, revenue grew by $87 million. For this fiscal year, revised estimates project an even further increase by $25 million. And we are anticipating an additional $44 million in revenue on top of that for this upcoming fiscal year. I want it to be clear, the government is actually increasing its revenue while reducing taxes and fees for the majority of the people working in this country. I must say that again. This needs to be emphasized. We are consistently increasing our revenue while reducing the taxes and fees for the majority of the people in this country. That is no small feat. Our economy is growing. We are attracting investment. We are rebuilding tourism. IB is doing incredibly well. Fintech is ready to take off. The combined opposition cannot escape or deny the facts. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us now speak about deficits, where I would first encourage anyone that is listening to look at the chart that is available in the budget statement that clearly lays out the government's glide path to a balanced budget. Our deficit during the peak of the pandemic, here we go, in 2020-21 was about $184 million. The very next year, after a clean audit was given, it confirmed a $118 million improvement, taking us to a deficit of $66 million. This means the very next year after COVID, the very next year after the peak of COVID, I should say, while our local tourism was still devastated, while we were still paying unemployment benefits, while we were still paying for Morgan's Point, while we were still paying minimum revenue guarantees to Skyport, this government performed better than the OBA ever did. I'm talking facts. Mr. Speaker, this year, we are now projecting to do even better. We are projecting a $44 million deficit. And as the Premier said, we could not have forced the issue we could have forced the issue and had a balanced budget. But it is ultimately decided that we could not hold off on the investment of our critical infrastructure. We had to stabilize Times Bay. We had to invest in more affordable housing. We had to refit our fast ferries. We have to purchase a new fleet of electric buses. We have to focus on repaving our roads, Colonel. We have to fix the floating dock in Hamilton. There are many other critical infrastructure projects that have gone years with underinvestment. Don't forget schools. Can't forget schools. And these were done for the sake of reducing our spending. And so we simply could not continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to see the progress being made. Again, I would never say that things are perfect. I would never say that things couldn't be better. But as the saying goes, how do you eat an elephant? And the response is one bite at a time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch base on the government's track record and how much we listen to and care for the people of this country. I'll start with the fact that since returning to office in 2017, the Progressive Labor Party will be introducing or reducing payroll tax for the majority of the workers in this country for the fourth time. The fourth time. We are now in a position where we can say that anyone earning less than $132,000 will pay less in payroll tax than they are currently paying. That is 86% of the workforce. Mr. Speaker, those working and earning $60,000, as the Minister of Economy and Labor said earlier, would have saved over $5,000 thanks to the decisions of this government. Do you want to know why elections matter, Mr. Speaker? It's because the OBA increased payroll taxes to its highest levels ever in this country, while the PLP is on its fourth reduction. Mr. Speaker, we have met with the stakeholders. We've heard their concerns and suggestions. And that is why we have ensured that no business in Bermuda will pay more in employer payroll taxes than they are currently paying. Our fishermen and farmers will be exempt from payroll tax, absolutely. Small businesses will see up to 43% reduction in their payroll taxes. We have not increased payroll taxes for any exempt company. Again, we are listening to the people. Mr. Speaker, all I will say regarding the sugar tax is that this government will be revising legislation where many items will no longer be subject to the sugar tax. And therefore, the price on those items should go down. Now, if you do not believe those items will go down, I would encourage the public to reach out to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the chair of the Cost of Living Commission, so that you can investigate. We are doing our part, and I am hopeful that the supermarkets will do theirs. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the time,
Yes.
yes, I will close with this.
Okay.
I stand by each of my colleagues. I want there to be no confusion. This was a collective effort and something we should all be proud of. Last year, we reduced payroll taxes for those earning $96,000 or less, and this year we are reducing taxes again, this time for those earning $132,000 or less. Last year, we provided money to parents of each public school student, and this year we are eliminating duty on school uniforms so that they can be more affordable. Last year, we reduced the customs duty on essential goods to help reduce the cost of certain food items. And this year, we are revising the sugar tax so that the cost of additional food items can go down as well. Last year, we launched a mortgage guarantee program so that the mortgages are more affordable in this country. And this year, we are increasing the stock of more affordable houses. Mr. Speaker, we have come a long way, and we still have a long way to go. But with this budget and the Progressive Labor Party team, I am confident that we are headed in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Gone are the days of the status quo. And brick by brick, we will build a better and fairer Bermuda.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker. Thank you. Any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member Richardson, Jarius Richardson.
You know, I definitely want to, congratulate all the speakers before me. It's very, very fulsome debate.
No problem.
I sometimes forget how new I am to politics when I see everyone get so worked up about some stuff. To that end, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for its opportunity to speak tonight to contribute to the economic debate for this budget before we go into Committee of Supply. One of the things that really fascinates me about the budget, Mr. Speaker, is how two groups of people can take the exact same set of facts and run in here, and then basically one side will say the economy is on the right track and all the previous decisions were on the whole the right ones, you know, except for the time when you were in charge. And then the other side says, nah, the economy's ruined and it's on the wrong track, and all the previous decisions, you know, those were wrong too, you know, except for 1 5-year period. And you just sit there and go, man, it's no wonder people stop us in the street and the taxi stand and talk to us. I go back to my earlier comment about those guys at the gas station. You just said politicians talk about the wrong things. The new one that someone stopped me and said, or rather, no, I was watching the Daily Show Hour, I think I want to say, and one of the comments one of the people said was, politicians are addicted to spending the public's money. I just thought, man, that stuck the landing. One of the pretenses that we have to do to certainly get as worked up as we're getting in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, is to believe that the public haven't already made up their mind about most of our economy. It's like I said, it's exceptionally difficult to walk more than a block without someone stopping you and telling you exactly what they think of the economy as it is right now. And the previous speaker from constituency, I want to say 19, previous speaker from 19 was saying that people are stopping him and the governing party and saying different things. So that's quite fascinating, considering how small the place is that we're all being stopped, but being told exactly, I guess, what we want to hear. I hope we're wrong in this one. To me, Mr. Speaker, the economy just isn't about numbers. It's one of the great flaws, I think, with the budgeting process. You know, the economy is a social science. Economics is a social science. It's just as much about people as it is anything else. And one of the experiences that I'm constantly encountering is disappointment in the standards and quality of people's lifestyle, the quality of the healthcare they're getting, how difficult it is to move around the island, sometimes to get off the island a lot of times, the quality of housing, how much there is of it, and definitely food. I think everyone can agree that the price of food is certainly no easy thing. And what it feels like, again, speaking for myself and the few who seem to be speaking to me, Mr. Speaker, is it's as if we're working hard, but we're staying in the same place, as if we're not actually moving any further forward. You can spend some 10, 15 years working. You're thinking you're saving money. You're thinking you're forgoing some of the more pleasant aspects of life. You think you're getting somewhere. And then your job makes a couple positions redundant. Or something goes wrong with the healthcare, and next thing you know, you're shopping around for something else. That is definitely what Bermuda feels like right now, Mr. Speaker. The opposition leader spoke to rose-colored glasses, I want to say rose-tinted glasses, and talking about just how favorable the budget statement is, and just how favorable everyone's speaking about it this evening. And like I said, I'm always baffled by how we could look at the exact same facts and come up with such different conclusions. But definitely, the Bermuda public is working hard and not feeling the love. The emigration is the one that I think is the most evident, or points out just what everyone's thinking. Just in this last year, I lost another two friends moving overseas. One into EU and another into the UK, and it was the same thing that my cousin had told me the year before. I can't afford to live here. One had a special needs child, was finding it exceptionally difficult to get care. They found they had to interrupt their employment and to pick up at the right times, and everything was just hard. And they were already living paycheck to paycheck, Mr. Speaker. So it came time that they had to go figure out a better way to take care of themselves and their families. And the first time I'd heard someone leaving the island to go somewhere else, Mr. Speaker, I was a little baffled, to be fair. I had a friend who left years and years ago, maybe 5 or 10 years, and he subsequently tries to convince me to leave every year. He said that things weren't looking right, things weren't shaping up. He'd studied overseas and got a master's degree, and then his wife had a master's degree as well, studied overseas, and then worked overseas, did quite well, came back to Bermuda, and they were just about to settle down, and I think we all settled down by purchasing that house. And I guess it was that exposure to being overseas, but they said for the amount of work, for the amount of money and work that we have to put in, what we're going to get out is a shadow of the effort. And I never really thought about it, and I had a very negative opinion of that at the time, Mr. Speaker. At the time, I must have, I don't know, done my time up camp, and then I was in the police, and I always think of Bermuda as the place that is worth fighting for. So when I met someone who wasn't willing to fight for it, I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. The math just didn't work for me. And every year, as I lose more and more friends and colleagues and cousins and things like that, the math's starting to add up. Mr. Speaker, I'd spoken before about a lot of people are working hard, but they're staying in the same place. You know, they're not adding to their bottom line. They're not adding wealth. They're not making generational wealth. They're barely being able to pay off the house. And that's what the economy feels like. Certainly, I go down to get a cup of coffee and brew on Front Street in the morning, and I always walk past Christen's, what used to be Christen's. And, you know, I grew up in a time in Bermuda where, you know, it's always a crowd of people outside that building. So it just feels like it's not working. He's gone now. He's gone now. And most of all, Mr. Speaker, the one that really broke my heart was when I joined this Honorable Assembly, and I was debating with the Honorable Minister of Economy and Labor, and he had pointed out a statistic that half of everyone in Bermuda on financial assistance is a pensioner, is a senior. I mean, that floored me. I never would have guessed that. That shocked me. I can't think of a thing less dignified about a country than its seniors being left in such a state. I then went and my honorable colleague Susan Jackson involved me in a matter concerning a nursing home, and then I came across the condition of this home and the financial statement of it, and it very much had that blame game going forward as well. This person showed up at this time, this person did something else. I mean, I guess the folks that ran the place can come here because it was the same blame game. And of course, it was clearly not suitable for our seniors. Mr. Speaker, one of the conversations I had was with someone who was obviously disappointed and said, we're tired of plans, we want to see results. That was the one that really got to me. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the debt because I don't think I paid it enough attention as I was in the earlier stages of my career. And the debt is yet again someone else's problem. It was described to me as it's as if you hosted a dinner party and had a bunch of people over, and then everyone left, but when it was time to clean the dishes, to do the dishes, that's what's happening right now, Mr. Speaker, with everyone leaving Bermuda. As every person leaves, the debt's going to get worse and worse, or harder and harder to pay off. One of the other circumstances that debt's going to make even worse in Bermuda is that government's going to have to collect more and more taxes to pay for the exact same things. So we're talking about reforming certain programs, we're talking about improving quality of life and things like that, but until we tackle the debt, we're going to have to just keep raising taxes to pay for the things we have already. That means that for the exact same education, we'd pay more. For the exact same transport services, pay more, garbage collection, etc. And that's even before we get to actually paying down the debt. We are very much in a position where we have a credit card, and like after a vacation, it seems that a lot of us have decided to pay down the minimum balance. And what's going to happen is we're going to wind up paying 2 or 3 times more for that actual dollar that we borrowed on that credit card. The honorable member for constituency 19 spoke about this is a reminder, I'm sorry. We borrowed some $180 million in July of last year. I'm happy to take a point of order on these numbers. And then subsequently deposited some of that into the sinking fund. And then took $50 million out of the sinking fund, which came from the $100 million we borrowed, and we're going to use that to pay down other borrowed money. So we borrowed money from Visa to pay the money that we borrowed from MasterCard, is what that looks like to me. Paying down this debt is not academic whatsoever. We have weathered more than a few black swan events recently, black swan events. The pandemic, no one could see. The crisis, the last financial crisis. The war in Ukraine isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And the macroeconomic headwinds are making life on a small island harder and harder every year. The debt is what makes us unable to respond to another black swan event. That's the problem with the debt. And that's why it's so important we pay that down as quickly as possible. Not because of an academic exercise, but rather what it does to us when it sits where it is. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak also about something I've introduced in other debates, which is the devil's in the details. And there's a few job killers right now that are in this budget that we really want to make sure that we speak to, most especially as it relates to payroll taxes. Because when we look at payroll taxes in those bands, and this took me a bit of reading and more than a few interviews. When we look at them in the bands, right now, we have a circumstance, for example, where an international business startup with some 3 employees, depending on payroll, would have to pay 10.25%. One of the reasons I bring this up, Mr. Speaker, is I work in the applications process when we submit documents to the Bermuda Monetary Authority on a regular basis and set up international businesses on a regular basis. And one thing that a lot of people don't know is that when you're in that phase of the business, you typically don't have a lot of money. And it's the devil's in the details like that. Now, it's a sliver in a tapestry of taxes. One of the things that just baffles my mind is just how complex it is to file payroll taxes and understand them. But, and this is only one example, but those things are in there, and those things are job killers. Equally, Mr. Speaker, when you move through the bands of the payroll taxes, all of a sudden you go from paying one amount of money, let's say $1,900. When you move into the band, you wind up paying a multiple of that amount. You wind up paying something like $6,200. It's insidious how deep it's buried in there. It's one of the problems we have, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's a whole industry in Bermuda that deals exclusively with filing payroll taxes. And if we think that collecting taxes is going to get easier, then we're going to have to attend to the way we're doing it, because a lot of small businesses take one look at the filing process and decide we want nothing to do with that. And then if they're not prudent, try to avoid it. But if they are prudent, they then have to spend even more money just to pay their taxes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak also this evening to the economic recovery plan. I want to speak to the economic recovery plan because I don't think it's going very well. And the Honorable Minister has pointed out any number of times the website where we can always get an update on the economic recovery plan. And so I have that up here on this iPad here, and I look at these ideas. We've debated this thing to death, and I don't intend to rehash that. But there's 7 themes, and I want to say 31 ideas in this. And I'm going to start with the first one, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important when we talk about the economy and we talk about the budget. We talk about the efforts we've made to recover the economy. And the first idea here is launch a casino industry, Mr. Speaker. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, can I read the last update we have for the casino industry? Thank you. We have the casino's opening date entirely depends on the casino operator meeting all legislative requirements to open and is subject to the Commission's review and approval. The Department of Workforce Development continues working with casino operators to define employment and training opportunities within the industry, etc. That is the update as of the 31st of January. And then, Mr. Speaker, the article that I'd like to refer to from the Royal Gazette speaks to, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read again. The headline says, Hamilton casino plans fold due to time delays. There's a quote here, Mr. Speaker, from the president and chief executive of Century Casinos, Peter Holtzinger, who says, which has been involved with the development for 8 years, 8 years working on this project to get this up and running, said that with the existing legislative framework, the company could not foresee the project being completed in a reasonable time, if at all. Now, the reason I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, in the economic recovery plan, if we're going to recover this economy, that's a key. That's one of, I want to say, 4 key pillars. It was brought up earlier. And the update doesn't seem to match the information that we have in the public domain. And the reason this causes a problem, Mr. Speaker, is because it is our economic recovery plan. For better or for worse, this is actually how we're going to make things better for the entire country. And we can't rely upon the information that is actually published online. So I don't know if the economic recovery plan is working. Although, to be fair, it's been stipulated as such in the Premier's speech, in the budget statement, and obviously by the Minister a number of times. The updates for these 31 projects are all made at the same time. They're very fluffy and ill-defined. And some of these ideas are really quite risque, very aspirational. Everything from medical tourism to vertical farming to shoreside fishing plant. And what this does, Mr. Speaker, is it causes uncertainty in the economy. And anyone who's been involved in business knows the last thing you need is uncertainty, especially for investors and stakeholders. But that reason is no one's going to put their money or their time into a lost cause. You don't put your money or time near a project that isn't panning out, that isn't working. You got to know when to cut your losses. The theory of, sunk costs doesn't actually play out very well in the business world. That is that you just keep throwing more and more money at something, assuming it's going to get better sooner or later. And right now, this management process for the ERP shows that a number of these problems are being left unaddressed. And again, that underlying condition creates a lack of stability and faith. That doubt is what's going to scare away money. So the ERP has been operating for some time. It's supposed to be making everything work better in our economy. And there's a number of projects in it that the public just don't have confidence in. And we're going to have to work. You make stuff up. Thank you. So to that end, thank you. That's my contribution on ERP. I want to speak to immigration. It's now been established that our aging demographics and reducing working population has created a circumstance in our economy, most notably emigration. This problem was seen years and years ago. And without a doubt, Bermuda cannot afford to lose any more people. When the problem was first raised politically, at least to my mind, it was essentially a question of national policy rather than politics. And as the issue was addressed and tried to get resolved, it got quite hot. Immigration is a hot topic. It's an emotional topic. There's a lot of people who've been hard done by previous immigration policies in Bermuda. And when the circumstances that we're attending to today were tried to be dealt with last time, it raised quite a problem. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'd like to read from the Premier's budget statement. This is on page 22, under the heading, Growing the Residential Population. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, the Minister of Economy and Labor has made it painfully clear what will happen if we are unable to grow our working population. Instead of further reductions in taxes, as we are able to deliver in this budget, due to economy growing and working population expanding, etc., an increase in taxes will mean an increase in the cost of living in Bermuda, something that we know Bermuda's residents and businesses cannot afford. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important that honorable members in this chamber today and those who are listening understand the difference in approach between the PLP government and the opposition. He goes on to say that the difference is this government has carefully and methodically engaged in wide consultation when dealing with reforms to Bermuda's immigration system. This takes us to what happened before when we tried to fix immigration. It got so hot. There were so many protests. I think the phrase was civil disobedience, that the entire matter got dropped. And it's not getting picked up till 10 years later. When I took the job of shadow Minister of Economy and Labor, I was very lucky. I had come across a number of files, in fact, that related to immigration and the previous attempts to fix the immigration problem in Bermuda, reform immigration. And I was very, very lucky. And I also learned that there was a huge amount of documents that were left over for the current minister to review. One thing that came to my attention was that this problem has had a lot of research over the years. It's had a lot of political backwards and forwards. It has not been written on the back of a napkin. This has been, in fact, assessed, reassessed, discussed, rediscussed, and beaten to death. There is nothing but information as it relates to immigration in Bermuda at this point. So right now, fast forward to my involvement in the matter, and the honorable member from C17, the minister, 17? Yeah. Bringing up why we haven't contributed to the bipartisan committee. Mr. Speaker, we have contributed to the bipartisan committee in the past. We obviously undertook a lot of research into immigration. Again, it wasn't written on the back of a napkin. More than a few people were thrown at the problem, and more than enough research has been done. It is my opinion that the minister is now well equipped with all the information required to make a decision on how to proceed at this point. I was recently asked by someone in the media, who was asking for comment on the honorable minister's comment, Lord knows what it was. And I said, the OBA looks forward to the alternative to the pathways to status. That's a genuine statement, Mr. Speaker. I really look forward to it. I think that enough information is present that we are now able to proceed with substantive and comprehensive immigration reform. And when that happens, we will again critique and participate in the way that an opposition does. One of the reasons why I am loath to contribute to yet another committee to talk about even more immigration is because we've been on these committees before. We've talked about it. And this line doesn't seem to move anywhere. And rather than spend more time talking about something that, again, I think we've exhausted, I would rather that we present the solution, or as it were, the alternative, and then just get on with having that debate. Mr. Speaker, I, at this point, would move on to a few different items. We definitely, as it relates to solutions, we have to move on with tax reform. We definitely have to spread the load right now. There's 30,000 people working in Bermuda at the time. Again, I stand to be guided by a point of order if anyone wants to do that. With only 4,000 in IB. And yet IB contributes 44% of payroll tax. So it's clear that as we are losing people and we're not tracking the people who are leaving, as we're losing people, we're going to have to spread out this tax burden more and more. Because as I was saying earlier with the debt, we're going to have to keep paying more and more for the current services that we already consume. So it looks like that if we don't get on with immigration reform, then we have to get on with tax reform. But ideally, we would want to get on with them all at the same time. And my last point, second last point for tonight, Mr. Speaker, is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's a couple points. The disputes that we've seen with the farmers and fishermen last year was disheartening. And we know that in the ERP, there is a number of matters that relate to them, vertical farming for the farmers and shoreside fishing plant for the fishermen. But this relates the same to bankers. We really need to stay out of the way of the experts and let the experts do what they do best. Support them in their commercial enterprises because they're the ones providing jobs. They obviously have to be well regulated and oversight, but that is not the same as competing with them or neglecting them in any way. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to also speak about the patty requests. I don't agree that we should go charging commercial organizations to make patty requests. I take the point of the government that one patty request costs $300,000, but that did not provide any context as it related to any other patty requests, either by volume or value. And so I find it very hard to justify the risk to threaten an organization that actually has the capability of making complex, lengthy patty requests and then getting that information out and then digesting that information. Anyone who does work with these information requests, as I do, knows that it's one thing to ask for it, it's a whole other thing to get it digested and work with it. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, didn't think I'd take this long. I just would, I'd encourage the government to signal to the public the shared punishment that they're all going through. A great example would be to get rid of the ministerial cars and get a bus pass. Maybe some of the other government cars, but definitely curtail the overseas travel. Obviously, the impact would be almost minimal, if non-existent, to the actual economy, but it's an unfortunate circumstance. So one of the alternatives I provide would be, for example, to pool government cars, pool ministerial cars, and things like that. But certainly right now, it does no good identifying with the public when we currently are feeling the pain like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have a good night.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Any other member? Minister Furbert? Okay, Minister Sinead Furbert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had told the Premier I wanted to go early, but it's getting late, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I just want to just speak to the PLP's budget statement, because we are in great anticipation and excitement in regards to what this budget statement would bring. You know, people were wondering, you know, because we had done our consultation in the community with the pre-budget report, people were wondering, you know, what was going to be the outcome. And I remember the Premier coming and saying, you know, that we are doing pretty well, that we don't have to increase payroll taxes to what we thought we would, or reported in the pre-budget report. And so I'm sure the people of our country, employers and employees, are grateful that did not come into fruition, because we are a government that does care about our people and does listen to our people. I did get a bit of comment, particularly with the OBA's press conference right after our budget statement, and you know, it was very mellow and sad, and and you know, we have so much to be glad for as a country. There are countries, Mr. Speaker, that are going through much strife. If you see in the global media, you'll see the natural disasters that are happening in some other countries and nations, you know, with the earthquakes and the fires and the floods and the catastrophes that we see with hurricanes. We see countries, particularly in Africa, where there is child labor and there is human trafficking and there is much poverty. And there are children who are marrying early, Mr. Speaker. And Bermuda, I just have to say that we are blessed. We have been blessed that we haven't had the catastrophes that many of these other countries are experiencing. And so we must always give thanks. We must always give thanks. I was in church last week, Saturday, and the pastor was speaking. He was saying, Mr. Speaker, you know, everybody's talking about, you know, Bermuda and its wealth and the costs are going up, and I don't want to stay in Bermuda anymore, and and he was just saying, it is a choice, it is a reflection, but that he loved his country home and that he would do anything to make it better for someone else in this country. And so I'm sure Cousin would say that wealth actually is in what we feel and our relationship with our Savior. But people, Mr. Speaker, are fleeing their countries because of poverty. And here we have people fleeing their country for a country that's pretty well off. And people leave. People are not just leaving for poverty. People are leaving for many different opportunities. They're leaving for education because we have a institution as well as Bermuda College does. They're limited with their programming. And so people leave for opportunity, for education. I believe Member Richardson just mentioned, people are looking for opportunity to have better access to healthcare. People are making reasons, finding reasons to leave. For many, maybe they're leaving because they don't have good relationships with their families. So people leave our country for many reasons. It is not just because of poverty. It is not just because of the cost of living. Because if we studied the demographics around this world, we would know that the cost of living is high in many places. And so we just can't single out Bermuda in that aspect, even though we do know that Bermuda does have a high cost of living. We also have a high salary amongst our people as well. What we must not do as a government, Mr. Speaker, is, put a blind eye to the issues and concerns that our people do have. And I think as a government, we have not. We have filled in many gaps. We continue to assist our people. Other members have mentioned that we are investing in our housing. Colonel Birch will speak to more, I'm sure, of what we're doing with putting funds towards the Bermuda Housing Corporation, in increasing our inventory of the housing that is out there with 77 homes. We're providing mortgage relief. We are investing in the Bermuda Economic Development Program. You would have seen in the news where we've increased our complement of availability to homeless shelters through the Salvation Army. And this government does also support charities that help with our homeless demographic. And I just want to make mention that people just, come into poverty are those who are homeless, because in fact, you know that many of the people on our streets are not necessarily homeless where they don't have anywhere to go because they're maybe choosing to live on the streets. Or there are issues associated with mental health in which people find themselves on the streets. But this government is not doing anything. We will continue to help those who find themselves in situations of social ills and poverty. I just want to take the time now to speak to seniors, because we are definitely a government who cares about our seniors. And that is greatly demonstrated when we said that every year we will increase our seniors' pensions to the rate of inflation. We have demonstrated this, and we have done this, Mrs. Speaker. I just want to give a bit of statistics because I also want to demonstrate, I also want to show that we are a government that has done something in regards to our seniors. If we take a senior today who is 90 years old, and today it is 2023, so they would have been born, so they would have been born in 1933. And we know back then our seniors started to work very young. So they worked, maybe some, I know they worked 14, started to go to work at 14, 8 and 9, 8 and 9, 14. So they would have had a long, long time in the workplace. But if we also would evaluate what their salaries would have been like back then, in a time where there was racial discrimination, in a time where there was not equal opportunity, you know, in a time where it was a hustle nation, and Bermuda still is a hustle nation because people are still trying to get by, that back then, someone who would have saved, and back then, many people would have worked not for a decent salary, but they would have worked to try to get by. And so over the years, of course, you know, many people fought for many things. The unions fought for our salaries to increase. You know, there were many things that were fought for so that we can experience as a country economic growth. But many people back then still did not have the means, and they were not paying into pensions, right? So employers would hire people and they were not paying into pensions. And so we have many people today who actually don't have a pension because they work for people who were not paying into a pension plan. And so the PLP has been very progressive in regards to reminding employers the importance of paying into pensions. And we even did something that benefited throughout COVID, and we had mandated private pension. And throughout COVID, that was a big help for many people. And so when you look at things that are implemented years ago and how they could be helpful to people years later, there's a progressive items that we should be very proud of, because many people throughout COVID had the opportunity to be able to go into their private pensions to help them for many reasons. But the PLP mandated private pensions. We're encouraging people to pay into their social insurance. We also are undergoing pension reform because this is important to make sure that our seniors, we're not doing anything in regards to our seniors, so that people are prepared, more prepared, and there are funds that will be available for seniors as we age. We also introduced Future Care and increased benefits of Future Care and HIP. And again, I have to say, and I have to remind the country about our commitment in increasing a pensioner's pension at the rate of inflation. Mr. Speaker, I want to just also let the country know that this government spends a huge amount of money as it relates to our seniors. There was a compilation done in 2017, 2018 in regards to the long-term funding that this government provides. And government departments and grants in 2018, and I'm sure you'll hear more about it from our colleagues as we go through the budget debate, that government departments and grants, we spent $25.5 million. The long-term care subsidy was $29.8 million. War vet was 4.47 million, Mr. Speaker. And within financial assistance itself, financial assistance for seniors, 23.1 million, and the disabled, 11.4 million. And out of the HID long-term care claims, 9.87 million, Mr. Speaker. And so where there is a deficit in persons' pensions not being able to cover expenses, this government has spent out huge amounts of subsidies in helping our seniors. Mr. Speaker, the older we get, the increase in our dependency, it becomes, the older we get. So if you're 70 and you end up living to be 90, we have changes in our bodies, we have changes in our health, and it just increases our dependencies levels. And so we'll find that with that increase in dependency levels, that a senior will require more care, more healthcare access and care. And we are not a government who denies this, but we are a government that does assist in this capacity. Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak to our economy, our status, and just as a recap, and, many of us may already know this, but as a recap, because we have to be reminded, particularly when we're talking about the economy, that the higher your class is, the more power you have, the more status you have, the more influence you have. And this, Mr. Speaker, over the last many years, has been a massive drive towards many social changes and social policies and social revolutions. And also the definitions of classes have changed also over the years. I want to speak to a famous economist, Mr. Karl Marx, which he spoke to the class of those who have means of production, or those who basically have all the physical and monetary things that they need to be able to make money, such as factories, tools, real estate, computers, businesses, investments. And these people that own this sort of stuff can simply make money off of the profits that they get from renting or investing in this production, which means that they don't necessarily have to work to be able to survive. A friend of mine called it, making money as you sleep. The upper class refers to the very wealthy people and very powerful people in society, and they are those who would be considered at the top percentage of our population. Defining the middle class, on the other hand, is a little trickier, Mr. Speaker, and it includes people who work in high status jobs and they have jobs that are a little bit more secure and stable. And the lower class, Mr. Speaker, are those who work. They have to work. We all have to work to be able to survive, but these are people who are literally having to work paycheck to paycheck. They can't save. They may even be in a huge amount of debt, and they have low wages and insecure jobs. But we all, Mr. Speaker, have value, whether we are high earners or low earners. We all have value in this economic lands because we all contribute to the economy and we all spend money. We take our youth, for example, who, They get you to buy things for them for birthdays and Christmas. And when you go into the grocery store, you know, you have to feed your children. You spend money on education. You spend money on extracurricular activities. Adults, we spend money by way of paying a mortgage or paying rents, college fees, also food. Seniors spend money predominantly in the healthcare industry, but they also contribute to rent and being consumers and buying things and participating in different services. So we all spend money, Mr. Speaker, and it is important to make sure that we are uplifting people and we are supporting people who do not have as much as there's people who are high earners. So we all have a role in this, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak to cultural capital. And cultural capital, Mr. Speaker, is a concept that was developed by a sociologist, Mr. Pierre Bourdieu. And he spoke to that the levels of class are determined by the attainment of a specific set of knowledge, behaviors, and skills that allows a person to navigate in society. And I think it's very important in regards to creating a cultural capital. And the first thing that I can think of, Mr. Speaker, is that of how we have demonstrated our commitment to education, how we have supported scholarships through the Ministry of Education, supported funding through the Bermuda College, supported funding and opportunities through workforce development, and supported funding through the Ministry of Health for scholarships. And this shows that as a country, we are putting our people's education first. And so if we look at cultural capital and the importance of education to this Progressive Labor Party, we will see the benefits of this in the years to come. We'll see the economic growth. We'll see the economic opportunity because we are putting funds towards education, not only through scholarships and financial funding, Mr. Speaker, but also through education reform. Mr. Speaker, we are also, as a country, doing much for small business. The BEDC, Mr. Speaker, provides 14 products and programs that support small business and Bermudian entrepreneurs. They have been providing financial support to entrepreneurs at every stage of their business. Actually, today I was speaking with a young lady and she was telling me how BEDC is helping her more recently with a loan so that she can invest in some products to help with her profession. And so we have supported persons, business owners, in direct lending of up to 30K, Mr. Speaker, and loan guarantees to support up to 200K of an approved loan from a financial institution. And this is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We are also providing educational support through workshops and guidance for business development, including startups, including validation of businesses and financial literacy. We are also providing business development support to supplement the educational support. And you'll know, if you've heard much about BEDC, that they provide an incubator and an accelerator program to provide additional hands-on guidance and support. Loan guarantees, we've provided over $3 million in funding to assist small business and entrepreneurs. And microloans, Mr. Speaker, Throughout COVID, we provided loans and grants to a total funding of $1.3 million, Mr. Speaker, and even assisted with emergency grants to businesses to provide assistance through hardship supports to the tune of almost $500,000. So this is what we have done as a government, Mr. Speaker, to provide for small businesses in our economy that provide support and services for people in our community. These are all very important programs and services that help with our economic growth. But we all have a role to play, Mr. Speaker, in our investment, in investment in Bermuda. We all have a role to play. And sometimes I really don't like the atmosphere of politics and what it can bring because, you know, people can be doing, governments can be doing some very good things. But it's always something bad about it, Mr. Speaker. And we share this messaging in our community. Bermuda being such a small community can have a detrimental effect on, you know, investors wanting to come and invest in Bermuda. And so we must continue to support investors, Mr. Speaker, who want to come in and help with our economy and securing our economic growth. So the Honorable Premier and the Honorable Member, Minister of Economy and Labor, Mr. Jason Hayward, cannot be the only persons who are bigging up Bermuda as a country to come and invest in. While the rest of us are complaining, we have a duty, Mr. Speaker, to bring investment to Bermuda and to encourage people to bring investment to Bermuda. And this includes the opposition. We have to continue to network, network, network. I want us to know as Bermudians that we make choices and we have choices. And people will process in their brains, you know, what options they have available to them. And I think it is a good exercise to always reflect on your life experiences and where you want to be and how you should progress and what's the type of life that you want to have. Because the world is global, Mr. Speaker. And people will find that if you can't get it in Bermuda, you can surely find it somewhere else. But for those people, Mr. Speaker, who choose Bermuda, for those people, Mr. Speaker, who choose Bermuda, I think the PLP government has demonstrated time and time again that your only choice, Mr. Speaker, is the Progressive Labor Party. We are supporting our people the best way we can. We are making predictions about our economy. We are providing support for our seniors. We are providing support for people who are living in poverty. But we are also encouraging people to be civil, be civil, and also take civil responsibility in their actions. We want people to be responsible and to contribute to our economy in a positive manner. And that's what we will see with positive increases in our economic growth. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about debt, Mr. Speaker, debt can be concerning, but debt can also be good. And I think we have demonstrated as a government that we have been able to manage our debt. We pay our debts. Any banker will tell you that, you need debt to be able to build up your capacity and for people to trust you to be able to provide more funding to you. So you need debt. So debt isn't always a bad thing as long as you are staying on top of your debt and you are continuing to pay. And so the opposition cannot continue to use debt as a reason why this country is failing. We can't continue to use that as a reason. Because I'm sure if we went around the table to each and every one of us, we'll find that we're all in some sort of debt. And you also would know that message of debt did not win you the election in 2017, nor did it win you the election of 2020. And people have trust in the Progressive Labor government as a people's party that we would do the right thing and be good citizens in taking care of the money in this country. And I'll end on that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. Before we recognize any other honorable member, let me just draw everyone's attention to Standing Order 1914-3, that once we've passed the 7 hours of any debate, the time for speeches is limited to 20 minutes. We've now passed that we're past that 7 minute. We started this debate at 10:56 and we went to 12:30. That's an hour and 34 minutes. And at 2 o'clock, we continued. And you had 5 hours and 26 minutes of that. That takes us to 7:26. So we've gone past the magical 7-minute mark. And from now on, all speeches will be limited to 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes. Yes, member. Now, I still see no one indicating that they wish to speak. Would any? MP Cannoneer, you have your 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was giving you opportunity to go ahead and say what you had to say.
Go right ahead. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I must confess, I have a terrible cough and it's been causing problems the last couple of days. So there you go. Yes, I want to thank Dr. De Silva for the cough drop. It did make a difference.
It did make a difference.
And I can attest that whenever he's in the house, whether good or bad, he will make a difference. That's for sure. Yeah, I think I want to kind of adjust the tact here, and I know that sometimes when I get on my feet down, people are expecting a bit of controversy and a bit of to and fro, because I actually I enjoy it. I enjoy listening to the comments by the government and as well as the opposition, because there are different approaches to the subject matter at hand, and that is the budget. I wanted to just qualify something real quick before I get into much of what I wanted to say. I wasn't quite sure on page 43. I'm hoping the Premier clears this up, or maybe one colleague here can. He mentions about number of persons employed by government of Bermuda. And on the bottom of that page in the budget, it says 178 individuals difference, and that the savings was $338,431. It doesn't quite add up. I mean, if you take the 178 and divide it into the 300 plus thousand, I don't even know what that is. What, about, yeah, about 1,300, somewhere around there annually. So I was hoping that he might give us some qualification as to if we're losing 178, it certainly must qualify for more than that in savings. I don't know if it's a typo or what, and I was hoping that at some point in time we can qualify it. But I will say to the honorable member, as an entrepreneur, you have to know your numbers, and that's why I always smile when contents get up, and I hear some of the things that I've heard even today that I consider to be quite questionable. I want to give accolades to. I will start off by saying I will give accolades to Minister of Transport for getting that Boston flight. I think that was one of the major sticky points. What I would like to know is whether or not a guarantee was put in place. And I think that's just a simple answer. If he had to do it, he had to do it. We recognize that in this predicament and in this environment, that we are having to do certain things that maybe some might think that are unlikely in order to get things moving. But I would much prefer to see that we have a flight in place, even if we have to do that, to ensure that we're getting more people to our shores. Because at the end of the day, that's the real issue. The real issue at the end of the day is that, look, I'll be frank with you, I am not for more taxes at this point in time. What I am for is for more people. And so what we need to do is find more people. I already stated my case. I am not for more taxes right now. I am for growing the economy by ensuring that we get more people to the table. Now, listen, it's clear that we have to decide on whether or not we do certain things when it comes to budgeting to balance the budget. And I recognize also that the international community clearly stated they don't mind paying more when it comes to their airline tickets. And so leaders will have to make decisions, sometimes unpopular, sometimes popular. And I would tend to believe that this government should know that by now. So when it makes its decisions, they're not always going to be popular, but they're trying to get to an end here or get to a means of balancing the budget. What I don't agree with is that we continue to push down the road the balancing of the budget. And I say that for a reason, because the stakeholder next year, that's maybe next year, it's been put off and put off. Maybe next year. That's not an unqualified statement. No, it's not. So let's give you a little schooling there. All right. So the honorable member, and I really appreciate the honorable member Josh Shea when he got listen, I think more of his members need to take a page out of how he spoke. He spoke excellent for his members. I know I differ when he says, about what might need to happen. He might need to consider really looking at his own seat and be careful that he gets into his own seat, because PLP might lose a very good speaker in the House. So they might need to switch him to somewhere else, because I can assure you that seat for sure is up for grabs. Oh yeah. No, he speaks well. Listen, I'm giving this gentleman accolades. He spoke extremely well in the House. I'll give him that. Yeah, he spoke extremely well. But he might want to make sure that he does what he needs to do, because that seat is up for grabs, Mr. Speaker. Yes, just like he spoke about our leader. Yeah. Now, it's important, Mr. Speaker. We got a really good gallery in the back there. They've been waiting to hype up there. They all together there. They're having a good time over there. I love them too. But what I am about, Mr. Speaker, is I am more for making government more efficient. And just as the honorable member Richardson said that, what was the word he said? They say? I think there's this undercurrent that the OBA is of looking to do away with the efficiencies of civil service and do away with people. That's so far from the truth. I remember when we won government at that time, that was the cloud hanging over the OBA that they're going to get rid of all those people. That is not the case at all. And so civil service are a completely different approach to how we felt efficiency should be put in place. And so I am for a more efficient government, and I believe that this government has plenty more to do in that area in becoming more efficient. Now, it's up to them to decide on where those efficiencies are put in place, but at the end of the day, we need more people here paying into the tax budget, coffers, and we need to be more efficient. And why do I say that? I say that because it feels like we are on a race to zero when it comes to taxes. We're doing away with certain duties on things. We're doing away with taxes here. We're lowering them and the likes. And that's all fine and dandy. But if we're lowering the taxes at a rate that our revenues are not increasing fast enough, and understand that they can't be done equally. You cannot decrease taxes by 5 million and say you're increasing revenue by 5 million. You're not making any headway. The revenue has to be ramped up. And I believe that this government has the intellectual capital to move faster than what it is. It has the intellectual to move faster. What I am imploring upon the premier is to take advantage of the intellectual capital that he does have and move faster. See, Bermuda and Bermudians is concerned. Not because the PLP don't have good ideas or that the OBA, for that matter, doesn't have good ideas, but it is at the pace that we are moving that is concerning them. And that's why we see the trickling away of people looking for other areas where they can thrive. Middle class is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. I'm not saying the poor. I'm concerned about the middle class that is dwindling away here. That's my concern, because it's the middle class that has the ability to earn a fairly decent wage, go out, buy things, and also when they need to come to the rescue of cousin, they do. But if we do not ramp up our revenue stream at a higher rate that we are lowering our taxes, we are in for hitting, as I said to the premier, a brick wall. Now, some may feel like they've hit the brick wall. Some may feel like, okay, we've got opportunity here. I mean, we watched the premier as he delivered this budget and do his victory lap afterwards. He's quite pleased with the budget. And quite frankly, a week later, to hear stakeholders slam the budget. That's not to say that there wasn't any good in the budget, but there are some overriding factors that are affecting us and our efficiency and thriving. And one of the biggest of those is the debt and the liability that we have and the cost of living. All you need to do is read the articles from representatives from ABIC and ABIR. They were very clear. And I know that the government wants to talk about how international business is doing so well. And I think some of us who have been around maybe a little longer than others, I certainly haven't been around for 20 years, but we're in 11 years, 12 years going on. And I recognize that at the end of the day, if we don't find a clear way of making our own people more comfortable, we are in a perpetual dive into hitting a brick wall. As I said, I'm not saying that we can't glean some good ideas, and then quite frankly, all of this nonsense about, give me some good ideas and this and that. A lot of ideas have been passed back and forward. Whether or not the government takes them up, that's on them. But it isn't. It doesn't make sense to me for me to open up the budget book and then I see, well, we couldn't do this because of the OBA, and it's about 8 times, and we couldn't do this because of Morgan's Point, and we couldn't do this because of that, and we couldn't do this because of this. Listen, take on the responsibility that is in your hands, just like we had to when we had no money, and get on with it. There's no one on this side of the house who's going to squabble over the fact that you are working overtime to get higher revenue into this island. Southampton Princess is a classic example of taking far too long. And if it's gonna take that long, just be transparent to say why. Everybody's like, well, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? We raced that legislation in the House, put it through, we all raced it through to ensure that it gets done. Listen, Mr. Speaker, we got the legislation through to ensure that we got to a point that our entrepreneurs, well, then fine, if you want to take all the responsibility, I hear the peanut gallery down there, then get on with it. It isn't done. And we heard from questions today, Mr. Speaker, how the project's not ready. It ain't going to get done in the next quarter because it hasn't been signed off. And then the SDOs that need to be done, that's going to take some time. Well, mind you, but the SDO, I guess you can consult for what? What is that? You can consult for 21 days, I believe it is, whatever. You can get that stuff through really quickly. So, we'll see what happens when it comes to the SDO for up in there. But at the end of the day, we need to be moving swifter. Now, it is my frank opinion that we should have been and had a casino open by now. I understand that legislation has to be changed and updated or whatever the case may be. We have rushed legislation through this House within months and gotten it done. So if the legislation for gaming needs to be done, let's get on with it. They need to open up their casino. You can't expect someone to come here and invest $10 million plus, buy all of the equipment sitting in a warehouse waiting for the premier to say, well, look, I'm going to give it, as the banks are requesting. It would look a whole lot better if you give it to one of your other colleagues under their belt when it comes to casinos and their responsibility. But it's being held up for some of these things. We can move faster, Mr. Speaker. And so all I'm saying is we didn't have 5 years because casino legislation did not come here when we came into government. So, so the fact is that all I'm saying is that there's been enough time within the last 5 years to get it done. And we heard deadline after deadline told in this honorable House and in statements that a casino would be done and ready. And it's still not there. And so the investors are sitting there saying, well, what do we next need to do? And I know the premier's had some good conversations with those of interest, but we certainly lost one of those interests as well. Why? Because legislation's taking too long to get done. That's what we're looking at. And I want to just address back to one of the comments that the honorable member Josh said, Adams, make sure I get the name right. When he said, we ran the finances better than the OBA. And I it kind of triggered some of the memory of after the first year that we were government, what happened was it was the first time in 5 years that a PLP or OBA government had an unqualified audit. An unqualified audit. First time, Mr. Speaker. And so to get up and say, oh, well, you ran your finances better. I remember when in opposition, for the first time I was looking at the budget book, we were doing almost 23 different supplementaries. It was like unheard of, all of these supplementaries. That's probably why they weren't getting an unqualified audit. And for the first time, like I said, after a year, we had unqualified audit. Unqualified audit, Mr. Speaker. Yes, and we're going to get interpolations from the premier about nothing changed. But it is under the OBA that we were able to raise revenues at a rate and fill up Grand Atlantic that has sat empty for, the last 12 years now. Low-cost housing was filled up because we put America's Cup in place. People's homes were being rented. Hundreds and hundreds of people were working, putting together infrastructure for America's Cup. In fact, PLP members were up there driving around and working, Mr. Speaker. Definitely, Mr. Speaker. And so, it's the America's Cup. What you mean, how many is open? I would encourage the honorable member of education to walk on Front Street under his watch and take a look at all the empty spaces under his watch. Look at the empty spaces. In fact, if you want to get me all excited here, if you want to really have some kind of qualification to what's going on, the stench on Front Street is unbelievable. That's a sign that we in trouble. And when your stakeholders get up and make statements like Aber said, and if I'm permitted, Mr. Speaker, if I can read some of the stakeholders and what they had to say, and Bermuda's reliance, this is our good friend at the budget breakfast, Arthur Whitman, and Bermuda's reliance on international business cannot be understated. IB contributed over $2 billion to the island's economy in 2021, and even marginal adverse changes could jeopardize the island's going concern. The island's going concern. Now, am I saying that the PLP created some of these adverse things that could change things? No. But what I am saying is you cannot be that cocky and believe that at some point in time, there's going to be pushback by stakeholders. And you cannot come up here and give your own unqualified audit on what's going on in the country when you got stakeholders telling you, hold on a second here. We got some major problems. And we need to pay attention to that. Okay, so he did say that. All right, well, Mr. Speaker, let me just read another quote from this particular. According to PwC research, this is another one, and I'm going to read it. Actually, I'll go to the first one. Business leader laid out the stark reality of the economic crisis facing Bermuda, warning that government debt, liabilities, and guarantees exceed $7 billion. So, yes, no, we don't have any vision. So I'm going to give you what I see as what's going on as far as the vision is concerned, Mr. Speaker. So here we are with the charade of, and this budgeting is quite upsetting to me, the process that we go through just to get information out there. But this charade of blaming rather than taking responsibility has got to stop. Oh yeah, there we go. And that is the exact person I want to start interpolating, Mr. Speaker, because here we are.
You got a minute left.
I believe that the Premier's head is in the sand when it comes to the realities of what is going on in this country. People are leaving, our youth are killing themselves, right? At an alarming rate. What are we doing about it? Shops are closed down, and we're going to say, oh, we're lowering taxes. Well, that's not the way to fix it. You've got to raise revenue. And we're going back to the same people that we complain about as government complaints that are imposing all of these high costs on us and asking them for solutions. That's foolish. We need to create a new system and new opportunities to grow the economy through people who are entrepreneurial, who want to get things done, Mr. Speaker. My issue continues to be this here, and you guys can say all you want. But it's disturbing to me, Mr. Speaker, that after the budget speech that the Premier parades around, his pride and his intellectual arrogance was made known in the two articles that ABIC and ABIR spoke to. It's time for the Premier to use the intellectual capital he's got and get on with growing the economy. Because what we have today is ridiculous under him.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you. MP Scott, are you on your feet to stretch your legs, or would you like to make a contribution at this time?
I would like to make a 30-minute contribution, Mr.
Oh,
Speaker.
you got 20 minutes on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go.
Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that I am a big Marvel and DC and comic book fanatic. And one of the reasons why I am such a fan of the comic book multiverses is because of the fact that every character has a backstory. And in order to be able to understand the backstory or the arc,
all right, members, let him settle down,
or the
so we can hear him.
of the different characters, to understand what is going on fully, you have to go all back and follow that arc all the way back to their origin story, and it's called an arc for those that aren't comic book aficionados like myself. It's called an arc because the backstory is not linear. It rises, it falls, and it comes full circle sometimes. And in order to understand the logic of the actions and appreciate the gravity and sacrifice that character has had to make and the decisions that they're making now, you have to follow that and go and follow that arc. And so now, Mr. Speaker, to understand why I'm so excited about this budget, the government's 2023-2024 budget, let me take you back and let's follow the arc of the government, not to be confused with the arc of the covenant, which I'll be speaking about on Sunday morning at Cobbs Hill. And the thing is so that we can look and see the challenges and obstacles that this government has gone through and to get us to where we are today, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you were to go back and just for entertainment purposes, I'm going to refer to this side, the government side of the House, as the Avengers. So that's Captain America, that's the Hulk, that's Iron Man, that's Black Panther, which is myself, Wakanda Forever. And then you've got the opposition side, which I'll consider DC and the Justice League. They have Superman, Wonder Woman, the Flash, and the like. And so this origin story takes us back to 2012. And in 2012, you had a country's debt of $1.45 billion. And then you had the Justice League of the OBA telling you that though the PLP Avengers fault, 14 years of fiscal mismanagement have led to over $1 billion in debt, and that nobody can save you but us. And so, Mr. Speaker, on February 23rd, with the OBA having defeated the PLP, the OBA's first order of business was to increase the country's national debt ceiling to $2.5 billion. And then they followed that with their second action was to then borrow $800 million. So you raise the debt ceiling by $1 billion, you then borrow $800 million. And that was supposed to cover 3 years of deficits, which it didn't.
18 months later, it was going.
And so then the thing is that if you look at September 2017, the country's debt is now 2.515 billion. And that's not to include the 213 million guarantee that they made for Morgan's Point. So now we're looking, and that's just almost $250 million in one decision. So now that means that the country's debt is actually 2.7 or 2.8 billion dollars. You had an annual deficit of $134.7 million at that time. Now, Mr. Speaker, the country's debt right now is approximately $3.1 billion. And so that means that the balance between the 2.7 and the 3.1 is roughly $300 to $400 million, which means that the PLP over the last 4 years has contributed roughly $400 million to the country's deficit, to the country's debt, and our current deficit is at $77.4 billion compared to the $134 million that was left by the OBA. Keeping in mind that the $77.4 million in deficit includes $60+ million that this government had to spend based off of a decision that was made between 2012 and 2017 to privatize the airport. So that means that we could be close to having a surplus even if the OBA was not in power during those times. And so what you could also look at now, Mr. Speaker, is that if you look at the national debt, that suggests, and over a 4-year period of time, the PLP increased it by $400 million. And over the same period of time, 4 years, the OBA increased it by $1 billion. That suggests that the PLP has done a 60% better job at maintaining or managing the national debt than the OBA. And when you look at the annual deficit, which is a decrease from $134.7 million to $77.4, that's a 57% decrease. So that suggests that the PLP did a 43% better job than the OPA in reducing the government's deficit. So on average, the PLP's performance is 50% better than that of the OBA's. So the PLP's average is twice as good as the OBA's best. And so, Mr. Speaker, you could imagine my shock and disbelief when at a certain budget breakfast, Mr. Whiteman, whom was tasked with introducing the premier, made the following comments. And I don't actually have to read the Royal Gazettes. I'll just read page 3 of the reply, the OBA's reply, where it says that word for word, it's the exact same quote, word for word, according to Mr. Whiteman, the government's debt, or Whitman, the government's debt liabilities and guarantees exceed $7 billion. The annual deficit for 2022-2023 is more than $7 million above the original estimated $77 million. And so, Mr. Speaker, What really offends me is the 9 words that the Royal Gazette used to characterize that statement. And the 9 words is that he minced no words in laying out some facts. So, Mr. Speaker, I decided to follow the arc of Mr. Arthur Whiteman. And now it's interesting that Mr. Whiteman, who has been on island since July 2012, which means he saw firsthand the OBA increase the country's debt ceiling by $1 billion, while simultaneously borrowing $800 million and removing $50 million in potential government revenue into the consolidated fund by privatizing the airport. Mr. Whitman had a front row seat when the OBA made commitments to guarantee the Morgan Point project. But Mr. Speaker, I don't see any reference in the Royal Gazette of him speaking out against the OBA at that time and trying to spell out the threats those decisions would pose for the country. So how does Mr. Whitman end up being the person introducing the Premier at the Chamber of Commerce budget breakfast? Let's follow the arc on the Chamber of Commerce, an organization whose motto or aim is to be visionary, not protectionist. But yet, Mr. Speaker, the irony of that motto is not wasted on me, because the Chamber was established back in 1906, Mr. Speaker, seemingly by the forefathers of Sir Henry Tucker, the first Premier of Bermuda, who we know created the infamous 40 Thieves, and who the 40 Thieves used Parliament to protect their business interests throughout the island by seemingly any means necessary. The Chamber of Commerce also had former Premier Sir John Swan as one of their members on the board of directors. And today, one of their current directors is Jonathan Hawes, Chief Financial Officer of Bermuda Press Holdings. And Bermuda Press Holdings is the parent company of the Royal Gazette. So now, having followed the arc, we can clearly see how Mr. Whiteman, the territory leader of PwC, was characterized by the Royal Gazette as laying out some facts. And we can also see why the OBA are relying so heavily on his words. And so,
Order,
Mr.
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order.
Unfortunately, the honorable member
Yep.
is misleading the public on something he's being extremely suggestive about somebody without being able to qualify it. And that's concerning. That's very concerning, knowing that they hired PwC for government. He's misleading the House on something suggested that he has no way to prove.
Okay, thank you. You expressed your opinion.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue because I was just getting to the good part where I laid down some facts. Mr. Speaker, in 2022 alone, under the PLP, GDP grew from 3.4% to 3.9%. In 2022, under the PLP, 402 jobs were created. In 2022, under the PLP, international business created 203 jobs, with 119 of them being filled by Bermudians. And now under the PLP in 2021, we saw the strongest international business growth in 15 years. Under the PLP, 591 international business jobs have been created since 2017. The last time this country saw a balanced budget was when? Under a PLP government. And the next time the country will see a balanced budget is when? Under a PLP government. And this is despite being taken off track, despite the OBA, which is the gift that keeps on giving with Morgan's Point. They gave us the gift of the MRG. And Mr. Speaker, I want to shift gears and go to 2 Timothy 2:15. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. And what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, is for those persons who are hearing the voice and the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart, do your own research, because the Royal Gazette, PwC, nor the Chamber of Commerce words are a prayer book. And when you follow the arc or the backstory of some of the people and headlines that are put in front of you, you will quickly realize that they're not printing information or data as much as they are presenting a narrative. And so, Mr. Speaker, that narrative, and we've heard it time and time and time again tonight, that narrative is that PLP aren't good managers of the public purse, that PLP don't have a business background. Yet the facts and the data show that PLP have done twice as good of a job in managing the country's debt than the OBA, that the PLP has done twice as good of a job at reducing the government's deficit than the OBA, that the PLP candidates are twice as good of those of the OBA, resulting in the PLP having more than twice the number of members in this House of Assembly than the OBA. And Mr. Speaker, I am well aware of the adage that there are certain, and you might have lived through some of this, that there are certain individuals in our society that always have to be twice as good as others in order to earn or garner half of the respect. And I am feeling that today in this House, Mr. Speaker, because the numbers and the data are clear that our track record, year for year, and in my days as a DJ, dub for dub. Good word, good word. Is that year for year, 4 years under this current PLP administration versus 4 years under the OBA administration, you got twice the better performance from the PLP. But yet the OBA wanted to take you into the minutia. Oh, let's look at this 1 year. Oh, let's then blame COVID. Or then let's say you're not looking far enough. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie. Right? We've done the work. And we've proven ourselves time and time again. And although the OBA say they want to work with us, when given the opportunity by the Minister of Labor and Economy, they turned it down. Oh, we didn't want to respond because and then insert excuse from OBA. Some of them say they didn't get the message. Others said we got it, but we ignored it. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I am going to repeat that you've had a growth in GDP of 3.4 to 3.9%. You've had 402 new jobs created, while under the OBA, you had thousands of jobs lost. And they had promised you 2,000 jobs, but the thing is, as it seems as though they're good at twice, because they promised you 2,000 and lost 4. And once again, remember, and I've shown you how everything is interconnected. The persons and why they seemingly rely on some international business spokesmen, because there's a connectivity. Their arcs intersect, Mr. Speaker. But yet they don't want to tell you about it. They don't want to, because remember, they're hoping that we don't remember the days of the 40 thieves. And we think that just because those faces don't sit in this house, that their family or their lineage do.
Be guided now. Be guided.
I am, Mr. Speaker.
Be guided.
There is lineage in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. And the thing is, I don't question their motives. However, I'm just stating the fact that there are members that sat in this house under the 40 thieves who have genealogy in this chamber today. But yet, when we start doing things that help and benefit Bermudians and the worker and the laborer, now we're doing something wrong. But if we were to agree with big business, now we're making rash decisions. Now we're making the right decision. Remember, Mr. Speaker, once again, our performance speaks for itself. 4 years of PLP administration has made us twice as better or put us in twice as good of a position as 4 years under the OBA. And there is no disputing that. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight the good fight. We will continue and not be deterred by the naysayers who provide no real solutions, who tell us that we should be doing things that we are already doing. And so, Mr. Speaker, once again, I go out to those members, do your research, look at the numbers, study them for yourselves. Because what is put in front of you as headlines is not necessarily the data and information as much as it can be a narrative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member, for your contribution. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP De Silva, you have your 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my member opposite, Mr. Cannonier, I too am fighting a little cold, so just bear with me. Now, Mr. Speaker, and maybe some of my colleagues might be able to help me out because I'm not feeling my best and I'm taking this medication, but I want you to help me out with my arithmetic. From 1998 to this year, how many years is that? About 25. So over 20 years. See, we've had a bit of history here tonight, but I want to mention a piece of history that, in case we've forgotten, I'm going to bring it up. And colleagues that are old enough, and I think everyone in this chamber is, from 1998 to 2008, our GDP under a progressive Labour Party government grew to the highest height in our history under a progressive Labour Party government. Okay? 1998 to 2008. Now, what happened in 2008? We had an economic world crash that shook the world to its core. Just about every country to its core. Bermuda was no exception. So what happened then? We have a period from 2008 to 2012. What happened in 2012? OBA won the election. I say that period of 2008 to 12 was a period that we never experienced in our history in terms of economic activity and economic crashing that caused a lot of people in the world, let alone Bermuda, some serious financial troubles that they never got over. Some of them today still feeling the effects. So then we had the OBA come in from 2012 to 2017. They had 5 years, not even, I don't think. And so now the Progressive Labour Party's been back there for 5 years. Just think about that for a moment. Put it in its context. When we talk about the debt of this country. Every business, I've said this before, every business in this country from 1998 to 2008, whether you sold peanuts or cars, done very, very well. In fact, I would venture to say the best in the history in terms of sales. And that includes law firms too. Okay? Everyone done well between 1998 and 2008. Big profits were made during that period. Very big profits. Everybody was making money. Then it hit. So think about that for a minute. And I think Josh A. Adams and MP Adams, MP Scott done a good job too of verifying this doubling of the debt during that 5-year term of the OBA. I think we put that to rest tonight. Oh, yes, we did. It was put to rest very, very nicely by factual information. Factual information. Okay? Factual information. Call it what you may. The fact of the matter is, if we really want to get down to the nitty gritty, quite frankly, if anyone, I would tell anyone in Bermuda that's still listening, that did not hear MP Adams' speech tonight, get it. Because if that speech was to be played, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, no one else in this House should talk. That's right. I knew you'd say that. I knew you'd say that.
Yeah.
But see, this is the thing, Mr. Speaker. MP Adams gave us some real cold, hard facts tonight. He went from deficits, he went from financing, he went to people that are being helped, because we had members opposite chastising the Premier's words when he said he's proud of his record and this party's record. And I think MP Adams put that into a beautiful perspective, because he laid out a litany of things that we've done since 2017. And unlike members opposite, when we walk down the street, yes, we have some people that are struggling, but it's a lot of people that like where we're going. And all they got to do is hurl on. And they will see the results, because they're coming. They're coming. And this narrative about that the OBA talked about, almost all of them to a person tonight, talk about, oh, it's easy to go from zero to hero, or they're talking about you're coming out of COVID. Anybody could do that. Really? Really? If they were the government, what would they be saying today? Yeah. Like they put in the budget. And speaking of their budget reply, I haven't heard one member from the OBA talk about their budget report. Not one. Not one. So I have not heard one OBA member talk about their own budget reply. They've spent the entire day talking about the Progressive Labor Party's budget. That's what they done. That's what they done. And in fact, I want my members on this side to be patient, because I'm going to say something right now that you may get upset, but hang on. I looked at the OBA's budget reply, MP Cannoneer, and I'm going to tell you, this budget reply by the OBA is fantastic. And I'll tell you what, read pages 33, 34, and 35, because that says it all. It's the best budget reply I've ever seen. Read those 3 pages, and it'll excite you, because they're blank. Now, well, they are blank. Those 3 pages. It's the best part of your report. All 3 pages. Now, Mr. Speaker, I told my boss, the whip, who likes to put me in my place, he does. I told him I won't need my whole 20 minutes. But I do want to hit on a few points from members opposite. Members opposite. Now this one was from MP Dunkley, the former premier of the OBA. We need hotel development. You know, we're moving too slow. We need to put our people to work. This is the same person, when we brought that legislation here for the Southampton Princess, for the Fairmont Princess, Fairmont Southampton, and the concessions, and every one of them to a person disagreed with what we do. What's next? 20-year concession? They fought tooth and nail, and tonight they got to say they supported us. Now, let's talk about the amount of time it's taken for a moment.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, the honorable member is misleading the House, and not intentionally.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, for sure. Just like the premier is still trying to qualify the terms and the likes, doesn't mean that he doesn't agree with Southampton Princess. We agreed with it. We were debating the terms. We agreed with the project, but it was the terms.
Don't use up my time like that.
You made your point.
Like that?
You made your point. You made your point.
See,
politics, who always talk about let's work together for the betterment of the country, and then release a document with ridiculous personal attacks based upon social media information that anyone can print, already refuted, but then it enters the public record in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, and is sent out for distribution from the officers of this House. It is shameful, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, I note that there's only one member of the One Bermuda Alliance left here, because none of them, as was said by members earlier, could stand up and defend anything inside of this book. They're walking it back already. Could you imagine an opposition that time and time again got up to castigate this government, who was the first government to reopen its borders after the pandemic with a travel authorization system, to castigate this government over the elimination of the process, elimination of the fee? And then, Mr. Speaker, imagine in the 12 ideas of which they have to change the trajectory of the economy, one of them is the reintroduction of the travel authorization fee. That is what they said, Mr. Speaker. It is in this document. And now they're running away from it. None of them will defend it. I mean, Mr. Speaker, just so we are clear, the Progressive Labor Caucus is kind of large. We got 29 people. And so, yes, Mr. Speaker, we don't agree on everything. But I would think that 6 people, 6 members of the opposition, at least one of them would get up and defend their leader's proposal to reintroduce travel authorization fees. Not a one. Not a one. But let's go on, Mr. Speaker, because the same opposition that wants to come into this honorable chamber and castigate the government over healthcare costs will then, in one of their 12 ideas for the changing of the trajectory of the economy, to introduce VAT on healthcare services. I have never heard something so ridiculous. Never. General economic debate, worthy of ideas of the future. Invitation to collaborate and discuss so the people that are listening to us can understand that their leaders are working and trying to collaborate in this honorable chamber to come up with solutions for this country's economic future. Well, here's the thing, what I will tell you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, if people were looking to get that from the opposition, they were disappointed. But they should not be surprised. Because, Mr. Speaker, as I have said many times in this honorable chamber, that party represents the past, and this party represents the future. That party represents the past, and this party represents the future. The fact that they would get up and tout a one-time event as a record of their success shows how short-sighted they are, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that I was said in the budget statement from this government, Mr. Speaker, which I was honored to deliver last week, is that this government is committed to creating the conditions for sustained and balanced economic growth. Sustained and balanced economic growth. And many of the members on my side, Mr. Speaker, have spoken about the economic growth which is taking place. They have spoken about the policies of which this government has put in place that has reduced the burden of taxation for workers in this country. It is important to remember, Mr. Speaker, that under the opposition, payroll taxes for workers in this country were at their highest level ever. They had no compunction, no issue with raising taxes on workers. They had no issue with telling senior citizens that money doesn't grow on trees. But then they produce a document which seems to say pure fiction and fairy tale, not even taking the time to read the actual budget statement. It must have been written before the budget statement was done. Can't get numbers of receivables right. Then the opposition leader has the temerity to actually accuse this government of breaking the law. He is the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. He has served in this honorable chamber far longer than me. And to say that the government is using the sinking fund to fund capital expenditures when clearly everything was spelled out in the sinking fund in the budget statement, not worthy of this House, Mr. Speaker. But that's okay. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the people of this country have a government that put forward a positive vision for this country's economic future, one that is recovering this country from the depths of a pandemic, that produced growth before the pandemic and will produce growth after the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And not only will it reduce growth, improve growth, it will reduce taxes on workers in this country. And not just workers, Mr. Speaker, because we talk about business. There is not a single business in this country, Mr. Speaker, that will have a higher tax bill next year than they did this year. And 86% of the businesses in this country will pay less taxes, Mr. Speaker. Just like 86% of the workers in this country will pay less taxes, Mr. Speaker. We should remember the debate last year. We can remember they said, oh, the government election budget, oh, they're cutting this and reducing this, and they'll never make their revenue targets, and oh, things are going to go off. Well, guess what? We understand how to budget. Oh, they can laugh, Mr. Speaker. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact that after the budget, we froze gasoline prices in this country, despite the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we gave additional help and assistance to the people of this country dealing with the impacts of the war in Ukraine, and despite the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the budget last year had $20 million in it, $17.8 million of it, of expected revenue from the Civil Aviation Authority. Despite all of those things, Mr. Speaker, our revenue was $30 million higher than predicted. And as the Honorable Minister of Economy and Labor said, you don't get revenue growth like that if your economy is contracting. But what do they say? They quote false figures, create this impression, which does not benefit the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. So I want to touch on a few things. Mr. Speaker, because what I think is important is to know this. The One Bermuda Alliance has zero credibility when it comes to matters of financial management. And they proved it again today, Mr. Speaker. They proved it again today. Zero credibility. if you cannot even put together a budget reply that accurately quotes figures from a budget book that you have spent 20 years in this house learning how to read, you have zero credibility on finance matters, Mr. Speaker. Zero at all. And anyone who hears anything from the Shadow Minister of Finance should discount it just like his members discounted his reply. Because last week, when I spoke, Mr. Speaker, I said the interesting thing about Bermuda politics is that people can create fiction, people repeat fiction, and people believe it. Here's the one problem today, Mr. Speaker. His own members don't believe his own fiction. And neither do the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Because despite the bad hand that we were dealt, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we've had to spend out over $250 million of taxpayer money combined on the airport and Morgan's Point, and despite, Mr. Speaker, of a once-in-a-century pandemic, despite all of those things, Mr. Speaker, we have managed to recover our GDP back to levels before the pandemic. We have managed to recover government revenues at the same time cutting taxes for businesses and workers of this country and providing relief, investing in our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, making sure that we invest in education reform, providing help and assistance up and down this country, and additional support for the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. Ministers have spoken about it, members have spoken about it, and the people of this country understand. But you know what I think was interesting? It was stated by MP José Adams. He said that if you listen to the opposition, you would think that the budget statement was to be the one book to solve all the problems of the country in a single year. No, Mr. Speaker. But guess what? Unlike the opposition, who says in one of their 12 grand plans for the turnaround of the Bermuda economy that they will commit to a glide path to balance the budget within 3 years, we will do it next year, Mr. Speaker. What was that? Oh my goodness, Mr. Speaker. I cannot believe the Honorable MP Cannoneer just said 6 years in. I will remind that honorable member that this government presented a balanced budget in Parliament 4 years ago. He asked, what happened? Morgan's Point happened, Mr. Speaker. That's what happened. That's what happened. That is what it was, Mr. Speaker. Let us recall, never increase the debt ceiling until we had to do it for Morgan's Point. And as much as they want to pretend that it didn't happen, yes, it did, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it did. Now, here we go, Mr. Speaker. Here we go. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, no. Are you having fun? You having fun now, Craig? Oh, I'm having a wonderful time. You know what? Oh, I am. So let me go forward, Mr.
Director,
Speaker.
come next to the chair.
Let me go forward, Mr.
Senator,
Speaker.
let him direct his
And I'm
comments.
going to go forward, Mr. Speaker, because this is fun. Oh, it's fun for me. It might not be fun for you because you can't even defend your own party's reply to the budget. So you don't need to start talking my mind. You had your time to talk about it. You can't defend your leader. You can't defend your policies, but I will defend the ones of which we have put in place, Mr. Speaker, because they have delivered growth in this economy, and they have reduced tax for workers, reduced tax for business, and made critical investments. The Minister of Education did not speak today, but let us talk about the additional funds that have gone into the educational system, the improved results that have come out of the educational system, Mr. Speaker. That is what is taking place with investment and a government that has a heart and a mind for the people, not a government that will call their teachers troublemakers, pay money to renovate cabinet office, and let our schools rot and mold. We are making the investments which are necessary and required, Mr. Speaker. That's what is necessary, Mr. Speaker. And the opposition leader says there's no plan to reduce the debt. Mr. Speaker, we will begin paying down our debt this year by paying off $50 million that we do not have to refinance because there is enough money in the sinking fund. Because guess what? Just like MP Scott said, we have beat our budget targets and there is money left over to do it, Mr. Speaker. That is sound economic management. Sound economic management. And no matter what they want to chirp, see, Mr. Speaker, it hurts them. It pains them. It pains them that all of their prognostications about economic doom and gloom for the country, about budget deficits, about not being able to see a path through, it pains them that none of them came true, despite the fact of their friends in the media talking and parroting their mistruths, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact we have been able to deliver. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We are going to keep on delivering because this budget funds our priorities, Mr. Speaker. This budget makes sure that the ministers of this government have the tools of which they can do to implement the policies which are necessary, Mr. Speaker. And this budget will set us on a path to sustainable economic growth, Mr. Speaker. That is why. So they will be disappointed next year and the year after and the year after that, Mr. Speaker. I'm here for 3 more years, my friend. So just so you're aware, I will be here for 3 more years. And I will get to see your disappointment for 3 more years, Mr. Speaker. Because when we present a balanced budget next year, when we do, I would really like, no, not even going to go there, Mr. Speaker. Not even going to go there. Oh, no. No, you won't. So now, Mr. Speaker, let me go forward to speak about this budget, Mr. Speaker. Because this budget is a budget for growth. Now, some persons would wonder how the leader of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party, as someone who might be considered a little bit more radical, a little less conservative than the former Minister of Finance, would come out with a budget that cut taxes for so many in the country when the country is in a challenging position. And it's very simple, Mr. Speaker. It is a question of economic management. And despite all of the chatter and discussion from either the opposition or the persons whom they may be quoting from the Chamber of Commerce and other places, there is a fundamental truth when it comes to economic management. If there is risk of contraction in your economy, and as I said inside the budget statement, there is predicted global slowdown due to increasing interest rates, the correct fiscal policy decision, fiscal deals with how you spend money, is to reduce taxes. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we have done. And every time, because they say that people talk to them, this week I've walked around. And you know what small business owners say? Thank you. You know what salon and gym owners say? Thank you. The entrepreneurs on Court Street, you know what they say? Thank you. Because they know that they have a government that will stand up for them. And so, yes, Mr. Speaker, I will take the licks for the decisions on the economy that this government has had to implement. But I will not apologize to anyone in this country who feels and believes that a government should not cut taxes for 86% of the workers of this country. To think that the highest effective tax rate in Bermuda is 11.2%, Mr. Speaker, when the highest effective tax rates in other jurisdictions is 40 and 45%, and we are hearing complaints. Mr. Speaker, I told and said it in my budget statement that there are people having difficulty making ends meet in this country. And I can promise you, Mr. Speaker, that there is no one in the top tax bracket of 12.5% making over $500,000 a year that is having difficulty making ends meet, Mr. Speaker. And so I will make no apologies at all for being true to the ethos of the party that I am honored to lead, to make a more fair tax system in this country. And you know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? Throughout all of this debate and throughout all of this deliberation, the recommendation came from international business with discussions that we were having when we were finalizing the tax rates. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? They told me that they were comfortable with the top tax rate being 13%. So to think that after we got updated numbers and projections, Mr. Speaker, that the tax top rate wasn't even 13%. And to hear the hows, it rings as disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. It rings as disingenuous because the thought that you would sit down, discuss, they came back with an alternate proposal, said that that would be okay. And then the tax rates that is actually published on budget day is less than the last conversation that we had. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government listens, the government consults, the government adjusts, but the government understands that we must take care of working people. And that is what this budget has done, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, the highlights in the budget are simple. We will move to a path to a balanced budget. We will invest more in our communities. We will invest more in our infrastructure. We will cut taxes for most of the people in this country. And we will cut taxes for most of the businesses in this country. We will continue to execute our economic recovery plan. And there's been a whole lot of talk about the economic recovery plan. A whole lot of talk. In the statement I said, 80% of the items are on track. We hear the opposition talk about, oh, the old one isn't working, so they're putting a new one. Rubbish, nonsense. There is not a new one. Economic recovery plan was formulated in 2020 with consultation. It is now 2023, and the Minister of Economy and Labor said we must update our economic strategy. Some people would think that would be applauded, not derided. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, that is the country in which we live. We're a government that has soundly managed country finances, that continues to push and press ahead, continues to attract new businesses to the country, continues to build new industries of the country, continues to diversify industries of the country. No, not even a word of, you know what? I'm actually surprised. You did okay. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? I don't need their validation. I don't need their validation. Because the validation I get are for the people in C18 who we walk on the hills in Pembroke Park. The validation I get is when I canvass with my MPs, with persons who know and understand that despite how difficult things are locally and globally, they have a government that will put their interests first and is not afraid to tackle the status quo, is not afraid to say, wealthy people, you must pay more, is not afraid to say, you know what, we are going to invest in our infrastructure to ensure that we can provide for a secure and growing economy, Mr. Speaker. That is what we did, and that is what we'll continue to do. I'm going to go one more place, Mr. Speaker, because last week in my budget statement, I had asked the honorable member, the leader of the opposition, because, I take your words on board, Mr. Speaker, and you've asked us to raise our level of debate. Last week, they said they were the focus of my budget speech. I only mentioned them 3 times. People lost count how much they talked about me, but that's okay, Mr. Speaker, because I can handle it. I'm flattered by it. But I asked the honorable leader of the opposition to at least throw your party's support behind the development of a digital asset business industry in Bermuda. Fintech, something simple. Couldn't bring himself to do it, Mr. Speaker. And here's what's interesting. We hear he don't have to from the opposition. Mr. Speaker, it surprises me that they couldn't do that. Because I know the opposition know the people who the government is meeting with and the companies which are currently going through licensing processes in Bermuda. Because I know that those companies went to meet with them. And to think that in a conversation discussion, after inviting the opposition to just try to signal to the investment community that there is not a divide, still couldn't bring themselves to do it. You know why, Mr. Speaker? I will tell you why. They do not want us to succeed. They do not want us to succeed. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? We will succeed. Because as I said in the budget statement, I have never...
Point of order.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as to the meeting that the Premier is referring to with a potential client, we had a very positive meeting, quite frankly. And, Mr. Speaker, the point of order is it's misleading the House.
Well, state your point of order before you get into a long discussion. But
Mr. Speaker,
point of order.
We made it clear to those people that we support their endeavors, and the only challenge that we would have was ensuring that the players were of a standard that will not compromise the reputation. But we support their business if it makes sense, and we will work with them.
Okay.
But the players have to be sterling clean.
All right.
Thank you.
So here you have it, Mr. Speaker. We'll play nice with the digital asset business in private, but to score political points in this House, we'll attack the government's record. That's what we see, Mr. Speaker. That's what we see.
Mr. Speaker, point of order again.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if he reads my article, my response, he will see that I have supported digital assets, but we have to ensure that we do our diligence to ensure
Thank you.
that
Thank you. The clock is running out.
people are-
Premier, just get his 30 seconds left, Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I will use the 30 seconds by saying this. That exchange tells the people of this country all they need to know. The opposition leader will say one thing in private to business and a different thing in public to score political points. But as I said last week and as I said today, we will not be distracted. This government has laid down a budget, Mr. Speaker. It is a budget that we will debate. It is a budget that we will pass that will reduce taxes in this country and invest in this island's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members, for your participation today. We've had the budget presented last week. We've had the reply today.
Speaker, I got something to do.
And as we move to close out tonight, I'm just reminding people that next week we'll start the economic debates on that very head, and the Premier will now close us so we can lead into that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now resolve the Committee of Supply to consider the estimates of revenue expenditure for 2023-2024.
Any objections? There are none. Fine. The members, as I was saying just now, enjoy your weekend, get some rest, because next week we'll start the economic debates on the respective ministers. Oh. Yep. Yes, yes. Chairman's not there. Who's I was going to. Madam Chair, I've got two new members on that side. We take a seasoned member been here before, yes.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Heads 36, Ministry of Public Works Headquarters, Head 53, Bermuda Housing Corporation, Head 68, Parks, Head 81, Public Lands and Building, and Head 82, Works and Engineering.
Thank you. We will commence with those heads at 10 a.m. on Monday morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask for leave to sit again on Monday, the 27th of February, 2023.
We will rise and report. Thank you. 10 a.m. Monday morning.